The current song is Time After Time by Rain Paris.
Hello. I just wanna break you down so hard. Ah! What the hell? Thank you for the sticker. Hello. Well, today is gonna be a test of if anything that we worked on yesterday gets fixed. My camera's still not fixed, but we'll see. Need to see if the capture card shuts off at all today. Need to see if the audio pop happens. Also,
meow,
Nick.
meow, meow.
Soul Reaper, thank you for the 13 months. Nick made a channel point redeem pop-up. It only does it for the ones that are something I have to do, like the fit check, for example. So, what is that? What is that? Nick, I think this is from your thing. Oh, maybe not. What is this? You see the text up here? What is this? Something about a CAPTCHA service? Damn sure. It's not from that. What the hell is that? What is that? You guys see that? It's not. It's literally not from anything on Stream Elements. So what the fuck is it?
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
Wait.
Everybody just calm down.
Hello? Peach Pop, thank you for the tier 2 and 45 months. Thank you. Oh, it's Throne.
Huh?
It's Throne.
Throne?
Yeah. Some stupid fucking bullshit. Throne is the absolute worst fucking service ever. It's gone. I just had to refresh it. Yeah. It's just weird. It wasn't there
The only
yesterday.
other time I saw that was when you were adding in that other
overlay the other day. I thought it might have been
What
that one.
overlay?
But, like,
Oh,
had
yeah.
another panel.
Yeah. Weird. Thank you for the biddies, Tinas. Okay. Well, welcome in. I owe you guys a fit check. I think I can turn this timer off now. Yay. Why did I just delete that? I could have just turned it off. Squat count so high? Yeah, I know, right? I think the squats currently are not counting. I'm probably gonna leave it not counting until I get that down, at least below 100. Here, I'm gonna do this fit check really quick. We're starting games in like 30 minutes. I'm a little late today. The kids had a field trip, so we had to take them somewhere. So but yeah. 100 if you do a throw ass. Yeah. We'll think about that. I'll think about that later. I've been awake since 8:30 this morning. I'm fucking tired. Plus, I just walked. Just walked around a fucking museum for 4 hours. 625 theory. I know, right? I was a believer since day one. I was a believer. I always believed in the double album theory. And I saw some people being like, technically it's not a double album because it's a year apart. I'm like, bitch, nobody cares. You know that there was not any way a normal new album was coming out a year apart. These albums were created together. Definitely. You're at 8K steps today already? Let's see. Mine says 5,900. Why would you have been taking more steps than me? Ba, ba, ba. Have a good time. You have your phone in your hand. Steps aren't always counted. Hello. Your watch is on your hand. How is that any different? But also, my phone was in my pocket majority of the time. I only pulled it out like a couple of times because I got a notification. Did you see Psycho? I did. I went in there and told him mine was better. The activity trackers do a better job with step tracking. What do you mean by activity trackers? Jade and I were wandering around looking for that giant plane. I mean, we were also walking while you guys were doing that. But yeah. All the songs matched one of the 13 random letters. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I see what you mean. Activity trackers. Fitbits, Apple Watch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just using my fitness app on my phone. It came with my phone, so I was like, cool, just set it up and use it. Curious what yours looked like? Well, there's clips of mine. They're on my YouTube also. If you're not subbed to my YouTube, go do it. Clearly you're not, or you would have seen it already. So go sub to my YouTube. We put shorts up every week. We put a long form video up every week. I did like Psycho's wig a little bit better than mine, but ironically enough, when I cosplayed Insim, the one thing he said was that the hair was so good. And I was like, that's probably just because I tried to like actually pin it back and style it like he does. Like he slicks his back. Psycho looks like a fucking Backstreet Boy. He just has a blonde wig. I wonder why he randomly decided to cosplay as Insim today. Like, it's so random. Aww. I just wanna boogie with you. Anything that you wanna do. Today was cool though. The kids got to go on a field trip. They do online schooling, so all of their friends are just, they see their cameras on a screen, right? So they actually got to meet a bunch of their friends for the first time today, and it was really sweet. One of their classmates made them these bracelets and gave them these little, you know, handmade beaded bracelets. So cute. It was really nice. It was really, really nice. It really puts into perspective how much tinier my children are than normal children. But yeah, it was really fun. I took a picture of them. They're sitting in an airplane cockpit. It's really cute. See? Look how cute. So cute. So cute. Yeah. Some third grade girls taller than my son's taller than me at my son's kindergarten graduation. Oh my god, mama. See, I never really see kids that are taller than me because I'm kind of tall for a girl, but my kids are tiny. Yeah. I'm excited. Today we are playing Guilty as Sock, which you're 5'7". Oh, wow. They were taller than you anyway? Damn, yeah, I'm 5'7", so I was like, kids are never taller than me. Third grade girls being taller than 5'7", get them in fucking volleyball right now. Get them in volleyball. Better too short than too tall. Just keep up with my shoes as I grew. Must have cost your parents a fortune. Yeah, I can't imagine. My kids are pretty tiny for their age, and keeping up with their shoe size and their clothing always fitting is a nightmare. I lost 20 pounds and none of my shit fucking fits. I was wearing some pants today. Way too big. I thought that they would fit. Nope, they're huge on me, and they were constantly falling down. Not only were they constantly falling down, but they were also too short. Like, they're a little bit of high waters, but they didn't look good with the socks I was wearing, so I was like, oh my god, I just look fucking awful. How old are my kids? My twins are 8, and Jade is 11. Jade is in 5th grade. Yeah. Jade's in 5th grade. The girls are in 2nd grade. Jade drives. In 6th grade, you were 6 feet tall. That's fucking crazy, Tenuous. Jade is like 4'2". He's so tiny. He's so tiny. Oh, but you're also giant. You're also extremely giant. I can't imagine Jade being 6 feet tall. Looks like you borrowed clothes. Yeah. 3 kids, isn't that exhausting? I mean, it was when they're younger. It can be now, but at the ages they are now, they pretty much take care of themselves. Like, we just have to feed them and remind them to brush their teeth, and they pretty much do everything themselves. It's not really that exhausting anymore. Your sister's youngest was the shortest kid in class until 9th grade. That's true. That's true, yeah. Aiden's really tall now. Yeah, so Aiden's super tall now. I don't know where your nephews got their height from, because like Matt's not that tall and your sister's really short. So I don't know where they got their height from and why you didn't get any of that height from that side of your family at all. Your dad and his brothers are all tall. They're all tall and blonde with blue eyes. And you're short with brown hair. Well, I don't understand. You got your mom's genes for sure, Nick. Always one of the shortest kids in my class until I sat down. Then I was the tallest. Oh, you have a long torso. In about 2 weeks, Jojo will be looking up at Jade. He's not that tall. Jade, come here. Jade, can you come here? You tell them that I'm not short and you're not tall.
He's not short.
You can't ever get tall enough to where I can't hug you. You're not allowed. Okay. How tall are you? Do you know how tall you are?
I checked
4'3". And how much do you weigh? 80 pounds? I can pick you up.
Alright. Good. Oh! I know I just didn't like that.
Okay. Mom is strong. Pick you up normal.
Yeah, this is what I thought you were going to do.
No, you don't know this, but last week you fell asleep on the couch, and I picked you up and I carried you to bed, and you didn't even wake up. And you weigh 80 pounds. Huh?
Well, I picked me up.
Did you hear him scream? I scared him because I picked him up and threw him over my shoulder.
I was staring at the door.
Matt's uncle's like 6'7". Oh, that makes sense.
Can you do that to me?
Huh?
Can you do it to me?
You'll be scared if I do it to you.
No, you won't throw me.
No, I won't throw you. But I did
Butt crack.
not my butt crack. It's just my back. My butt's down here.
I tried to get you butt.
Ah!
Can you do it to me?
Finn. I caught you. I caught you. Ah! Oh, you're heavy. What? Okay, thanks. Close my. Hey, can you? Hey, wait. Can you close your door and my door?
If you are
Bye.
sending money to a woman that does not know
Okay.
you for her attention, then you are definitely a simp.
One of them spanked my butt. I don't think it was Zyla. Zyla spanked my butt. Dark Knight, thank you so much for the tier 3 and 50 months. Thank you. And also, Bijiris, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you. Anyways, I think that counted for some squats. That's mostly arm strength. Jade. Jade is freaking heavy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Hi, Kale. How are you? Hi, Mysteria. Hi, Keepa. Hi, Alex. Hi, Sierra.
Almost 1 year
Jeffrey
sub smile.
Bezos. Well, we're just waiting for the friendos to get online. Thanks, Tenuous. I'm gonna load up the game for the first time and get that all out of the way. Isn't it a banger? As long as you're getting it's ambition embedded. I said, ooh, do you think you are? Do you think you are? Everybody knows Spice Girls. Some kind of superstar. Oh, oh. Shake it. Think you are. Show how good you are. Boobies bouncing 1,000 right now. Yeah. The wrong direction. Ow. My headset cord just caught on my nipple. What the fuck? Do you think you are? Do you think you are? Some kind of superstar. Oh, oh. Who do you think you are? Show how good you are. Never lose your soul. Lose control. Kind of superstar. Oh. Nick. My computer will not load this Twitch thing. It might be a game problem. Let me look at the email. Hold on.
The current song is Who Do You Think You Are by Spice Girls.
Swing it, shake it, move it, make it. All right. Guilty as sock. I almost typed cock. Guilty as cock. To help you prepare. Let me read this. Twitch setup. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's working. This is not my region. Ooh. Devil's Den. Okay. TwitchCon, Twitch. Get in the purple box. I think it's done. On. There we go. Okay, now it's working. Click authorize. Successfully connected. It is required that you have a judge, a prosecutor, and a defense attorney. And then there can be witnesses and bailiffs. The Devil's Den. The Devil's Den. The Devil's Den. And then I think the chat, you guys will get to vote if you think they're guilty or not guilty. It'll be !G for guilty and then !NG for not guilty. But then we'll have a whole trial. This looks really fun. Yeah. Customization before starting a game. You can choose a map. Devil. Oh. Hold on. Look. We can customize our person. Sailor's gonna be this one for sure. I kind of like this one. I like the gay socks. What is this? I can be a vampire. Look. An avocado? Huh. Sockers! That's cultural appropriation. Oh, just see the socks in the cabin away? Boop. I'll turn it off for a sec. Pretty princess dress. I kinda like this one, but it doesn't match the gay socks. Astronaut? Should we just be the pretty princess? Or why don't we just be let's just be normal for now. Accessories. Ooh. 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 Ooh, this. Yeah, this. Eyes? Heart eyes. Oh, we can't see our eyes. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, we'll be heart eyes, even though you can't see it. Do we want a hat? Pretty princess. The Johnny Bravo. Okay, you can kind of see the eyes on the side. Yeah. I like the hard eyes. There's like a blue wig. The yellow Johnny Bravo. Should we go with that? Oh, this is the ooh. Hear me out though. Okay, but look, it goes all the way over top of his fucking face. Hold on. This is cute, right? Cam needs the paper bag. I don't think Cam's gonna be here today. He's still in, like, West Virginia or wherever the fuck he went. Afro. What about the afro? What do you think? The afro or... I don't know. I'm kind of fond of this one, too. This is giving off, like, Ted Bundy vibes. What do you think? I'm kind of partial to this one, but I think I'm gonna go with this one. Just so I have some type of feminine vibe. Maybe I should just do the mustache instead of the glasses. I really love the glasses, but the star glasses. Activate judge clothing. Show as judge. Oh, that's how you look as a judge. What? Thanks, chat. Okay, well, I think that's fine. Insim sweater neck. Yeah, it does. It looks like Insim sweater. Custom evidences. Oh, no. I don't know what I'm doing here. No. Yes. Settings. I'm
Oh my
on
God,
voice
okay, it's happening.
activation.
Everybody
That's
stay calm. What's
good.
the
Procedure, everyone. What's the procedure?
Stay calm. Wait. Everybody calm down.
You know what oh, never mind. I'm literally dumb. I was like, you know what I noticed? There's no volume settings. The game's kind of quiet, so I'm turning it up. Who was that? Zenzoken, thank you for the big 5-0. 50. 5-0. I gotta wear my glasses for this. My Judge Judy glasses. Host? I don't know how this works. Sailor's not even live yet. I'm just so excited to get into the game. Code. Can I not copy it? Is that orange? Okay. That's the new sound, by the way, for the channel point redeems that I have to physically do. Nick made that yesterday. It makes that sound and it pops up on the screen right there. Why orange? My shirt's pink. I was already wearing pink. It's a different pink though, I know. Here's what I wanna do. I wanna get a bunch of those things in white and I wanna dye them. I wanna dye them to like have a coral and like a light pink. And you know, they're like $20 a piece, but they come from the UK, so I have to pay a shit ton of money in fucking fees. And now tariffs on top of that. Ugh. Okay, we'll do the default cards. We can choose different maps. We'll do default for now so we can learn. Drink. Thanks, Fink. Oh, I'm gonna need a refill. I need a refill, Nick. You said you took the day off, right? Okay. Try getting stuff off the porch. Or were you gonna do that tomorrow? You're gonna wake up early enough to do that?
Well, I tried moving water law.
Uh-huh. Well, it's raining today. Yeah, well, you can't keep waiting for it to not rain in summer in Ohio.
Hard.
Yeah.
I'll try though.
All right. Cool shaker. Wonder where I can get one. Good question. You can get one from Advanced GG. I don't have that button. I gotta go over my buttons on my Stream Deck and fix them because they literally don't. Does this work? No, yeah, they literally don't work. They haven't been fixed since oh, that one works. So these top rows work, but these ones down here don't work. Yeah, these ones still have the Mix It Up logo on them. So I have to fix those. I need to just revamp my whole stream deck entirely. Well, this is cute. We are literally just waiting for Vushin Sailor, so. Didn't know you were from Ohio. I'm currently here visiting family and the weather is miserable. Yeah, the weather is really bad. Well, it's just raining. It's actually not been hot. It's only 50 degrees outside, but it's been raining. We had a bunch of like tornadic storm weather come through a few days ago. So usually when that happens, the few days after, it's still very rainy. The Midwest is kind of getting shit on entirely. So, oh, thanks. Yeah. Welcome in though, Dipping Dev. Yes, I am from Southwest Ohio. Live in Phoenix, so it's a lot different. Oh yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah, in Phoenix it's like 110 degrees and like slightly windy. But then also, depending on, well, I don't know about Phoenix specifically, but I know northern Arizona, it snows a lot in the winter, so. I'm really excited. I have my nail appointment tomorrow. I'm fucking stoked. I'm gonna like get all this nail polish off later tonight and then just like buff my nails so they look all nice. Rainy all week, and I promised my kid we'd go backyard camping this weekend. Aw, that sounds so much fun though. I wish I could do stuff like that. My entire backyard is like a downward slope, so like we can't have pools or anything in our backyard. It sucks. Oh, these are so cute, Nick. These are so cute. Oh, look, it's my daughters with their school friends that they just met. Look. They look so cute. They all got to meet each other for the first time. My daughters are tiny. So tiny. This little girl had the longest, prettiest hair. My God, it was gross. She just has like long, thick, dark hair that was like naturally like spiral curled. I was like, oh my God, okay. So cute. You're gonna get your nails. You're gonna do your nails to get your nails done. I'm gonna remove the paint that's on them so she doesn't have to waste time doing that tomorrow. Because I also want to take the nail polish off of here and see what kind of state my nails are in underneath of this, because they're kind of long right now and I never have long nails. I never have long nails. Like this is... And this one's real thick. So yeah, I don't know. This looks like a Coke nail. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, they were really excited. The little girl with the dark hair, the long dark hair, when she found my daughters, she was like, "Here, I made you guys these," and they were matching bracelets, like little matching bracelets. She made them for my children. How nice is that? That is so cute. So they're still wearing them. I was like, that's so sweet. Oh my God, stop. She's like, yeah, I made them matching bracelets because they're twins. Like, she was so cute. She was so cute. It felt nice to see them actually like have friends because we don't ever get to see them in that environment because they are online schooled. So yeah, but they get along with other kids really, really well.
Hello.
So they're not like socially awkward or anything. Well, I mean, Jade is, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Jade's not socially awkward. He's just generally awkward. Did you get to see the kiddos with other? I did. Yeah. Hi. I was just talking. Here, I'll show you the picture. My kids got to go to a field trip today. And they got to see so many of the other kids from their class, and they're online schooled, so they've never met them. But it was so cute. This little girl over here made the girls matching bracelets because they're twins. Literally the cutest thing ever. And then she ran off because she was with another group of people. But then this other little girl in the middle here, she was really, her parents were really nice, and we just walked around and hung out with them the whole time. So there's lots of photos of them doing stuff together. We went up on what is this? A space shuttle? That's a picture of them. Come on, camera. Come on. Wow. Yeah, there we go. Little picture of them on a space shuttle. In the cockpit. Yeah, they were just having so much fun. Little cuties. I've come to be judged. Good. That museum is an A++ field trip. Yes, that is the National Air Force Museum. Yep. Never seen your girls before? You've never seen them before ever? They were literally just in here 5 minutes ago, and I was throwing them upside down. They come in here all the time. There's a fuzzy on me. Get off. I'd have loved to go on that field trip. Yeah, it's really great. Ohio has a lot of really great places you can go. Like Columbus, there is COSI, which is the Center of Science and Technology. It's a museum, like a science museum. In Cincinnati, we have the Newport Aquarium, which is one of the biggest in the country. Dayton has the Air Force Museum. There's tons of stuff. We also have Hocking Hills, which is a national park that has a series of cave systems. It's really crazy. Hocking Hills is really dope. There's so much stuff to do in Ohio. And Ohio gets so much shit for no reason. Ohio gets so much shit for no reason. It's literally beautiful in parts. Okay, in parts. Yeah, there's cornfields, but it's beautiful in some parts. And there's tons of shit to do. There's tons of shit to do. We have 2 major amusement parks. We have a lot of haunted locations if you're into that. That sound alert? Yeah, Nick made all that yesterday. No one hears about Ohio unless it's weird stuff. Yeah, I know, right? But there is like really awesome stuff you can do in Ohio. I'm in Akron right now. Oh, Akron. Yeah, there's not much in Akron. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's really not much in Akron. There really isn't that much. I've only been to Akron once or twice. Usually I just drive through Akron. But if you're in town for long enough, Akron is only about an hour away from the Mansfield Reformatory. The Mansfield Reformatory is sick. It's an old, abandoned, haunted prison. But what a lot of people know Mansfield Reformatory for is that it was the prison that they used in the Shawshank Redemption. So you can actually do it like a tour of it, I think for like 20 or 30 bucks or something. You can do a tour of it and they'll show you like all the rooms that they used in Shawshank. You get to see the prison cells, literally everything. It's so cool. That's what I would recommend doing if you're up in that area. Yeah. Other than that, I think you're like, what, 2 hours away from Sandusky, where Cedar Point is? Maybe not even 2 full hours. Cedar Point is an amazing amusement park. It's pretty much mostly roller coasters. I think Cedar Point's like 90% roller coasters, but it's great. It's great. It should be open. It's May. Yeah. But the weather, the weather's kind of ass. I don't actually know where Hocking Hills is. Let's see. Oh, it's in Southeast Ohio. That's really far from you. They have sandstone formations, gorges, waterfalls, trails, camping. Lots of stuff in Hocking Hills. There's also the Ohio Caverns. Where are those located at? It's in West Liberty. Why does it describe it like that? Only guilty prisoner in Shawshank. Shawshank is a great movie, and Mansfield is a great prison to go see. Yeah, the Serpent Mounds. Yeah, the Serpent Mounds are really kind of you get a very sad, eerie feeling when you're at the Serpent Mounds for sure. Ohio has a lot of really deep history, especially Native American history. And the Serpent Mounds are one of those. It's the world's, I think, largest. Is it the world's largest effigy mound? Does it say? World's most spectacular effigy mound. Who decided that? What makes it spectacular? Well, it's pretty spectacular, but yeah. They're really, really sick. My grandpa took me to see the effigy mounds, the serpent mounds when I was younger. Yeah, Ohio has tons of cool stuff to do. But weather permitting, which it usually is not. It's technically spring in Ohio right now, so it literally rains every other day. It's no better than Florida, really. It's raining today. It's cloudy tomorrow. Saturday, it's sunny and 65, so Saturday's gonna be great. Sunday is cloudy but still 70. Monday is normal, 70 degrees. Tuesday's raining. Wednesday's raining. Thursday's raining. Friday's cloudy. It just keeps going. Some of the burial sites around the effigy have been dated back to like 800 BC. Yeah, I saw it said 1000 BC on the website. Cedar Point was the last time my family and I did stuff with my grandpa before his cancer came back. I think we went on the Gemini. We had such an amazing time. That sounds great. Here all week, raining in the 50s. Yeah. Have you seen the Insum cosplay? I did, Sully. Yeah, I did. I went in there and yelled at Psycho. I told him that. He almost looked as good as me. I hate the yellow that this is casting on my face. So hot in here all week. I can't even play with my kids outside unless we're in a pool. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Spring is a rough time for sure. This is the one where you want to be hot because your heater's broken. Where do you live that you would want a heater? Do you live where it's still cold right now? I want like a lip gloss for today. Hold on. Oh, Chicago. I see. Yeah, it's only 50 degrees here, so I get that. I get that entirely. Black lip gloss. No. No. But it's cute. Got glitter in it. Still getting down to like 30s at night here. I've been sweating my ever-loving dick off in this room every day, so can't relate. I like the subtle sound of like talking in the background. My role, use the gavel to control the debate, knock out lawyers, and deliver your verdict. The gavel of the people. Yeah. Yeah, if the lawyers like I guess the lawyers can like do stuff to like silence witnesses, I guess, or whatever. There's a lot of stuff this game does. Having a migraine for the first time in like 6 months. You need to drink more water. I know that's not the only reason people get migraines, but you really don't be drinking that much water. What is this? Just today, I haven't because we were walking around. Well, okay, but when we stopped to get lunch, you got lemonade. When everybody else got water. Make better decisions. We're walking around. I told the kids, hey, get water because we're walking around and you're burning a lot of calories, so you should refuel with water. And then Nick, to be a great example, gets lemonade. Come on. I want to play a game. Dude, Voosh is just now making his character. I got on here too fast because I was so excited. Still 95% water. Water mixed with anything is not the same as drinking regular plain water, and you know it. That's a Tyler Joseph ass answer. He literally said in an interview that Jenna yells at him to drink water all the time, and he's like, I like Red Bull. And she's like, you need to drink water. And he's like, Red Bull's at least 70% water. Yeah. It just sucks that they don't let people bring in like outside food or drinks. Like you should be able to bring in a water bottle. Especially if you have like a medical condition where like you would need water. Dude, I'm looking at my memories on Facebook right now. This is just a picture that I shared, but it says, Satan is cool and all, but he literally lost a fiddle contest to some random hillbilly in Georgia. Why did I post that? Why did I share that? So funny. More than 2 water fountains? I mean, I saw another water fountain after you guys stopped. So I think they have like 3 or 4 in there, but I don't know where they all were. Oh no, I think Voosh picked the same sock as me. Oh no. Oh, but he's gonna pick the avocado, maybe. You'll be say a pair of socks. Yeah, we both picked the gay sock. Shockingly. We have different eyes and hair, though, so it should be okay. Luckily, I never had migraines. I only get headaches from either hangovers or congestion. I don't really get migraines either. I think maybe I've had 1 or 2 in my life. But when I do get headaches, they're just hypertension headaches from either being too active, wearing a headset for too long, or maybe being slightly dehydrated. This is like the only time I get them. And I always get the same kind of headache too. Look at my goose. He's so cute. I love my goose. No, I can't imagine him being any other sock. To be honest. Mean a cobra chicken? A goose? Yeah, sure, a cobra chicken, whatever that means. Hey, by the way, also make sure you guys go sub to Voosh if you haven't. And also, if you're able to up your subscription to like tier 2 or tier 3, please do that. Because Voosh is trying to get his PPP. Voosh is trying to get his PPP. And he's 83 away. He's 83 away, and there's 8 days left in May. So, or 9 days left in May? How many days are in May? 9 more days. They call Canadian geese cobra chickens. That's not because they're geese. That's because Canadian geese are fucking crazy. And they'll fucking bite you and shit. They're crazy. They think they own everything. Used to get migraines before I found out I had high blood pressure. I mean, high blood pressure can cause migraines, yeah. But they don't really know enough about what causes headaches and migraines. You want to pop like 20 squats? I guess I could. Yeah, I guess I could. I walked all day, so I'm tired. Okay, fine. Let me stretch. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Drinks really get you going.
Warm you up when you feel you're slowing.
Wendy's, we always serve them right away. And smile, have a nice day.
Thanks, Tinas. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. Case by case. Science for migraine. Well, you had one like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I remember, Nick, because you said you went to lay down because you had a headache. Unless you were lying about that. But you said you had one like a month ago or something. There's actually an ingredient, if Dark Knight's in here, Dark Knight can say which one it is. There's an ingredient that's in Advanced GG that is proven to help migraines. But I don't remember which ingredient it is. Thanks for reminding me to get up. Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks for doing the squats with me. Migraines are a neurological disease which most people don't realize. Most people just believe they're just another type of headache. No, migraines are definitely different than headaches. 2 ingredients combined or something. Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember.
Is there voice chat on the screen?
Yes, there is. I hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm ready to knock your socks off.
Oh, yeah? Wait, you're in here. Oh, you just haven't chose a role yet. Sailor's in here too.
Oh shit, I thought the host chooses.
No. Yeah, there you go. I actually just joined and clicked random and it put me on judge. So that's just where I've just been sitting here.
You're gonna be the judge, Judy, and executioner.
I'll try it. I would like to see the police report. You didn't call the police? Why not? Were you drunk? Were you drugging? Oh. I've been watching too much Matt King on TikTok. Jesse McCartney does those too, but in my honest opinion, nobody tops Matt King. Hell yeah. All right, I guess we'll just try this. I'm gonna ready up. I think you guys also have to ready up.
Do our best.
Derb said he's at his dentist for 20 more minutes unless he gets out early, and then he'll rush home and get on. So
They'll be like, no notes. Those are teeth.
yeah.
You may leave early.
Okay,
Those are
start
teeth.
game. We're gonna figure this out. Oh, I literally meant to start the stream together thing and I forgot. Okay. Oh, you guys have to do your charges. Hello?
Okay, you can hear me.
Yeah.
I
For
was
some
trying
sock
to figure out the
puppet
push to talk button
shenanigans.
for the longest time.
Oh, order. Ow, what the fuck was that? Did I just get hit with a piece of paper? Ma'am? I will hold you in contempt. Excuse me. Oh, it squeaks when you bang it.
Wait, what?
I can't hit those.
Wait, you can mute me?
I can mute
I got
you.
muted.
Yeah, I can mute you if you're being bad.
In sock we trust. Ding dong. Wait, doggy!
Oh no. Titular McGee is accused of motorboating without a license. Oh. Okay.
I don't know how this works.
How's this gonna go? Do we have a time limit?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay, we have Twitch jurors. Did you guys connect your shit?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, my shit is connect.
So, I think I can look at the evidences here. Maybe?
We gotta put in the evidence. I think,
Oh, okay. Put your evidences in. I'm gonna set up the share chat thing because I already fucking forgot again.
I don't know what to do. Other than this.
I don't know what to do. Ow! Stop throwing fucking paper wads in my face.
If it would please the court.
Why can't I not do anything about that? I'm the McFucking judge. Stop throwing paper at me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Maybe Voosh has to go first.
Okay, I sent the link whenever you guys are done.
Let's see. Let's figure it out. Where? Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
What happens if I call a witness? I don't know
We
what
don't have
happens.
a witness. I don't know.
I know. Wait, I'm gonna click it just to see. Oh, I can't click them yet. Okay.
Oh. Oh, shit, I'm so sorry.
Excuse me.
I'm so
Judge,
sorry. I
that
didn't
was
know.
very
I didn't know
unprofessional.
what that did. I'm so sorry. Here, do it to Sailor too. There you go.
Accusations against Titacular McGee. And thank you. Thank you for also stunning the defense.
Oh, thanks, Faith. I stunned her. Continue.
If it would please the court, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Give me a second.
None of us know what we're doing. We're doing. Oh, you do have a timer. We have. Oh, no, it's counting up, not down. Okay, cool. 3 minutes. Okay.
Hey Jojo.
Yeah. So we just need to figure shit out, I guess. And we need to figure this out before Derb shows up, I
I just
guess.
don't know how to use them.
Okay.
Do you have like a button that lets you like give time to one of the attorneys or something?
Is that what that does?
Oh, it said I can prevent my evidence.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Okay, so
I have
it's
to
my
click the
turn, it's my
button.
turn,
Okay,
okay.
cool. It must have been on Sailor for some reason.
Indeed. Sorry. This was such last minute. I had other plans for a much higher profile case.
Hey, Georgie, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Oh.
Okay. Is this,
Okay, I
is
see
this-
the evidence.
this
Yes.
do it?
Oh shit. What do I do?
Yeah, good question. What happens after I present the evidence? Do I just
I don't know. I can
Do I just
see all
talk
the
about it
evidence,
now?
but if I click on it, it does things.
Yeah, what
I'm not
happens
sure.
if I click
Sailor,
on it?
your turn. Hold on. Do you have evidence to submit? Oh. Okay.
I was gonna say, am I supposed to talk about it, or are we supposed to like? I don't know.
I think you guys are supposed to present your evidence and then say why it's evidence. I think.
Okay. Okay.
I request time.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, so you say that your titular McGee was waiting at the doctor's. That is a complete contradiction to the evidence brought to you by me there with the camera,
Okay.
where titular McGee was at the docks with that big bazongad woman
Oh.
waiting to board that motor vehicle without a license.
Motoring on a boat instead of motorboating?
And you tell me that titular McGee was not on that boat with that big-breasted woman without a license for that boat?
What have you say? Fantastic.
So I guess I just have to grab one of these and try to make it like.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's like Uno. You play the best card that you can to try and offset what they said.
Yeah, you just play your best card and then you bullshit. It's role play. We got role play.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
so
our Twitch
what I was trying to figure out. What I was trying to figure out is, as the defendant, it doesn't outright say like, "Oh, you're guilty" or "You're not guilty." So I guess it just depends on what chat votes, and you just have to make it convincing no matter what.
yeah, yeah, you have to argue your side.
I was trying to see if anything actually like matched up, and if I'm supposed to like actually strategize, but it looks like no, you just.
Oh no, it's a
fucking roll
bullshitting
with
game
it.
because I chose the name and I chose the crime.
Okay,
wrote it
see, I
out.
didn't know that, so that's why I was
it's
like, am I
all
supposed to
ad-lib.
look for
Oh,
something
that's so
specific?
funny.
We can
Okay,
actually
see-
make in the main menu, we can make our own evidence cards, but like we're not there yet.
Oh, that makes sense because there was a whole thing in their email about like making cards, and I was like, I don't have any cards to make. What does this mean? And
you
so
have to make. You can make your own decks, but there is that base deck that we get.
okay.
But okay. So
Okay.
you're just talking out of your ass. Okay, so like I can use this and be like, you say that, but we have receipts of using the rental card exactly 10:02 a.m., which is the time that we left to go to the doctor appointment at 10:26 or something. So you can just talk out of your ass.
Interesting that
Okay.
you say that. Since thank you for the time. I would love the time. Interesting
You're
that you said that, since in fact, actually, if you look at the evidence on the fucking
Actually,
you will see in the bottom left corner of that video, Judge, there's a
Order!
Oh my God.
I can't do anything to her.
Oh my God. Oh shit. Okay.
Continue.
Thank you. We have video evidence of Mr. Titular McGee at the Titular McGee. Thank you so much, Judge. At the dock with that big-breasted woman. And if you look in the bottom left of that video, Judge, would you look at the bottom left of that video? Can you look at the bottom left of that video for me?
Yeah, I'm looking. Totally.
Do you see that car bumper right there? Right there, bottom left of the video.
Yeah, there is a bumper. Yes.
If you look very closely, you will see Titular McGee's mother in the fucking reflection of that bumper.
Oh?
Yeah. Holding up a sign saying that Titular McGee is guilty of all charges. Thank you so much.
Do you have?
I do not see my time, though. I have more evidence.
I was gonna say, do you have more evidence to support those claims?
I do. Please bring it back to me. Thank you
Oh,
so
I hit
much.
I guess it takes it away if I hit it
fuck.
again.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Okay,
Oh shit.
go for it.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I just need a moment. Sorry, there's just so much. There's just so much evidence.
so much evidence.
so much.
So much evidence. When does Twitch chat start deciding?
I don't know. I think you have a button for that. I think you can set up polls.
I only have 2 buttons.
Oh shit.
It says at the top, guilty, not guilty. Do you guys just
wait? Chat exclamation mark guilty or not guilty?
or G/ or NG? You can abbreviate them as well. I read it in their email. Is it working? Ooh.
I would like to permit into evidence the
Okay.
endless eclipse that happened because titular McGee's mother is so fat when she went to the
It's
docks.
working. Do you see it?
Never, the sun
Oh, I do
never
see
showed
it.
up
Okay.
ever again.
It's working. It's just everybody's saying I'm guilty. So I think that's why I didn't look like he was moving.
Okay, so if people start spamming not guilty, then it would go down. The purple bar being at the top
Yes.
is okay. Cool, cool.
That's why it looked like that, because everybody's like, yeah, you guilty as fuck.
I see some not guilties coming in, and we're not there in this economy.
It says we
actually.
have witnesses. There's a stressed intern and a doggy, but I don't know how to.
Well, wait, hang on. Is it still my turn? Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's your turn
Oh.
as long as you have that bell.
Okay.
So what happened? Where is he?
Oh, okay. It says I
Evidence?
can choose I can hit this for a 60-second poll with yes or no for chat, but yes or no what?
Oh, I mean, click it. See what happens.
Well, it's just they're gonna vote yes or no. Oh, poll question. What do you want me to ask them?
Oh, it muted you.
Oh shit.
No talking to the client.
What are you, my mom?
I wish, because you're beautiful. And you're the shining light of my life, but don't tell the judge.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I don't know how this works. Am I sleeping? Wait, you're sleeping? Why are you sleeping? What the fuck? There's a character limit on this poll, so I don't know what to do. Order! Do you have any more evidence? Defense?
Miss Defense, you cannot beat my ironclad evidence against your client.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, sorry. was
I
too
just
busy
I don't know how to
having-
use this Twitch thing. Like it pops up with like a poll and I type in the question to ask Twitch chat.
Interesting.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I guess I clicked on that. I didn't mean to
Submitted
click on
into
that.
evidence is a full ashtray. Would you like to explain?
Yeah. That ashtray is always cleaned out every night before they get up in the morning. And as you can see, they did not empty the ashtray because they were running late for their appointment and they had to rush and get a car because their car's in the shop, and that's why they had to use the rent oh my god, words, the rent car. That's why they had to rush out. And yeah,
Okay.
I'm really bad at this. Words. So ring the bell to skip your turn. Do you get rid of that when you think
I haven't done it
like,
yet.
can you? Well, no, I'm asking JoJo. Like let's say we were fighting about something and she wanted to shut me up. I know she can mute me. Can she just take away my turn?
Well, so
Or
if
your
I
turn?
hit this, you can still talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you can still talk. You just can't submit evidence.
Should the eclipse be evidence? Oh, is that what?
That's
Vush
just
had
a
put up there?
question that I asked. Yeah, Vush, do you want to further
Okay.
explain the eclipse as evidence, the endless eclipse?
Yeah, that's because when I explained that titular McGee's mom was seen in the bumper of the car, that was not photoshopped in because titular McGee's mom did eclipse out the sun at the beach.
With
Because
her
your
large
mama.
breasts. Okay.
Yes, your mama's so fat-breasted, you can never see the sun ever again. Thank you so much. I see my time.
Damn.
Okay. Do you have any more evidence to submit? It's kind of stacked against you right now.
Stacked
You mean
against
me?
me. I literally have video evidence showing
No, I
Titular
think-
McGee at the boat.
It is
Thought she was
very
talking to me.
that is very damning, but it's just the video evidence. Do you have anything else?
I do.
I mean, I guess the rental car receipt and a full ashtray and signing at the doctor's office. Which one? Okay, a suspicious bill. Okay.
So interesting that he got a car right during the crime of this heinous crime of motorboating without a license while a big-breasted woman was in his passenger seat, which is doubly illegal because you are not allowed to have distractions in the front seat when you are also unlicensed. But he also seems to have bought one life vest for himself. I would like to put into the evidence that this is clearly the case, as the big-breasted woman would not need a life jacket as she has her own life preserves. Thank you so much. Weird.
Okay. Anything else?
So wait, you were saying that
There's a
You were saying my
bill that
client
showed
should
him
not-
buying a life preserver. So
At the exact same time as the car was rented. Where was he going?
Well, actually, that was just a purchase of a subscription of an access badge that they purchased 6 months ago. And the payment just happened to go through when they were at the doctor's office. But that is not a purchase. It is a reoccurring payment of a
Oh.
subscription.
that makes sense. That does make sense. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do on my end here because I have like breaking news and there's like 3 news articles, but they're empty. And then the evidence is
because
I
we
can.
need a fourth person to be a journalist.
Oh, okay. Well, I can
Yeah, 'cause
also
there was like a
I can
there was
click
a
on your
couple different rules that
evidences
we
and I
have
can
to-
like X them out for some reason. I don't know what the point of that is.
If you don't accept them in evidence, I guess, if you want to remove that, if you're saying they're not good enough.
I see.
I would like the evidence of the subscription to be removed because clearly, what are we to expect here? We have video evidence of him on the boat. We have his mother eclipsing of the sun at the beach. We have the car's bumper in the video frame. And you're expecting me to believe that this charge on his credit card for Big Bazonga Life Preservers is a website subscription? Absolutely not.
Can you defense, can you tell me what the website subscription is for specifically?
It's just a subscription to have your life preserver and room and board and snacks when you go motorboating. And obviously it's a subscription that they pay for, but have they used it? No, because 69% of people forget to unsubscribe when they are subscribed to like a gym membership or maybe a TV service. They just clearly haven't unsubscribed from it, and it's being used against them as a purchase that they had just made when they had not, and it was a recurring subscription they forgot about.
That makes sense. Does
it make sense?
It does
Why
make sense.
does he have a life preserver subscription if he's an unlicensed motorboater? He shouldn't be anywhere in 500,000
Well,
feet from
hold
a
on here.
motorboat, as is taken into
Well,
the
hold on.
Constitution of Circular Socks.
Yeah,
Order.
License expires. You have to renew
You
them.
can't objection me.
True.
Listen, you don't need a license to be on a motorboat. You just need a license to operate and own one. So if he has a life preserver, doesn't mean that he was driving the boat. You have video evidence of him getting onto a boat at the marina with a large-breasted woman, but I need more physical evidence that he was piloting that boat.
In his pocket when he was arrested last night, this key was found inside his stomach. Interestingly
his
enough,
stomach?
when you plug it into the motorboat, it actually goes in and it turns on the McFucking boat. Now, when it wasn't in his stomach, you ask, Mr. Titular McGee has a very nervous tick. You can see it right now if you look at his big stupid face. And when he was being pulled up upon by the Coast Guards, he unplugged the boat. He unplugged the boat, ate the key, and jumped off the boat in his life jacket.
Okay.
I would like the defense to explain this to the esteemed judge of this court.
Okay, I will accept that gold key into evidence. I'm still not really sold on the endless eclipse because it is revolving around the breast blocking the sun. I'm finding that kind of difficult to put my face between, if you will. But
that's fair. That's fair.
I'm also, I didn't really buy the ashtray, so you guys are kind of equal right now. So I'll give the defense one more moment here to come up with more evidence, if they please.
So you're saying that my client threw up the key, or how did they discover it in their stomach?
Well, you see, when he got to the jail, he, again, very nervous fellow, as you know, since you've been dealing with him for the last 45 minutes getting this case together. He has a very nervous stomach, and when he feels threatened, he's kind of like a squid, and his bowels eject out the back
he
when
inked.
he feels threatened. He fucking inked.
Okay.
Well, you say that he is a nervous fellow. I will give you that. However, he was more just nervous over the anxiety of his doctor appointment because he didn't get good news. And what ended up happening was he threw up while on the boat, as seen by his stained apron.
Ooh.
So I don't think that somebody that is sick to their stomach throwing up would be controlling a motorboat.
Okay.
Interesting.
I wish there was a jury here. Well,
That's what I thought the Twitch was.
The Twitch is kind of a jury, yes. However,
they are currently in favor of me.
I just feel like
We're accepting the key in the shit. I just noticed.
I
that
feel
on the
like
left.
each person's perspective chat is going to vote in their favor. So I feel like it is not very well balanced, if you will, the scale of the law.
Oh, I think that everyone in the jury needs to fucking get their shit together and vote with the evidence. And the evidence right now shows that Titular McGee was motorboating without a license.
Okay, well we have
That big-breasted woman has not been found to this
we
day.
have one
Do you
more
want me to bring murder charges upon you, Titular McGee?
Order. Listen, you have one more slot for evidence if you would like to bring something forth. The defense has rested with their evidence retrieval. Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor. Look at his face when I showed that glue stick. That's not
What is
glue,
that even
Titular McGee, is it? It's not glue, Mr. McGee, is it? When that big-breasted women
tested it?
showed up in your motorboat, yes, I tested it. I used it on my mouth this morning because I thought it was chapstick.
It's a glue stick. Why would you put it? Why was a very
salty glue stick, Miss Sailor Sugar Plum.
Who uses glue sticks as chapstick?
It says C, and then there was
It
white
said
out.
dried glue
blah, blah,
stick.
stick.
Not chapstick. Not cum stick. Why would you use glue stick?
I cannot attest to what the prosecution does in their free time, but I would need some kind of explanation as to why there was a white covered stick found in the presence of your defendant.
Well, actually, like I said, it's a glue stick.
Okay.
Because wait, hold on. Can I? Oh, I thought I was choosing evidence. Never mind.
No,
I guess
you're
I
out.
can't.
You're out of evidence to put forward. You can call a witness, but I don't know what that does
Oh,
because
it's 5 out of 5. Wait, I see.
yeah.
Oh, okay. So all I can do is call a witness, or just like say why the glue stick was there.
Yeah, I mean, we can
So I
we
was
can go
gonna
ahead and do
say-
closing arguments if you want. We'll let the
Yeah, I
defense
feel
go
like we're at that
first.
point.
Yeah. Defense
Okay,
go first.
okay.
Closing arguments are pretty much anything goes. Say whatever you want.
Okay. I think that Prosecutor Voosh is full of shit, and that they're trying to frame my client over something that is far above our heads that would be another legal proceeding that has nothing to do with my client. And instead, Miss Tits, or whatever the big-breasted lady's name is, what did you say? You said she's been missing? That she hasn't been here? That sounds like an issue that needs to be brought up in another jury, another judge, another case with actual proof or just, I don't know, proof.
Maybe an
Where is
appeal
she? You said
or
she's- well, evidence, like, where is she? We don't even know where she is.
Hey, okay. Is there a missing
This is
persons
about
report?
motorboating without a yeah, this is about motorboating without a license.
I
not a
would like to
missing
see the
case.
police report.
Yeah, here's the police report.
Where is the ATV and the phone number of the friend who you sold the ATV to? Okay. Was that your closing argument? Are you done?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm done.
Okay, cool.
Which is full of shit.
Got it. Continue. Prosecution. Closing arguments.
Ladies and ladies and ladies and ladies of the jury and the judge and the execution and the judge and the jury and the Judy. I come here asking one more McFucking time for you to use your common decency and your smarts, your big, beautiful brains, and see that this man here, with his still poop-covered underwear, in which the key was ejected from his anus, not only motorboated without a license, but he may have also killed a woman, which we will be pulling charges against. Even if he is sent to jail after today, we will still be chasing those charges.
Okay. Well, we are going to have to. That is another case. If you would like to bring up more charges, we cannot do so right now. We would need to be. They would need to be re-Miranda'd for those charges.
And she will.
Yes. Okay. So now what we need to do, I don't know how does this finish? Like, does the chat just vote? Like, they've been voting, right? So like, how do we finish?
They've been voting. I think you have the final say though.
How do I do that?
Well, wait, let me give up my time. Now you do you have more buttons?
No, I have tab.
Oh, wait, no, it says we've been doing this for 26 minutes. I see.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way for it to end.
Yeah. But we don't actually know the real outcome. Like, we're not getting wrong or right here, right? We're just shitting it.
I mean, I'm assuming it should be guilty or not guilty. There should be a guilty button.
I'm trying to figure out.
Wait, is this the Twitch jury up here? I just noticed all these faces.
That's them.
Is this me ruling in favor?
It's them.
I
don't know,
You got a gold mallet.
I was gonna say your mallet's gold.
I don't know what this
fuck,
means.
send me Do I rest my case somehow? I want rest. I want to rest.
You
my
rest your case? Oh, that just knocks you out.
Yeah,
What the fuck? I don't know
know.
how to end this. Hold on, let me look at their
I
email.
was gonna say, well, I don't have anything to do. All I can do is throw paper.
Launches polls, makes decisions, manages speaking and order. Any player acting as judge can start a poll, streamer or not.
Yeah, it says you deliver the verdict.
How though?
It says the gavel has 3 positions. I think you put it over the scale of justice beside the red.
Do you see a scale of justice?
Yeah, I
Oh,
see a
that's-
purple one. on
That's
here.
the Twitch scale. That's what I
Oh,
click on to
fuck.
make the polls. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't do anything else.
If you put down the hammer,
It
you
says
can you
there's
read the
a
blue book?
green button with a scale on it.
Fucking where? Is there something we haven't done? Maybe we don't have everything done that we need to do.
We presented our evidence.
There's a button and there's an icon in like the bottom left corner, but I can't click on it.
I also see that though. That's weird.
Yeah.
That thing just talks to me when I look down at the folder. It says, check your evidence presented and build a
he's
narrative.
Clippy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to figure it out.
Says you have that yellow eye. It says you're supposed to have a yellow icon that lets people chat. Or gives them the floor or whatever.
Yellow icon. Yeah, I don't have that. I literally don't have any of that.
Wait, what the
I
fuck?
have this blue one and this red one, and it controls
Does
when you
chat
guys can put
need to-
evidence in.
Does chat need to vote? Like, I know they've been voting, but it's like a 50-50. Is that why it's not doing anything?
Yeah, maybe the
looks
poll is
50-50.
right in the middle. Maybe
'Cause
that's why it's
not
confused.
letting you finish it?
But it probably only lets each person in chat vote one time. So if you haven't voted guilty or not guilty yet. Okay, there we go. Now it says guilty. But yeah, nothing changed up here.
Okay, I was curious if that would change it, if you were able to just be like, the jury has spoken.
I literally do not know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there
Is
like
it
a
because you haven't
tutorial?
called the witness? I don't know.
Let me try to call a witness. Let's see what happens if we call a witness.
Okay. Prosecutor calls a witness to the stand. And what happened? Like nothing happened.
I've never seen the judge, so I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Wait, let me look at your screen, I guess. Let me see.
There's literally nothing. There's nothing behind my camera. They're accused. Like I can see this. I can see all the evidence. Is accused of motor brother without license. I can see the witnesses. And this is empty because we don't have a journalist. Ow. Can I click on the witness? Where are they? Do you see a witness in this room? You mean on here? I can't click on them. No, I'm clicking. Check
It's
the
so weird
keybind.
because
Oh my
in
God.
the thing they sent us, it says that there's like buttons, like call buttons, but you don't have any buttons. Is it like an outdated
Can you
UI
try
or
calling the
something?
witness again? I'll see if I can. I can't click on the thing.
It says prosecutor requests to call their witness to the stand.
Yeah, I don't like. I can't click anything to click on that. Hold on, let me look at the keybinds. I guess. No, it just is a bunch of emotes. Show board. Show. Show what? Scroll to use feature. Oh! Oh, I figured it out!
Woo! Oh,
Okay.
you can flip the. Okay.
There you go. There's your witness.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
But we don't have anyone to play
It's-
the witness, so like.
It's a sock with the little face in front of it. That's
Yeah.
cute.
And there's your witness.
And, yeah, that's my witness, the doggy.
Okay. Okay. So now I can deliver the verdict.
So did you have
Never
to
heard of-
present the witnesses and then it lets you do the verdict? Is that it?
When
Is that
you
what we were
request to put up a witness, it pops up on my screen and I have to approve it. And I have to scroll wheel when I'm holding the gavel and it changes what it does. So this allows you to
Interesting.
put evidence up. This one allows you to present evidence. This one approves or denies your witnesses, brings them up. And this one allows me to deliver the verdict, which I think they are guilty.
Guilty
Guilty
as
as
sock.
fuck!
Sorry. And there was a lot of very damning
it's okay.
evidence.
I'm not very convincing. I can't think of things on the fly.
I mean,
but
you
it's
did
so
you did a
fun.
pretty good job. You did a pretty good job. It just
Taylor Sugarplum punch
there
in the
was
face.
the security
5
camera
stars.
and then the key and the shit. They were really damning. Yeah. Punchable face. Hey, I
And then it
only
says
punched you
pillow,
because
hands,
you were
thumbs,
throwing
dealt
shit.
9. Well, because I didn't know
Wow,
what
I
else to
didn't
do.
get any.
Let's see. Upon hearing the verdict, they attempted a final heartfelt speech. A lawyer sneezed so loudly that everyone forgot them instantly. Wandering the courthouse, they tried to get noticed only to be kicked out as another loiterer. So he didn't even go to jail. He just got.
He got. Oh
It
my
says
god.
The staff tanked through 114 paper balls.
Oh God. Voosh did 124 emotes, so there's that. All right, play again, I guess. Someone else can be the judge if they want. We could just hit random. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I
Yeah, I
was
hear
moving
you.
my
Okay,
camera.
I just hit
Let
random.
Sailor be the judge.
That's so funny.
Okay.
What, you want me to be the judge? Is that
Yeah,
what
be
you
the
said?
judge. Yeah.
Okay,
Dude,
I'll
this would be
try.
so fun with a bunch of people. Oh, I was
I
showing the
know.
Hey, but
code.
you
My
said you
bad.
can go
Don't
to 9
join.
players.
Okay. Yeah, it's like 9 players. Oh.
Oh, I can't hear you guys right now.
I'm
Hello?
making a
Oh,
thing.
hi. Sorry, I
Says
saw
waiting
your
for the
mouth
prosecutor
moving.
and their charges.
What did I do?
Yeah, I saw your mouth moving, but nothing was happening. I was like, oh, yikes. What the fuck have you done?
Okay.
Dirty Harry is accused of licking ice cream and putting it back on the store shelves.
Okay, before we start this case,
hmm
I feel like if we want to call a witness, the person calling the witness just has to play as the witness as well. Ask them questions and then just
That
be
would
like,
make
"Oh, well, you
sense.
see?
Yeah.
Oh."
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because
yeah,
otherwise
way
that
we can use the
feature is
witnesses instead of the
useless.
first
Because
person.
like those witnesses, it's
Yeah.
cute that they're there, but they don't do anything. So
Yeah, because like someone can join the game as a witness, as the witnesses.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so right now, if we want to call a witness, we'll ask them questions, or even if we're getting like
Oh
counter
wait,
questions.
before
and
we
then,
get
like,
into this, can you guys accept the streamy thing, the thingy
Oh.
thing? I sent the link,
Yeah.
and then we'll get our chats all combined together so we can see what's going on. Okay.
yeah, there's a journalist
Incoming.
role, a witness role, a bailiff role. There's at least 3 people can be on the jury downstairs, not the
Yeah.
ones upstairs, the ones down.
Interesting.
What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that would be 9 people.
Okay. So what do I do? I see what you mean by scroll. I can choose guilty or not guilty.
Yeah.
Allow our lawyer to present evidence. Bring the called witness to the stand or send them back to their seat. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason
So
I was
do I just-
confused is because there's just a tiny tooltip that pops up and says scroll to change whatever, and I only saw it one time and I didn't know what it
Wait,
meant.
it says we have a shared hype train? Do you see that?
Oh, shared hype. Oh yeah, it does. It just must have just popped up level 1. Weird.
Wait, it just said shared hype train complete at level 10%. What?
I don't know. Maybe it's
Because my
broken.
bot just said thank you for the hype train. Huh?
That's
we didn't
so
what?
weird.
That's weird.
What the fuck?
Very
Thanks,
weird.
chat, for the level 10% shared hype train with the
So
Perfect.
cool.
0 sub gifts and 0 bits. Thank you, chat. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so do I just what does that do?
It just allows so banging the gavel right there will change whoever gets to submit evidence.
But it just
I
keeps
feel
giving it to
like-
Voosh. Do I
No,
just
don't-
If you hit the blue one,
You
it
have
goes
to
to
hit
Voosh.
red.
If you hit the red one, it goes to me.
Oh,
It's just like to
okay,
turn
I
it off and
see.
turn it back on. Yeah.
And I do believe
Gotcha.
the prosecutor needs to tell us about the fucking crimes against my client.
Should we
This
do
seems very
opening statements?
heinous.
Should we?
I'm gonna need your opening statement because I need to know what you
Okay,
yum.
let me take my judge glasses off. Okay. I should put my super cool lawyer sunglasses on though. Yeah, here we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Harry over there, what is his name? I forgot. Dirty Harry,
On the screen.
emphasis on dirty, is accused of licking ice cream containers and putting them back on the store shelves. We have substantial evidence and eyewitnesses proving this. The defense is going to try to tell you today that they did not do this, that they were indeed just sniffing the ice cream. But we're here to prove to you without the shadow of a doubt that that is false, and they licked it with their nasty, hairy, sweaty tongue. I closed my case. Yes, their tongue is hairy. I said so. Like a cat.
Ugh, okay. What are your opening statements?
Thank you, kindest Judge Judy. I appreciate it so much. Today, I see. It's nice that at least the judge could be awake for this trial.
Wake up!
Thank you so much. I'm here today to show the fine people of this court that Mr. Harry, who has a biological defect that gave him a hairy tongue, could not have been at the grocery store that day, licking ice cream and putting it back on the shelf, because he is not allowed within 500 feet of that grocery store. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to this case.
I would like to ask why a hairy tongue has anything to do with licking the ice cream and putting it back on the store shelves. Is
I
there
am so glad that
proof
you
His
asked.
hairy tongue is what?
It's
what was-
scientifically proven that when you have hair on your tongue, you actually hold more molecules of diseases and bacteria. So when you lick the surface of the ice cream, you are actually creating a larger chance for someone to get terminally ill from your bacteria that came from your nasty hairy tongue.
Okay, and do you
And
have
where's the evidence? Where's
Do you
the
have
evidence?
proof?
Okay, one sec.
We would like to see proof, if your claim is true, that Dirty Harry was at the store on that day using their hairy tongue to lick the ice cream and leave
I do,
bacteria, as you
yes.
claim.
Actually, I would like to put into evidence. How do I do it? This?
Yeah, you did it.
Oh
see
shit,
it.
I hit the wrong button. Okay, cool. So I'm sorry I took my thing away. Can you give it back? I hit the button. I'm sorry. Can you give it
Wait,
back to me?
how do I wait? Oh, like give
Yeah, thanks.
like that?
Okay, yeah. So, as you can see in this photo, it's kind of blurry, but you can very
As
well.
You can't see.
You can definitely see. I can see it as
Yeah,
well as
but-
I can see the hair on his tongue from over
What
here,
is this,
sir.
Vaseline? Anyways, go ahead.
Anyways, in the photo, we have a normal pedestrian that was at the store, regular civilian, photographed Dirty Harry at the store in the orange juice aisle, which is 2 aisles away from the ice cream aisle. So that puts Dirty Harry at least adjacent to the scene of the crime. So I would
How
like
do
to
you do a
know.
poll, Jojo?
I would like to know if they have an
Purple
explanation
thing,
for
I
that.
think.
What? What?
Oh, we're talking about the polls, how to make a poll.
Oh yeah, you can make a poll. Yeah, I put the gavel down and then click on the purple thing.
I'm sorry, Miss Jojo. Where did you say the McFucking picture that is covered in Vaseline and is unseeable by anyone with eyes was taken?
It was taken in the orange juice aisle, aisle 18 of said store.
Okay, thank you.
So when I hit tab and I'm looking at the card, if I cross one out, what does that mean? Does that mean it's not evidence anymore?
If you don't want to
believe
accept
so.
it into evidence, then yeah, you could cross it out.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, chat's voting right now. I'm sorry, the jury is voting right now, and 91% think that the picture is too blurry to be considered evidence because you can't make out anything other than, I don't even know what that is. Is that an arm? Is that a leg? What is
I believe
that?
that's a macaroni noodle on a piece of paper. I believe that is child's art. A farce of this court, a mistrial.
Excuse
for
me,
Mr.
objection.
Dirty Harry.
My children
Thank
are
you.
stupid and
Stop
can't
it
make
now.
art. So who could have made it? Objection. Leading the prosecutor.
Okay.
Objection, you are the prosecutor.
Yeah, we don't have any witnesses, so you're leading me instead.
What do you have? What do you have, attorney?
Objection.
What's
Oh,
your?
Sorry. Yes. Thank you, Judge. No objection. Jepsons? No
No
Jepsons.
objections?
Carly Rae Jepsons in this court. Thank you so much.
Mm.
There
It's
was no Carly
interesting
Rae Jepsons
that this
accepted into the jury.
supposed picture was taken in the juice aisle of this store in which that this man is not allowed to be in 500 feet within, and he is so law-abiding. Look at his face. This is a face only a mother could love, and his mother, he does love. She loves
Well, his
Aw.
mother's going to have to do his grocery shopping for the rest of his life because he's not going back
And
to that
she
store
does.
or into the
But
public.
first, I would like to put into evidence this crushed can. Interesting that he was in the juice aisle. Now, I don't know where you come from, Miss. No, put that finger down. I don't know where you've come from, Prosecutor Jojo, but where I come from, juice comes in bottles. It comes in bottles and cans, like the one crushed in the evidence is that of beer. Because my client with the furry tongue cannot drink acidic juices as it will dissolve his McFucking hairy tongue. This man is on a pure alcoholic diet of beer crafted in the lonely islands of Canada, the 51st state of America. I cede my time.
Well, okay.
Huh.
I would like to say that at this particular store, it's on the border of the 51st state and the 50th state. So the juice does, in fact, come in cartons as well as cans and bottles. This individual was spotted in the aisle that happens to contain orange juice cartons as well as apple juice and milk. So
Wrong.
maybe they weren't buying orange juice. They could have been buying milk, but they were photographed next to the orange juice.
Wrong.
Well, the blurry photo was not considered to be evidence. But the crushed can, you know, it's kind of a 50-50 because maybe this particular location has juice both in a can and a carton. But that still has nothing to do with the ice cream supposedly being licked and put back on the store shelves.
I would like to
Because ice
submit some more
cream-
evidence.
Okay,
I
accepted.
would love to see more evidence.
Okay. If you look here on this security camera of the store of aisle 20, which if you mentioned, the orange juice aisle was aisle 18. Let me check my notes. The orange juice aisle was aisle 18. The ice cream aisle is 2 aisles away. As I said earlier, it's in aisle 20. This security camera shows aisle 20, and it clearly shows the defendant going to the freezer, opening it up, turning their back so we can't see, but it appears that they open the ice cream and dip their face in. Indeed.
Oh my. Okay, defendant, what do you have to say against that evidence? That is
My
that is
client
video
would like
proof.
to plead oopsie doopsies because that was not him. He actually has a twin brother who does not have a hairy tongue. He actually has a very thick membranous tongue, and he does have to go to the store every other day to put
But
his
isn't he not
tongue in
allowed
extra.
at the store?
Well,
Didn't we
his twin
say
brother
that
is
at the
allowed to do whatever
beginning?
the fuck he wants. No, so that was not Mr. Dirty Harry. That was Mr. Fat Tongued Blairy, which is his twin brother.
But do you have evidence to prove that?
This dark web purchase from the day of the crime showcases that they were on a Twins for Twinks website selling both of their bodies for ice cream, not from the store because he is not allowed to go there. He could not have been there because he was busy sending the video of Dirty Harry's tongue kissing his twin brother's very thick membranous tongue. Thank you so much.
Do you have any evidence to support that? I would like to
I
see
just
some
sent you the dark
evidence.
web.
I need
I
some
just sent you the dark web.
documentation.
I just sent you the dark web purchase order, actually.
So the brother was currently purchasing something on the dark web and you're saying he wasn't in the grocery store?
No. Someone else purchased a hot tongue kissing video between them because they both have very exotic tongues. And the brother went to the store, but Mr. Dirty Harry, he was home fulfilling the order. Mr. Dirty Harry is a businessman. Okay? Mr. Dirty Harry knows how to get it. Okay? He doesn't
But
need to go to the
What
grocery
does this
store.
purchase have to do with ice cream being licked if his brother went. If you're saying his brother went to the store,
His brother went to the store to lick some ice cream, but that was not Mr. Dirty Harry. That was Mr. Blurty Blairy.
and are you
His twin
saying this
brother.
is proof that he has a twin brother
Twin
because
brother,
you have a
correct.
purchase
Correct.
of
The
a video of them
in
kissing
question of them kissing is
and
attached to
committing
that purchase
incest
order.
or
Correct.
twincest?
Correct, which is fine in the 51st state of America. Thank you so much. I cede my time.
Yes, Jojo.
Yes, I am so glad that he brought this up because he walked perfectly into my trap. I would like to submit not one, but two pieces of evidence. Here, the first one is a love letter seen between Dirty Harry here and Blurty Blairy, the twin brother. They are talking about their polygamous relationship with someone from another state. And then it goes even further. This is an invitation card that Dirty Harry and Blurty Blairy sent to their polygamous lover to come to their ice cream social party. So they did indeed go to the store to get the ice cream. And they are identical twin brothers. There is no way that you can tell who actually licked the ice cream and who did not because they have identical DNA.
Objection!
Oh wow.
I concede my time.
Well, that is quite the evidence. And considering we see on the security camera, I don't know how we're able to prove that was in fact his brother and not him, or which one of them
Enhance
it
on the
was.
tongue. Enhance on the tongue, and you will see not a single follicle of hair within that mouth.
Excuse me, I mentioned when I submitted the video evidence that he turns his back to the camera. You cannot see his tongue.
Do you
I
have
would
any
like
more
the floor.
evidence to? Yes, here you go.
Yes. I'd like to submit this old suitcase for prosecutor JoJo to put her fucking defense license into, because this case has no merits. If he turns the back to the camera, then how do we know that was Dirty Harry at all?
All right.
Because we see him.
Does this old suitcase have any purpose other than you dragging our prosecutor?
I cede my time.
Okay, well, if this is not relevant to the case other than trying to drag our prosecutor, I'm going to not be able to submit this as evidence. Jojo?
Yes, I would just like to say that I did mention that he is seen walking down aisle 20, which is the ice cream aisle, and opening the container of, or opening the freezer.
Show me the tongue!
The tongue isn't the point here.
It is, because there's two very different people. Dirty
Here,
Harry
hold
and
on.
Dirty Blairy.
We have some recorded security footage from another angle, but we weren't going to submit this because it is cracked. But you can see here a slight angle from around the corner from aisle 21, where you can see the tongue breaching the ice cream container, and it does appear to be quite hairy.
Do you have anything to say, Voosh? Any more evidence?
If the tongue isn't hairy, he didn't lick the dairy.
Oh my god!
It's OJ all over
I need that on a
again.
shirt.
Interesting. Yes. Well, as you can see in that video submitted by the prosecutor, if you look on the wall, you'll see that the clock has not changed time between any of these videos. In fact, several minutes have passed in this video, and not a single minute has passed on that clock. The defense would like to suggest that AI has interloped into this case. This is not even a video. This is ChatGPT, and I would like to bring ChatGPT to the stand right
Objection. I have further evidence that this is a valid security camera footage, and I can explain why the feed is not timing. I would like to put into evidence.
I call your witness.
Oh, I have evidence. Yeah, yes. You may call a witness after this,
Oh.
but for now I do have
Okay,
evidence.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Evidence it.
I-
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
hold
I
on.
need-
So then I
Yeah.
make them go away, and then
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
As you can see here, we have. Why can't I click it? Oh, am I out of space?
Because you already did. Yeah, you already.
Oh
are out of space.
no. Okay, then I will just bring the witness.
Ooh.
I'll bring the
ooh.
Okay, well-
the piece of evidence can be stated by the witness. It all works.
Wait, what'd you say? Your mic kind of cut out.
The piece of evidence will can be stated by the witness instead of by the evidence itself.
Okay. So am I bringing Vush's witness out first, or because he called a witness first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so then I do this, and then I do that. Wait, no. Where's the witness one? There we go. Witness. Okay. So this is your AI. Is that what you said? This is your witness, Dr. AI?
This is, yes, Mr. AI. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Mr. Dr. AI.
He's only dressed as a doctor to make you trust him more. Do not pay attention to that.
Well,
I
he
do
was
not control
submitted
his
as a
outfits.
doctor. So does he have a doctor license or not?
No, he does not, but he is a chat GPT. Please, you'll understand. Mr. GPT, state your name.
Hi, I'm your personal assistant. I'm here to assist you in this trial. Would you like to buy a subscription? For $9.99, I can have 55 chats a month with you and do any amount of
Objection.
video
This is completely
editing for
irrelevant,
you.
and plus AIs can be trained to say whatever they want.
Objection. Prosecution smell.
Objection. Uncalled for.
Unfortunately, they were submitted as a real doctor, and ChatGPT is not a real doctor with a doctor's license, so we're going to have to remove your witness.
Incorrect. I diagnose 5 million cancers per year.
Objection. This is not a playground.
Yes. Your witness at the stand, Prosecutor Jojo.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Hello. I am in the witness protection program. My name is Javier, and I would like to confess that I was a stalker of the twin brothers. I was very obsessed with them, and I actually was stalking them and following them around in the store, and I hacked into the security footage so that I could watch what they were doing, and in doing so, it pauses the timer on the security cameras, but it continues rolling, and so I was watching them and jerking my chicken, and I'm so sorry for that, but I have been put into witness protection because I do not feel safe in the 51st state.
I think that was well put.
I would like the witness thrown out because based on the in my section 8, Article 69B, I would like to get him out of here, please. I would like his testimony thrown out.
Objection. Badgering the witness.
I'm sorry, I couldn't breathe. I was crying. I was crying. I couldn't breathe. I almost spit out my coffee all over my monitor. Yeah. Well, we know that the Mr. Dr. AI was not a real doctor, so we had to throw out that witness. What is this? This witness is
This
relevant
witness
because
is admitting that they were a stalker of the twin brothers and their online polygamous relationship. They desired to be a part of it, but the twins chose another partner instead. So this person had been stalking them and ultimately was the one that captured them on the security camera footage. They admitted to hacking into the security camera system, and that is why the time on the security camera system was false, because of the hacking.
Mrs. Judge! Mistrial! Mistrial! This is not acceptable!
There is substantial
Do you
evidence
have
aside
any
from that
evidence
person.
to prove against that witness's testimony?
No, I accept his testimony because what the fuck? He was stalking my client. He hacked into a security system. What else did he do? Mistrial! Mistrial!
Do you have any evidence to prove that maybe that witness was just mad that they, you know, weren't?
Yes, I
Oh my.
submit this katana that Mr. Stalker sex fiend hacker man used to chase my clients away from the grocery store. In fact, Dirty Harry was nowhere near the grocery store. He was going to the cops to try to save his ass from this deranged stalker
Objection. Why wasn't
lunatic.
this evidence presented before now?
Oh, it's
Well,
called...
that.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead, Judge. No, Judge. I
That,
see my
and I'm
time.
confused because you said that they were chasing them with a katana away from the grocery store.
Only Mr. Dirty Harry.
But Dirty
said
Harry
that.
is not supposed to be within
Unless I'm
500 feet of
mistaken
the
and
grocery
pronouns
store.
are they, them, I apologize.
Dirty Harry is the only one that was being chased away. The other one made it to the grocery store. I misspoke.
Objection.
I misspoke.
That's
It was previously stated that Dirty Harry could not be within 500 feet of the grocery store, so why were they even near it to be chased away from it?
He
That
was
was my
not. He was
question.
within 2 miles. It was 2 miles away.
It was 2 miles
But
away.
the brother managed to get to the grocery store. The other, Mr. Harry, was running to the cops. He didn't make it. Tragically, he had to jump into the ocean to get away from deranged lunatic Mr. He didn't even have. What was his name? Where did he go? Where is the witness right now? My clients are not safe.
His name is Javier Fuentes, okay? I said his name was Javier, but it was, he said his name, but he's hard to understand because of witness protection.
Do we have our, wait, what is this? Yeah, do we have our closing statements?
Yes. I would like to formally, obviously the jury can see why this person is on trial because they very clearly on video and photo, if you could squint a little to see, they could very easily be seen licking the ice cream container and then they put it back. It'd be one thing if they licked it and then they purchased it, but they licked it and they put it back and somebody got conjunctivitis from it. And here we are. Here we are in court today because that is a felony in all 51 states.
Okay. Closing statements, Attorney Vush?
Literally, we live in a society. Okay. We live in a society. Mr. Dirty Harry was having his sex videos sent over the dark web when this happened. But suddenly, Mr. Stalker Man is here to like chase my clients with a katana and get away with it. Like, what is this? I thought this was a
That's a
society.
different trial.
This is not
That's a different
mistrial.
trial.
It did. Well, it came into this trial, didn't it? It came all up in this shit, and this is a miss.
You know who else came all up in this shit? Your fucking defendant's brother came all up in his shit, and that's fucking disgusting.
Well, why did you, my clients?
Okay,
Why did you sue Dirty Harry?
okay.
You know?
Okay, the jury, please put in your final votes. If you have not voted already.
And don't be afraid to change your votes, because this is a mistrial.
Oh my goodness. That's so funny. So, I know chat is making their votes, but like I can choose otherwise. Just,
Yeah.
You don't even have
Right?
to listen to them. Yeah, they're just
Okay.
there to give their opinion.
Their very factual opinion.
That's my opinion!
That's my opinion!
So wait, is the left one not guilty? Or does that mean like, because it almost looks like chains breaking.
It looks like it's to whose favor. Like if you would rule guilty, then you would put it my side because I'm prosecuting. If you want
Okay.
not guilty, you'd put it towards their side. Yeah.
So if I'm saying guilty, I would then
This
say
way.
you
Yeah,
win.
this way. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to make sure. I'm like, is this guilty, not guilty? But okay. But okay. So then if I do this, yeah.
Oh my god! There's just no.
Why
there's
does
just
it
no
say that I
sanctity.
called 0 witnesses? Oh, I guess I didn't actually hit the button to call a witness.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
I
technically
called,
did, and
yeah.
I just brought them up.
That's
and
kinda
then,
funny.
Yeah, Bush called them up. I like how it says jojosaysbreee a bit too serious. Characters noted 95.
I was writing shit down in my notebook so I could keep my story straight.
That's so funny. This game's so silly.
It is so silly.
All right, it's time for Judge Judy.
Judge Judy, I'll be defense. I haven't been defense yet. So
Where's
Sailor
Derb?
Derp, I don't know. He's
don't know.
dead. His teeth must be rotting out.
His teeth literally must be falling out of his face as we speak.
Sailor, you're gonna get to name your defendant, and the defendant, and you get to say what they did. So
Okay. Oh, I didn't read it yet. My bad. Or no, yes, no, yeah, there we go.
okay. I have a feeling we're gonna lose this. I don't think I'm a good defense attorney. Oh boy. Did you do it?
Just checking. Okay.
Where
Oh,
were
shit,
you
what?
on Saturday, April 7th?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I see.
Yes. And if you scroll wheel, then you could do more things. Yeah. Yes.
That's for witnesses. Okay. Order in the cart. Cart is in
I wonder how
session.
many different witnesses we can have.
I don't know.
Order in the car. Car. Today, we come together in the case of John Guilty, who was seen scamming the elderly. Now, these are very serious accusations, and we will not make a farce of this courtroom. You will present very concise and beautiful evidence, and we are going to get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me,
Right
Judge.
now.
You have something stuck in your upper lip.
Court is in session. Now, prosecutor Sailor Sugarplum,
Yes, Judge.
as you on on the side of the state have brought the accusations against John Guilty, we are going to need to hear what the McFucks happened. How was he scamming the elderly? Go ahead and give us a concise 5-second plea. You have 5 seconds. Go.
Okay. Mr. John Guilty was hired as...
Okay, thank you so much. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. Mr. John Guilty was hired as their my client Gertrude Smith's financial advisor, and we have, unfortunately, a lot of proof that they in fact were giving them bad financial advice and taking little bits of money without being noticed and putting it into their own bank account. Am I submitting evidence, or is this an opening statement?
This is just an opening statement. We'll get to the evidence very soon. I just want to know what the attorney on the defense of John Guilty, how do you feel about these charges?
I would like to say that my defense of Mr. John Guilty here today is going to show you that he was indeed not scamming the elderly. He was helping the elderly, and the elderly turned against him because he would not proceed with their sexual advances. He was blackmailed by an old woman, and I'm here to prove that today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you. So, as we get this started, I want to see no more than 3 middle fingers per minute. And if you have to lose the gas, show that ass, honey. Make sure that the court can see it, okay?
Amen.
Now, Miss Sailor Sugarplum, does does the prosecution have any evidence that would surmass Mr. Guilty actually knowing or scamming this Gertrude Smith that we've been
Yes,
waiting to hear
actually,
from?
we
Actually,
have our strongest evidence that we are going to show off first because I don't know
Beautiful.
how you can deny this. We have receipts
Oh
of an
my
old
God.
bank.
Oops.
We have receipts of an old banknote that shows Miss Gertrude Smith's account. You can see her account number and routing number right here. But you can see that Mr. John Guilty was transferring $2,000. This was just the first banknote directly into his bank account. And you can confirm his routing number and accounting number and everything in his information on this banknote. So I would just like to know if he wasn't scamming and he was helping, why was he transferring $2,000 directly into his account? What was it for? I'm just curious.
Interesting.
Objection.
And you will get
Leading.
your turn in just 1 second. I have a second. I'm leading. Leading who?
Leading the jury.
I'm just curious how you're going to prove that. What that's for.
Oh, I'm so glad that you asked.
Interesting. Let's bring the floor over to the defense. Because
Yes,
Yeah, I forgot to hit the bell,
okay.
sorry.
I
Did
would
Mr.
like.
Guilty have $2,000 coming from Miss Gertrude Smith.
Good question. Give me one moment here. You see, here, leaked DMs. This proves that Mr. Guilty and Mrs. Gertrude Smith were in a consensual sexual relationship for a long time. But at some point, Mr. Guilty here decided that he no longer wanted to pursue the relationship and tried to cut ties and back away. It is at that moment when Gertrude decided to not take no for an answer and blackmail Mr. Guilty into continuing a sexual relationship. And when he did not take her advances, she proceeded to flip the dime and scam him. And I have more proof detailing how he was also helping her in the past.
Okay, interesting. You have more proof.
Do you want me to show it now? Okay.
I was going to ask, would you like to show your proof now?
Yes.
Very glad that you asked. I have this here losing lottery ticket. Gertrude was very upset because she went and she got a lottery ticket and she lost. Guilty here took the lottery ticket from her and just paid out what she would have won instead of taking it to a gas station and taking a loss because he wanted her to be happy and he wanted her to have the money. He does this for the elderly citizens all the time because he is a caregiver. He likes to do that kind of thing and he likes to help the elderly. So this
is not something that he's doing just for his beloved Gertrude, the one that he's so-called is beloved with and is having a beloved relationship with. He does it for everyone.
They were more of friends with benefits, but again, she's very pushy, so he may have been coerced into that relationship in the beginning anyway.
But also, how much is a lottery ticket?
You can win millions on a lottery ticket, but to buy a lottery ticket is just like $5 or $10.
But it was a losing lottery ticket, correct?
It was a losing lottery ticket. I said she was upset that she got a lottery ticket and she lost, so he paid her whatever the lottery ticket would have won on the little thing. It's like, you could win up to $500. Yeah, whatever. He paid that for her because he wanted her to have it.
$500.
Yes, of the lottery ticket that could have been a winner, but hers was not.
And then he had sex with her.
Well, it was after that their relationship started to fall apart. So.
Now, in the very nice 51st state of Canada that we are currently residing in this courtroom, solicitation of an elder is a high treasonous crime.
No, it was not a solicitation. There were sexual intercourse before the lottery ticket. This was just one example of how he helped her in other ways. Yes.
Interesting.
Well,
prosecution.
Dice, thank you for the 45 months and
towards you with
yes, thank you so much,
DMs
Dice. I thought there was two. It's just one.
showing
Thank
that
you so much. And Salty, thank you for the 39 months.
Warping to graveyard together. and also him paying $500 in lottery tickets for a losing ticket. I'd like to hear what your thoughts.
If I can, I have multiple evidence that I would like to submit. But
You
also,
most
I would like to say that story is bullshit. But
Show that ass. That's all we ask.
let me
Objection.
grab my
Just
evidence
rude.
real quick. So you
She
were
showed the
saying
ass,
that there
overruled.
was leaked DMs between the two, and you were saying that was on what social media again? Or was
It was on
just mobile
Twonger.
DMs? It was on Twonger. Interesting.
Interesting.
Well, my client does not have any social media accounts, and they don't even have a mobile phone because they are 89 years old. They
They
still
are
use
McFucking
their
old.
dusty
Oh.
landline phone
Mm.
from the
Oh.
2000s. They've never replaced it.
Order in the court. This is huge. This is huge.
And also,
Wow.
you're
Yes.
talking about a relationship between the two through, DMs of a phone that my client does not have. But also, they are in a relationship right now with another man named William Not Guilty. And they communicate through love letters because neither one of them have a cell phone. They don't even use computers.
Objection. I have evidence to disprove that. At least part of that. I have
we're
here
here.
a stalker
Yes.
letter that proves that Gertrude was writing letters to Mr. Guilty here, at least at one point, and states in said letter that she prefers handwritten letters but does have and use social media. She just does not showcase them because she doesn't want to get rid of her guys that she's a nice old lady.
I'm sorry. Did you just McFucking say that she was writing stalker letters to John Guilty?
It became that way, yes. That's when the blackmailing started.
Prosecutor Sailor Sugarplum, was Gertrude stalking Mr. John Guilty?
Well, I don't believe that she was stalking Mr. John Guilty, but they were discussing just, life and past lovers, but she was not stalking him. He was helping her, or so she thought he was helping her, until she realized that she had money taken out of her account. And even if she sent a letter, maybe questioning their relationship, it still doesn't make sense why we would have fake DMs on a phone that she does not have saying that she's blackmailing when clearly she doesn't even use her computer. And I can
Order
show
the court.
you.
Hang on, please. Hang on. Can anyone here produce said phone? Where's phone? There's no.
Where
if there's
phone
no
go?
phone, where phone go?
I
This
can't.
is very unprofessional.
I can't produce the phone,
Yes.
but I can show something else.
Where
Sure.
phone go?
Here is a loyalty card that she has for a local tech business, otherwise known as Orange.
Interesting. The business is called Orange.
Yes.
Now, when I look up in the book of frothy businesses in our area, I am being told that Orange is actually a sex toy shop. They do not have phones.
No. This is Orange TV, not Orange. You're gonna put it there. Different.
Oh, okay. Orange TV. Okay, so this must be okay. Okay. Bailiff, bring me the updated roster of businesses, please. Okay. Okay, I do see Orange TV here. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, wrong button. Sorry. I fell asleep. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Order in this McFucking court. No sleeping. Thank you so much. If I to see this correctly, I'm going to have my bailiff check really quickly into this loyalty card. If anyone has any more information, let me know. I will pass the bar. But we are going to get to it. We're going to get to the nitty gritty of what's happening in this loyalty card at Orange TV and not Orange Pleasures.
I do have one more piece of evidence I would like to share.
Yes.
I also would like to state that the reason that Mr. John Guilty here had to back out of helping the elderly as much as he was, including Mrs. Gertrude here, is because of salary cuts at his business, and here's proof of that. He was not making enough money to supplement the elderly, so he had to start backing away from helping, and this angered Gertrude, thus began the blackmailing.
Interesting though, because I think we may have just become across an oopsie whoopsies in your story.
What?
Now, I believe at the beginning of this case, we were told that Mr. John Guilty was seen taking $2,000 from Gertrude's account and putting it into his own. Now, coming into contact with a salary cut situation, it do appear to be why he taking $2,000 when he got a salary cut, unable to now live his full potential life of Bitcoin farming because he could no longer afford.
Yes. So the reason that money was coming out of her account and into his is because she was paying him for these sexual advances, and when he no longer, even though he was obviously low on money because of the salary cuts at his job, he felt unethical taking money from an old lady for sexual pleasure because this is illegal in the 51st state. So
it is illegal in the 51st state.
He declined, and he was like, I will help when I can, but I'm not going to continue any kind of benefit relationship. And she was very upset by this, and in turn she took the $2,000 that she had given to him before and flipped it and said that he took it instead and was scamming her. This is retaliation and nothing else.
To scamming.
He admitted?
Is that what I
No,
did
no.
you just say he admitted to scamming her?
No. I said she flipped it to say that he was scamming because she was disapproving of him backing away from their sexual relationship.
Interesting. So he is not denying that he was a Sockolo.
Yeah,
for a
he
few
was
years.
he was a Sockolo for her, but again, like I said, it was a very it was very non-committal, and it was almost non-consensual. He didn't even want to do it in the get-go, but at the beginning, she gave some money.
Thank you.
Okay.
Prosecution.
I have a question. So you were talking about this orange TV, and you were saying that it was a sex shop?
No, Orange, you're gonna put it there as a sex shop. Orange TV is the tech store that she does get her cell phones from.
Unfortunately, due to my bailiff has actually gotten back to us. That loyalty card was only used one time, and when they were there, it appears they bought several televisions and 3 mobile phones. Now, what I can only surmise from what I am seeing here is that Mr. John Guilty is a sugar baby, and I'm going to need Prosecutor Sailor Sugar Plum to prove otherwise.
Well, I mean, the proof's in the pudding with the bank statement, but...
The bank statement, But apparently
Objection,
that was for sex.
pudding is cold.
Sex. Overruled.
I mean, why would you need to fake DMs then if you're trying so hard to prove and think that you have enough evidence to prove that this was indeed a relationship? Why would you fake DMs if you had this so-called stalker letter that should have been enough proof?
Objection. Nobody said that the DMs were fake. She said that the DMs were fake without any proof that they were fake. Those DMs were real, and I proved so by proving that the plaintiff bought a mobile phone at Orange.
Her account on Twonger?
It's right there in the photo of the DMs. It says leaked DMs, not fake DMs.
Yeah, but that's just the photo. You can just Photoshop.
Well,
a
then you should provide the phone. That is not my defendant's phone, so I would not have that.
Where phone go? Where phone go?
Where phone go? Exactly. There's no phone.
Well, she probably put it up her ass with the rest of her fucking friends.
I would like to call my witness if that's okay.
Yes, approved. Who the fuck are you?
This is Timothy Johnson, a intern at Twonger, and they are very stressed out because they were called by Mr. John Guilty and threatened to create an account for Miss Gertrude Smith. Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a funny voice changer, so I can't be funny like you guys.
It's okay. What we're going to do here.
But this
Mr. Twonger employee.
Yes.
Do you have any please look at the photo of the DMs. You will know
Objection.
You will note the names on the DMs. You will wait your turn.
Oh.
Can you prove that an account exists with the name Granny Baggins 69420?
Well, if you look here on this very important screen that I am showing you of account creation, you can see that there is a Gertrude Smith with a profile picture of her suspiciously sitting on her couch watching TV. I don't know who took this photo and why they would have deemed this an appropriate profile picture. But if you look at the account creation, it says April 22nd, 2024. But your DMs are from March
Objection. Badgering.
of 2024.
I don't see a badger.
So I would like to know how these DMs could be possible and not photoshopped if the account, so-called
Objection,
account that
assault.
is so-called created by Gertrude was made after the date of these DMs.
I don't see salt. Attorney.
I don't see salt.
Oops. I didn't mean to call your witness unless you want the
buffer.
dog.
Aw.
Do you want emotional support dog? Here you go.
Yes.
Emotional support
Yes.
buffer.
1 second.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Baggins.
Holy fuck, you can talk?
The dog
Hi.
talks.
Yes, I am a dog. I'm so sorry. Don't look at my butthole. It's hairy and I can't reach it. My name is Jonathan Baggins, and I am the CEO of Twonger, and I'll have you know that the interns actually do not have access to create accounts.
Oh, interesting.
However, the intern that was presented is the grandson of Gertrude, and she hid that information from the court today.
Interesting. You know what? That kind of makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Woof Woof.
That does
Oh,
not
I mean,
make
woof,
sense.
Woof Woof.
That is.
I don't know why the intern
wrong
would
button.
have.
That
Oops.
is
Oh shit.
bullshit.
Do you have any evidence that would suggest that was bullshit?
Let me see here. Let me see. Would a dog who supposedly is the CEO of Twonger,
Mhm.
why would they have a half-smoked cigar on their desk? Dogs can't smoke cigars.
They do not have lips. They
Yeah,
do not have
exactly.
lips.
Exactly.
Are you suggesting, Prosecutor Sailor Sugarplum, that dog indeed was not a CEO at all and was just a McFucking dog?
I think it was the CEO's pet.
Objection.
not.
Clear racism.
Sustained, but also overruled.
That dog was merely a pet of the CEO who loves to smoke cigars.
Dogs are
in their
people too.
Twitlonger office. And this is irrelevant.
We are literally socks. If we can be talking socks, they can be talking dogs. Your Honor.
Explain the cigar. This will be your final chance.
I can't control the appearance of my client. Of my
Where his lips,
witness.
though?
His lips?
He smoked half a cigar. Where lips?
Uh,
lips
dogs
go?
dogs actually do have lips. They're just internal lips instead of external lips like humans have. That has nothing to do with the swindling that Gertrude did on my client.
I just simply, based on what I'm seeing right now, there seems to be a lot of perjury going on. And let me tell you, I'm 90 years old. I don't understand technology. What is a twin longer? I don't know technology, but you know what? I know fraud when I see it. That dog was wearing a wire. I smell it.
In a courtroom?
I smell it. He's clearly the pet of the owner. Clearly the pet of the owner. Okay. He's clearly the pet of the owner. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to ask for one more statement for both of you. You're going to give your final statements because this has become a farce of my courtroom.
Thank you.
Prosecutor, go ahead with your final statements.
Tickle pickle.
I would just like to say
Oh,
that
thank you for the gift sub to Karma. Thank you.
I
Thank you.
am very upset for my client, poor Gertrude. they only have a little bit left to live. And I just don't think it's fair that someone named John Guilty, by the way, would do this to my poor client in her final waking moments instead of letting her rest and enjoy the little bit of life she has left. You instead take her money and try to make it seem like she's a sexual fiend when all she wanted was some advice on what to do with the rest of her money for her kids and her grandkids. And now they're 2,000 short because you have gambling addictions and problems with finances. and you're blaming
Objection.
it on my
The
poor
gambling
client.
addiction was never brought up. That is not evidence that can be used in this
Overruled. We're
courtroom.
not. Yes, we are not discussing the gambling addiction right now.
I wasn't trying to use it against you because we already know that you have financial problems as seen by the salary cuts.
By the declining economy of this country, because we adopted the 51st state that we cannot hold up.
All right. Well, thank you for your closing statement, and we're going to hear one more time from Miss Attorney JoJo.
Yes, I think I have proven on all accounts that my client was not only innocent, but was a victim to Mrs. Gertrude and her sexual tendencies and her blackmailing, and even going as far as to hire her grandson that works at Twanger to hide a part of her story. I think this
That was
goes
not proven that
this
was her
goes
grandson.
to
That
disprove.
was not proven.
Well, she said shit that wasn't proven
And
either.
the account being created after the DMs was never fought against.
I
You
already
just,
submitted 5 evidence.
Well, whose fault is that?
But
Not
anyways,
mine.
I think that this goes against the testament of her character, which is clearly flawed at best. Mr. Guilty here cannot help the fact that he was given the surname Guilty. Look at his face. He was attacked and
It looks guilty to me.
blackmailed by an older lady, and he just wanted to do the best that he could with the way that he was raised by helping the elderly as much as he could. So, I believe that he is innocent, and I believe that the jury will prove so as well.
If he really wanted to help the elderly, he wouldn't have let her give him that 2,000.
He
I'm
put
just
a
saying.
he put a dick in her, just like she wanted.
Order! Order! This court will now come to a close. My final statements are as followed.
Oh, hi, devs. Don't listen to our conversation.
Unfortunately, Miss Prosecutor Sailor Sugarplum, the defense has also stated this. I feel it as well. That where phone go? No one has phone records. They don't exist. Nothing. There's no phone. The phone doesn't exist. We're
Yeah,
not going to
where
even take
phone
that into
go?
consideration. Where phone go?
That's not my responsibility to recover.
Both of your witnesses were a farce of this court. A farce of this court. And I will not have any other testimony brought into the records. I'm going to call bullshitty witty on both of your clients. I will also call perjury on that dog. That was not the CEO of Twanger. I am not impressed with that. That is a different case for a different time. Okay. We will be back in this courtroom for that later. Okay. I want that to be perfectly fair. Okay. Unfortunately, from what I see in the evidence, there's just no way that I can truthfully say with what I have seen and what I have heard that Mr. Guilty did in fact take that money for anything other than his pee-pee in the goo-goo. So, if this is where we are as far as evidence stands, Mr. Guilty,
We'll do it
perjury
again
aside,
because
we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back. But for
we'll
now,
be back with another case. I hope it's
Yeah.
your grandma that loses your money since you so
Listen,
much
Jonathan
care
Baggins
about the
can be brought to
elderly.
trial later, but this is about Mr. Guilty, so.
I hope he takes
For-
your money next.
for the case at hand, Mr. Guilty,
Mr. Guilty is a bitch.
Yes.
I hope he takes your money next. I hope you go broke.
Yes.
How dare you not help the elderly?
I do have a punchable face. That is so accurate.
I didn't see the dick, but I still acquit.
Okay, Derp is home.
Derb is home.
Uh-huh.
I say we all take. Oh, Where are we?
We're
Hello,
here,
can you still
yeah.
hear me?
Yes.
You-
I say we
what?
all
I hear you
take
now.
like 10 minutes or so to exit the lobby and make like custom cards. Just like a deck of
Yeah,
custom
since we've
cards.
each done each
Like
roll.
random stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Wait.
Just so we have more cards.
Voosh, you've done every roll, right? Okay.
I've been judge, defense, and prosecution.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Yeah, we've all done every roll. Okay, cool. Okay,
Mhm.
we'll do that,
Yeah,
and
we've done every
then
roll.
I'll make a new
Except
lobby.
for bailiff, journalist, and witness. I'm curious about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause we
in their
couldn't do those with
email, they
3.
suggest adding a journalist before a bailiff, so we'll see what Derp wants to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a custom
Mr.
deck of
Guilty,
cards,
Mr.
so.
Guilty can eat more than just Arby's with the 2000 they stole.
It's very
Mm.
true.
We'll just have to go back to. Well,
Okay, bye. Custom evidences. Enter deck name. Prosecution. Card title. Tampered camera. Tampered camera footage. That's good, right? Tampered camera footage. Oh, hold on. I did spell it wrong. There you go. Oh! This is my deck name, right? Wait. Oh, no, my deck... Oh, deck name goes up here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Tampered camera footage. Okay. Okay. Condom in trash. DNA present. Tested and proven. Tested and proven. Tested and matches defendant's DNA. Private investigator report shows all activity of the defendant for the dates shown. For the dates desired. This is pretty good, right? You need at least 20 cards? Okay. Eyelashes on the bathroom counter. Hair found at the scene. Matches the defendant perfectly. Matches the defendant's DNA. Okay. someone say key card? What could the key card be? Proves the defendant had access to the building. Yeah, for the dates in question. That's true, yeah. That's good, yeah. Police report. Good, good, good. Google search history, yes. This shows the defendant. This shows what happened that night as recorded by the police. By all... It's okay. Character limit. Google search history. The defendant was caught searching very malicious phrases and questions. Very malicious things. The fucking best alibi ever. Missing fake fingernail, eyewitnesses. Eyewitnesses would be like the witnesses that we call up. I can't really put them on a card. Store receipt. Proves the defendant was at the store for the dates in question. I was gonna make 2 decks, one for prosecution and one for defense. But what about this one? Phone. What is it called? What is it called when the phone companies are subpoenaed? Yes. Phone records. Oops. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm trying to word these all. Trying to word these all so they can be used for either side so I don't have to make two. Okay, this seems really good. We need so many cards. Nick, I feel like... Alright, I'll put them in there, but I don't know if they're gonna get used. We need more alibis. Family portrait, there's a twin. Import tax notice? Wait, I don't... Dark web alerts. The FBI was pinged that this individual was purchasing on the dark web. That's pretty good, yeah. Making a TikTok. Social media presence. Shows the activity of the individual. The individual's social media at the times in question. Party invitation is good. I think we're good. I think we have a lot. We have a lot here. Yeah. I think we have a lot here. Yeah, yeah. Never gonna give you up. Do these decks get used alongside with the other cards? No, I think you have to choose the deck when you start. You guys got anything else we could use? Ooh, Presence of Glitter. Presence of Glitter. That shit gets everywhere. So there's no denying it. That's a good one. I like that. Ooh, wait. Tooth imprints. If it put Pen Buddy away, it can be used now. $21 pilots activity. The individual was clearly insanely busy deciphering codes. Yeah. The individual. Right. Breaking Bad on Netflix. They've seen it and know how to cook. Jesse. Clear purse, concert, proof, or carelessness. True. Concealed weapon. What are they trying to hide? Or are they defending themselves? Oops. It's pretty good. We can get Durbin. Hey, Vac, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it's a shared hype train. Right. Proof of aliases? Ooh, yes. Proof of aliases. Plain manifest. I like that. Individual in question was seen, was documented traveling at this time. Ooh, abducted by aliens. They couldn't have done it. They were in the mothership. Well, I have store receipt on here. I have store receipt already, Chris, so I feel like gas station receipt is... Life 360. Oh, good. That's a good one. Life 360. Proof of their whereabouts at the time in question. Is that how you spell? How do you spell whereabouts? Is it 2 E's or 1? Oh my god, Nick, I'm putting that in there.
Hey, ass butt.
Suspicious hair follicles. I already have that in here. I already have hair follicles. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. 710. Okay, cool. Devious sex toy. They've been seen on the internet on sex sites and fantasy RP sites. Did a skip that was out of logic and fucked everything up. I need more serious ones. I think we have a good amount here. Thank you, Fluffy Bond, for the 100 biddies. Thank you, Acid, for the 100 biddies. Thank you, guys. Ooh, actually, shoe imprints match the scene of the crime and the individual in question. That's good. I like that. Kai, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Hey, thank you so much for the brand new sub.
Hey, ass butt.
Is that 710? I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. Thank you so much, Kagura. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Kai, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the sub. Shine New, thank you for the 1 biddy, thank you. I already have hair at scene. Can we come up with 2 more to have 40? I don't know how I can make that work. The individual's location was triangulated. And is marked as proof. That's a good one. One more. Can we think of one more? One more like serious one. For a wild card in case you're losing, like a recipe showing the defendant and his lawyer showing a hotel room. I like that, Rust Bus. Proof of scandal. The individual in question was spotted with their attorney at a hotel. It's good. It's good. I have GPS. AirTag is pretty much the same. I think 40 is good. I think 40 is good. How many does everybody else have? Oh, Sailor has 36. And Voosh has 83? What the fuck? We should have put like a hard number. Okay, I'm just gonna host a new one. Devs, if you're listening, I need a way to copy this code. I don't want to type it. I need a way to copy it. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. I sended the code to Derb.
Is Derp coming?
Yeah. Just keep clicking random. Oh, you can change your outfit in here. Nice.
Sick.
Oh no! Does it only choose one person's deck? You can't have your own personal deck?
I was hoping we can combine them, but yeah, I don't think
Oh,
so.
really? It
That's
chooses
okay.
one deck? Wait, what? That's super
I just made,
dumb.
like 80 different cards, man.
Wait, hold on. I don't even see your guys' decks in here.
Oh, I'm upset.
I just see all the proof. Is that JoJo's?
That's my deck. Yeah, why do
Yeah.
we not get to each choose our own decks?
I literally just made like 80 cards, man.
Fucking 80? I made
I was gonna
40.
say, if only you could just transfer them over.
Yeah, what the
I
fuck?
didn't make any.
That's okay. You don't know what you're doing yet, so.
I don't.
Derp.
Why is it like that? Yeah, well, we'll just take turns. We'll use my deck first, and then we'll have Voosh host a lobby, and then we'll have Sailor host a lobby.
I don't want to host a lobby because I don't have that many cards.
I only made 40.
I made a lot of cards, but a lot of them were like personal. So now, like, you guys are gonna be like, "What the fuck? Why do I have a UPS man?
That's so weird.
How do I
Like,
use the UPS?"
I don't. First negative thing I'm saying about this game, I don't like that system. Each person should be able to
No, we
use
should
their
all get our
own
own
decks that they
cards.
made. Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't make
Devs,
any
you need to change
sense at
that,
all.
Ron.
Everybody should be able to submit a deck. That'd be crazy because then there'd be so many possibilities. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Like, what if I want to make like a defense deck and a prosecutor deck, and then I
Yeah,
can't even use
that's
either of
literally
them
what
because
I
I'm
was.
the host?
That's literally what I was doing, and I
least
was like,
give
I'm not
the
gonna have
host-
time, so I just changed it so where all of the cards could work both ways. That's what I did. I went back through and did
Maybe they
that.
should give the host the option to choose. Like, they should be able to see, oh, everybody has these custom decks, and maybe then they can just choose which ones they want to use, if that makes sense, you
I
know?
feel like the prosecutor and the defense should just be able to choose their deck.
Yeah, like
it's
when you
weird.
load
That's
in,
weird.
you should be able to see your deck right there. Like when you open your book, you should just be like, which deck? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
That's a
upsetting.
really
Devs
weird
needs to change
system. I don't like that.
No.
Where am I? I don't want to be a jerk.
Well, I mean,
Jerk,
the
you have to
devs in your
choose a
chat,
role.
Maybe they'll take, you know, take that feedback.
Yeah. Do you want to be a witness first, Derb, and just try it out, or do you want to be? Why
do you wanna be
doesn't
the
Derb be the
journalist?
judge because he has never done judge and he doesn't have any cards? Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say maybe
Well, it's your
someone should try
cards.
journalists. I want to
Yeah,
try journalists.
you can do journalists, and okay, I'll be defense.
I want to see what you do for the journalists, and Derb can be the judge.
Okay.
Just click on judge.
I don't know how to be a judge.
No, it's real easy, Derb. We also didn't know.
unknown
We've
the
only done this
judge.
like once or twice, so.
Sustained.
Yeah, this is all just silly.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys, I leave work for an hour, and there's so much work drama. I
What?
can't.
Why is there
They're
so much
blowing me
work?
up right now. I don't know.
Well, tell him you're not at fucking work to shut the fuck up.
I'm just gonna fire them.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, we're in a different courtroom.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, I got a little typewriter and a magnifying glass.
Oh, that's so cool.
I could draw pictures.
Yeah, that would be cool if it was like it uses the host deck, but then each person could add like 20 cards into the pool or something of their choosing from their deck. That would be a really cool system. I just think it's so silly that it only uses like the deck of whoever hosts, because whoever's gonna host is usually just the person with the best internet connection, not who has the best deck of cards.
It would be cool if we can all
If-
submit a
if-
deck that we would
Yeah,
want to use.
like you guys submit decks and then the host could choose between them. That would be good too.
Silence in my courtroom.
Okay, Derb, let me tell you how the judge works. So when you're holding the gavel, you can scroll wheel to change what the gavel does. So right now, you're waiting.
Jail. Straight
Well,
to
right now
jail.
we're just waiting for Voosh. So Voosh is creating the charges and the name of the defendant.
Okay.
I can't believe that my last client was found innocent, even though Sailor named him John Guilty. Gina Jingles.
Do I read
I'm not
this?
very convincing,
Question:
but it's
Is it
okay.
Gina or Gina? Just for the court.
She's
China.
European. It's
Oh.
China.
Gina. Okay, cool. Gina.
China.
Got it.
China. That sounds like China. I can't.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, what do I do?
Gina's
You're
her
a judge.
father's
Just be a
name.
judge.
Call her Miss Tingles.
So, if you change it to where you give us like speaking time or evidence time rather, then you just click on the gavel thing that's nearest to us to light up our little things. And then we can submit evidence. And then you decide if that evidence is accepted into evidence or not. And if it's not, then you hit, what is it, tab? Yeah, tab, and you can put an X over it. And then if you want to submit it as evidence, if you believe in it, then you just leave it.
You said the eyeball?
Those things on your desk, the blue and the red things.
Yeah, that's the eyeball one, right?
I don't know what's on them. I just know they're blue and red.
Oh wait, bring the called witness to the. No, that's not.
No. So scroll wheel again.
What?
So now,
okay.
now
Alright,
when you
alright,
bash
alright,
them, it should allow us to submit evidence. So we usually start with opening arguments. So you would want to start with the prosecution because I don't even know what my witness is or what my client is being accused of.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir,
Yes.
what are the charges you're bringing in front of this court?
Oh my God, thank you for asking. That was such a
No
very
problem.
sexy question you asked me. Members of this court, Miss Tingles has been accused of walking into Sock Mart. She walked straight to the personal vibration section. And according to all things we will be providing today, walked out with a purse full of Hitachi wands. Miss Tingles will be proven to be a serial stealer. She will be, she will be without a doubt
Hey, Piri, I'm good.
proven guilty of tickling that roast beef today. Thank you so much. Let's see my time.
Guilty. Can I do
Also,
that?
Dur, 1 through 0 on your keyboard is emotes, just in case you're curious.
Perfect.
You can also, what is it, Q? No, E. If you hold E, you can see them.
Okay. Wait. I forgot what's next. Hold on.
The defendant must, they must.
Defendant,
Yes.
attorney, Jojo says Bree, do you have a must?
One moment.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, my client is not guilty of stealing a Hitachi wand from Sock Mart, as there is no DNA evidence that the Hitachi wand has gone anywhere near their roast beef. I also have very alarming proof that they were nowhere near that store. So, yes, I will prove otherwise today, and I will prove that the prosecution is lying to frame my client.
Wrong.
Well, that settles it. Hold on. I'm trying to brain.
If you could
This is my first
smack
time
that
as a judge.
Gavi
Yeah,
and
no,
bring
you're
me
good.
over
It's okay,
the
just channel your
button
inner
so I
Judge
can
Judy. Our
present
first
my
time was messy.
first
We were just like,
evidence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
our first time was very messy.
yeah, we were just like, how do we do anything?
Do you have a witness you'd like to call to the stand?
I do not, but I have some evidence that I would like to call to your attention to get this very quick, might I add, case to a close.
Okay, it better be quick.
Oh, it's gonna be quick.
That was
need it,
JoJo that
not
you-
JoJo. I need
yeah, the red
consent
one's for
consent.
Voosh,
Thank
there
you
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 so
go.
both
much.
can go if you
Appreciate it.
want. I don't care.
Well, you
No,
have
we
to
have
get
to
you
go
have
on
to
that
give
time
Voosh the green one, or we can't click on our
ourselves.
notebook.
Bringing first to the attention of the court, I have fingerprints. They are without a doubt, indubitably, Miss Gina's Tinkles. They were found at Sock Mart on the label below the Hitachi wands. And not only that, once the box for the Hitachi wand of stolen properties was recovered, her fingerprints were all over those giblets.
I see. All right. Do you have a defense to this statement?
One moment. Yes. I would like to submit into evidence. I need the dingy. Can you ding me? Yeah. I would like to submit into evidence my client's Life 360 app activity that proves their whereabouts at the time of the crime. And you can see from this activity that they went absolutely nowhere near the Hitachi store from Sockmart. I forgot the name of the store. They went nowhere near it. And so I feel like that's pretty damning proof right there.
I see. Okay.
Prosecution has some actually unhinged evidence right now. You guys aren't ready. Please send me the dinghy. Thank you so much. Well, interesting that you say that their whatever activity was activating. You want to know why it was nowhere near the store? I have a two-pronged evidence attack that is going to end this entire investigation. Firstly, I would like to bring this private investigator report to the court. This private investigator was following Miss Tingles for a while previously to this case due to her very, very promiscuous business practices. They were under investigation for fraudulent sexy sex. And on the day of this robbery, it was seen that Miss Tingles passed their smartwatch off to their mother for safekeeping. Now, what her mother did with that watch, while Miss Tingles went to Sockmart, which the private investigator saw, is not up for me to decide. I don't want to know what she did. Oh my god.
Oh,
I was curious how this works. Breaking news. I did it.
What the fuck, Sailor? Objection. Where's the relevancy and the credibility of this evidence?
Journalistic integrity will not be denied in this courtroom.
Do you have, prosecutor, do you have a witness you'd like to bring to the stand?
Before the witness, sorry, I had one more. I think I had one more. Sorry. So, I would like to bring this plain manifest to the court's attention as well, as after Miss Tingles left that Sock Mart, she immediately got on a plane for Sock Vegas, where she was apprehended after the Sock Mart noted that she walked out with that Hitachi wand.
Objection. I have proof otherwise.
The box was found in Sock Vegas. Thank you so much.
Yes, what's the objection?
I need to submit some evidence to discredit that. The Hitachi wand in question was analyzed by my forensic specialists, and they did find tooth imprints on this Hitachi wand, which do not match my client. So I feel like my client is being framed. You can easily plant fingerprints, but you cannot easily plant teeth prints.
Okay. We do have this breaking news, though.
We do. We would like to, the prosecution would like to bring the breaking news to the court's attention, where when apprehended, she was confronted by famous journalist, might I mind you.
I would also like to bring to light
Sailor Sugar Plum.
Zooter mistakes. They did not check the Kokiri forest, so my client didn't do it. I can't explain it. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Okay.
They didn't have to go to the Kokiri shop because they were busy in Sock Mart.
Well, her wallet was in the Kokiri shop, so if she didn't check it, then she could not have gotten on the plane or paid for her ticket.
Well, if I could have the buzzer really quick. I would like to bring to the court's attention Miss Tingle's Google search history, in which she said,
Fuck, why'd I make my card so
how
good?
do you steal Hitachi wands when you forget your wallet in the Kokiri shop?
Your deck's like
This
all
was
professional.
5 minutes before she left the house the day of the crime, and thus proves that she was already aware.
Objection, I have
that she did
more
not
evidence.
have her wallet.
All right.
This is
Bring it up.
this is a phone record, and you can see that my client called the police 2 days before this event took place to report that her house had been broken into, and specifically her laptop had been Googled on. So this discredits the evidence that the prosecution just brought forth.
Actually, that is inadmissible evidence, as my private investigator can confirm that none of that happened. This is what I would like to call bullshitty witty, and it needs to be thrown out. That is not evidence. Thank you.
Bullshitty witty.
I also would like to bring into evidence that my prosecutor's what is it called? Private investigator has a fake ID, so their credibility is in the tank.
Okay. Prosecutor, you have a rebuttal?
That's not even the name of the private investigator. First of all, I would like to say that. That says John Bingham. It's actually Bing John Ham. So I don't know whose card this is, but it is not of my private investigator. I don't know what the defense is trying to pull out of their butthole right now. But
I
this
am
is
just
clearly-
trying to bring to light that the credibility of the private investigator is not exactly solid, not very a concrete foundation to start with. So I don't think that the
Interesting.
evidence this private investigator has brought forth can be held up in a court of law.
Interesting. Well, I do have one evidence that was brought forward by the police. Actually, if I could have the buzzer back.
Oh, yeah. Yes, boss.
Thank you so much. I thought I would leave the frothiest evidence. Oh, for fuck's sakes, who are you? I would brought the.
Oh, wrong. My bad, guys. First time.
Well, when the police responded to the crime, they not only dusted for prints, but they also saw a very menacing shoe print right in front of the Hitachi wands. It seemed to have been vibrating. It was a little smudged at the time. For some reason, the shoe print had been vibrating, which could only mean that this probable cause of the Hitachi wand being stolen was through the vagina. Miss Tingle's footprint was shown to be the exact same on her shoe as the one that was vibing in front of the Hitachi wand display by the police.
Just because my client appreciates the internal pleasure of a Hitachi wand does not mean that the one stolen in question was stolen by her, or that it is the same wand entirely.
The sock print in general was found right in front of the Hitachi display, and it was proven to have been at least vibrating at the same frequency as the Hitachi wand at the time that it was placed in
Objection,
front of
they all vibrate at the same frequency. These specific Hitachi wand models do not have a motor function that is changeable.
That's fine, but also I found the sock print. The police found the sock print. It's there. It's there. And as you know, as is in life, each sock has its own sock print. You cannot manufacture a sock print. It's like a butthole. They all have a different amount of wrinkles. That was Miss Tingle's sock print. Thank you so much.
I hate my job. You guys have anything else? Any
I think I
witnesses?
have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that my client, 1, was nowhere near the store at the time of the crime, 2, was being set up by the tooth imprints, 3, didn't have her wallet because it was in the Kokiri shop, and we all know Cameron didn't go get it. 4, her phone records show that she made a police report, and her personal laptop in her house was Googled on, and his private investigator has a fake ID, so their credibility is completely shot. I think the prosecution has so many holes in their story, they might as well be a dirty old sock themselves.
I'd like to call my witness.
Oh, we got okay. All right. Hey, reporter, write that down. What she said.
You got it.
Now,
Witness.
welcome. Thank you for being here, witness. This is Miss Tingle's mother. She's here to talk about. This is more like a character witness. She's here to talk about the character Miss Tingles. Fanny White, welcome in. I'm going to need you to tell us a bit about your daughter's criminal background and what happened on that day in question when she gave you that watch and you started slorking that jorp to get the activity on her Fitbit. Let's start with that really quick.
Come on, chat. She's not guilty.
You see, well,
You just type.
I
Period.
was apprehended by my daughter, and she told me to take care of her watch for her because she was going to go on a night trip to Las Sockmas. And but first, she told me she was going to stop by to pick up a few things after she went to Shock Mart, and I had decided to take a nap. And when I woke up, my teeth were missing. I always fall asleep with my teeth in my mouth so that my mouth doesn't absolutely collapse into my face and I turn into a black hole in which no one can escape. So to keep my lips out, I always sleep with my teeth in. But when I woke up, my teeth were nowhere to be found, and I once found them right outside the bathroom on the floor, and it looked like they were chipped. And when I had them analyzed with the help of the police, they told me that there was some Hitachi rubber on my dentures, and they did not have an explanation for why there would be Hitachi rubber on my dentures. Yeah, and this would not be the first time that my daughter's been in trouble with the law. She loves to steal a lot of things she can fit up her china. This would not be the first time. She's a very big fan of pickles. She has a jar of pickles that she in her fridge. And
Your Honor, I would like to question the witness, Your Honor.
I think the witness is still speaking.
No, yeah, I'm done. Overruled.
You can't overrule me, old lady.
Okay, objection, overruled.
Would you like to question the same witness?
Yes, I just have a question for
Go ahead.
I don't believe we were told the name. Jaina's mother.
Fanny White.
Fanny White. Okay, let me write that down. Yes, Mrs. White. No one is saying that your daughter doesn't love things in her vagina. However, the article in question has nothing to do with her love of pickles or other things in her vagina. This specific item is only questionable that it was stolen, and we have substantial proof that it was not stolen by her, in fact. So unless you have any evidence for that specifically, I think we can dismiss you.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I believe you were McFucking asleep when I said that my teeth were found outside the bathroom.
Your teeth don't, that doesn't, the teeth that we matched on the imprints of this did not match your dentures.
I don't believe you ever saw my dentures, Judge. Badgering the witness.
Overruled.
What the fuck?
Are you done?
I am done. I think I
this
rest my case. I think I have substantially proven otherwise here.
Rest my zombie bones in the grave, knowing that my daughter is a filthy stealer, and if you let her out again, she will steal the rubber again.
Sorry.
So chat gets to vote. Derb, they get to vote guilty or not guilty, but you ultimately get the final vote. Yes.
Yeah, you have
You
to
can
follow
choose
your
to honor
heart.
chat or you cannot. Yes, you get the
You can do
final
whatever
say.
you want.
Does defense have a witness?
Let me look. Yes, I have a witness. I don't know how to call a witness though. How do I
Is there
request
like
it?
a name?
I think you have to have the green light, and then I think it lets
Oh.
you click on them. I think.
Okay.
They just pop up when I.
Or that,
hit it.
yeah. Or you can.
Oh,
do that.
did you do it? Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
Derb
this
can
is
do
my
it whenever he
witness.
wants, but I think you can also request it.
This is my witness. His name is Julius Caesar. Mr. Caesar, will you please tell first of all, Julius Caesar is actually a forensic scientist. That was the one that took the tooth imprints from our device and has submitted the report that is on your desk, Judge. Mr. Caesar, can you please tell me what you found in your preliminary reports?
Yes, I'm so glad that you asked. The tooth prints that were removed and that we took from the Hitachi wand actually showed that the person who left this toothprint probably only had 2 teeth in their mouth, and they were only the canines. So we actually think that this person might have been a vampire. However, vampires don't have blood, so it's impossible to really prove, as they don't really have DNA. But the toothprints did not match anyone with a normal mouth.
We cannot submit to evidence literally no DNA. I'm sorry. This
It's
is
the
a
toothprints.
courtroom,
It's not the
not
DNA. It's the
Judge
toothprints. The toothprints
Evidence stands.
I would
put
like to
Ted
bring
Bundy
to
in
your
prison
attention
and got
that
him
this
killed.
literally
So why
just a
can't they be
homeless
used
man
here?
in a fucking paper bag.
Well, with all due respect, prosecutor, we're not all fortunate enough to be able to afford this economy, okay?
He literally supposedly has one of the most high-paying jobs.
Which
He
is?
makes
Objection.
Evidence
Badgering the
can
witness.
err.
The prosecution is badgering my client, not only on his credibility, but his appearance, and I think that that is abhorrent.
Objection. The courtroom literally
prosecutor-
smells like garbage in the last 3 minutes since he came in here. He literally.
Why don't
can
you just
say
plug your sock nose and get over it?
Do not make a mockery of my courtroom.
Sorry, let me just freshen up the air really quick. That's better.
You're lucky we can't afford a bailiff.
Well, I mean, you could hire this guy because he just clearly doesn't have a job.
Do you want me to find you in contempt?
I would like you to find a credible witness because this man does not do it. Show me your credentials.
His credentials are literally right there for you, Your Honor.
Is it the fake ID in evidence?
No, the fake ID and evidence is your private investigators. Next.
Well, it's the only one that I see in the evidence is fake ID, so I'm assuming that's his fake ID.
The judge has it.
Looks fake to me.
Same. Also, literally, I smell rotting onions. Judge, please.
Are you done questioning your witness, defense?
Yes.
Okay. Does prosecution have a rebuttal?
Sorry. Oh, sorry, my throat's closing. No, I would like him to be escorted out so that we can return to a fair and mildly entertaining trial.
Okay, you're free to go, Julius. All right. This is my first day on the job. You guys got anything else? Either side.
No.
Well, I don't think I need to show anything else. The fingerprints were there. You cannot fake these fingerprints. No one's faking fingerprints. I literally not only have the fingerprints of the Caesar crime, I also have the imprints of the sock in question of Miss Gina right in front of the wands. We have our Google search history showing that she was looking to steal. Her grandmama, sorry, not her grandma, her mama was here, told us a damning story about her character. And also, we found evidence of the Hitachi wand on her dentures, which were taken from her while she was sleeping. We also have the plain manifest showing her going to Sock Vegas, and that is exactly where the box was found. I rest my case.
All right, defense, do you have a closing statement?
I have disproven at least 80% of what the prosecution has brought forward. The things that I didn't have direct evidence to prove against my forensic analysis that happened to smell bad, also disproved. Also, I don't think that the witness from the prosecution is a credible witness, as they are the defendant's mother. There's a direct violation, and witness statements don't usually mean anything anyway unless they are of scientific relevancy.
No, debatable.
Wrong.
It
Yeah,
just
thank
depends.
you.
It depends. It's a mother.
It depends.
It's their mother.
Breaking news. I can't draw, so I just wrote it. We should totally just stab Caesar.
We can stab Caesar. I've already used him for what he needed. He can be stabbed.
Damn.
Okay. I didn't know I had a notepad. What the? Nobody.
Yeah, you can
need an
write. I have a
assistant.
notepad too. I can also throw paper.
Also, as far as the fingerprints from my client being on the Hitachi wand, she buys these all the time, so it's very likely that she bought one and it was incorrect or didn't function and she returned it, and that is why her fingerprints were on the one that were stolen at the store. This is very likely.
You cannot return personal vibrators. That is a health code violation.
She has a friend that works at Sockmart and they allowed it to go back for her.
That's disgusting, Judge. We should throw her in the slammer for
Was
maximum life.
was it used or just?
No,
open?
it was not used. The battery pack did not work. It wouldn't charge, so she couldn't use it.
Okay. And then they resold it, even though it doesn't work.
They did resell it, well, but it was refurbished. It was refurbished.
That is disgusting. None of that is true. There is health codes in place in the 51st state of America, unlike the rest of the states. Thank you so much.
If you look in the phone records that I already submitted, you can also see where she calls the store, talks to her friend about bringing the item back, and then through the Life 360 app activity, you can see when she did in fact bring the old
The Life 360
Hitachi one.
activity was actually from her mother, because we have already proven that the watch was with her mother, who was here today.
Her mother sounds like she was planted to throw this trial, is what she sounds like.
Your witness seemed like he just came from behind the Wendy's.
All I'm saying is my witness was a scientific credibility, and he said that there were vampire teeth marks in the Hitachi wand, and no one here, including my client, matches that.
Like to throw out Julius Caesar's testimony based on he's insane. Judge, vampire.
We are literally talking socks. We are literally talking socks, and the last trial had a talking dog. We don't get to make things up here, okay?
The dog was proven to be wearing a wire. He wasn't talking.
This just in. Chat says Gina. Oh, fuck.
Chat says
Hold
Gina's
on.
guilty. Derb's first day is stressful, and then there was a happy face that said Derb's trying his best. Because I can't
That's
draw.
true. That's true.
I can only do stick figures. I'm sorry.
You did good. All right. And whose fake ID was this?
The private investigator that the prosecution brought forward, his ID, proving that he was a private investigator, proved to be fake.
More than 3 headlines? It only shows 3.
Okay.
Actually, I did prove that ID is for someone named John Birmingham, and my private investigator's name is Burn Johningham.
Well, if you were going to make a fake ID, you wouldn't want to use your real name.
So I do have a question for the prosecution.
Yes, your sexiness.
When was the police called on
Objection,
scene
flirting.
for this robbery?
Yes, the
Overruled.
police were called on scene, and they are the ones that found the soft print.
Ooh,
Actually,
I'll be right back.
As well
Hi,
as
Psycho!
fingerprints that were found at the scene of the crime.
Psycho!
That is all police. Yes.
Thank you for the
So
raid.
those were on scene.
Hi, how are you? That's one. Thank you for the 1 year. Thank you so much. Hi, Psycho. How was your day? How was your cosplay?
Over a 12-hour period.
You looked great, all
starting
things
on the
considered.
day
You
of the
looked really great. I
robbery,
loved
ending
it.
in Sock Vegas when
It
she
made
was
me
apprehended.
happy.
Do you have a time when that happened?
We are playing a game
what
called
time did you
Guilty as
say?
Sock,
When did the police
and it's
get there?
hilarious. We're literally sock puppets, and
The
we
police
are
got there at 3 p.m.
an operating courtroom. It's so funny. We get to like make everything up and roleplay it though. It's literally so fun.
I need to talk to defense
Mm-hmm.
when they get a moment.
I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. On this Life 360.
I liked your
activity,
wig.
I'm
Mhm.
having trouble seeing. Does it show what time she got to the store?
It does. If you click the drop down arrow, it has more detailed analytics of the date and time, and also you can see the driving report. You can see exactly how fast she was going, and you can see that she was a law-abiding citizen on the way to and from the store. But also you can see later that she was nowhere near that store at the time of the crime.
I thought I can send more, even though it said I only had 3, because I was gonna send one that says
Intimate's a
"Welcome, Raiders,
triplet?
JoJo's hot, pass it on, give her your money."
I
But
think
it
you
won't
looked
let me
great,
send
Psycho.
it.
You looked great. The sweater looks great on you. Also,
worst
Psycho, I
part.
heard you're not coming to TwitchCon.
That is
I'm
the
so
worst part,
upset.
'cause I was hoping it would pop up in front of her while she's talking to the Raiders. Breaking news: Welcome, Raiders, JoJo's
Oh,
hot, pass it on.
that's so funny.
It won't let me do it.
That's funny.
Okay, I think I have my judgment ready.
Stop. Objection, assault.
I will throw you out of this courtroom.
I'm sorry, I'm bored. I can't make any more reports.
Not you.
Oh, I'm the one throwing the paper. I'm the one throwing the paper.
Oh. Okay, carry on.
Thanks.
All right. Hold on. 1 second. Let me deliberate in my head.
Okay.
By the
Okay,
way,
on the
everyone that
charge
just
of
rated
theft of
in,
stealing
if
a
you type
Hitachi wand from the
exclamation
stock
mark
market,
NG, it switches
I
to
am
not
notifying
guilty. And if you
Gina-
type exclamation mark
I'm
G,
so sorry. Gina Tingles.
Gina. Yeah, Gina tingles. Yes.
Gina, yes.
Guilty.
Oh, damn it.
Damnable, yes.
What was it that gave me away?
They just
It
have
was
more
the-
solid evidence.
yeah.
not
Did
gonna
they
lie.
really?
Yours could be manipulated.
Sometimes it's just ironclad, sometimes it's your
Mhm.
math.
Voosh, do
that
you want to
witness really
host and
did
use your
say-
deck?
Yes, I want you guys to see the 80 cards.
Jesus Christ. All right, yeah. Her case was about a sex toy and her name was Gina Tingles. Yeah, but like I can't control what they name my character. Should have done the insanity defense. I didn't have cards that said that. Yeah, it's okay, Derb. It was fun.
Wait a minute, it only shows my default cards. How do I change it?
Wait, what?
I only see my default cards.
Did you click save?
Yeah.
I don't
Oh
know.
my God, imagine he
That's
didn't
all I
save.
did. I clicked
No,
right
I
there.
did. Wait, I'm gonna remake this because
Okay.
what the fuck?
Okay, yeah, remake it. Yeah, you did good, Derb. You did good. It was perfect. There are achievements for this game? Oh, there are achievements. There's 30 achievements. Thank you so much again for the raid, Psycho. I appreciate you. If you've got a raid and run, go do so. I know it's late over there. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Welcome in, Spuds. If you're new here, I'm JoJo. I'm a variety content creator with a focus on horror games. Play a lot of indie horror and a lot of simulators, etc. We are playing a game called Guilty as Sock. It doesn't come out, it's not out right now though. We're playing it early. Why is it not working? Let me join. Invite Sailor through Steam. I can't even get in either. Hi, Uncanny Alley. Nice to see you. This game is great though. Super fun. Nano leaf colors. What does that mean by hex codes? It's like a 6-digit. It's a hex code. I can't explain a hex code. It's like a 6-digit code. I'm not in a lobby. I'm gonna restart my game. It's a 6-digit code that equals a number. I can't really explain it. You can Google hex codes. Like if you just open up your task, open up this, Google blue hex codes. Look, there's like a bunch of them. This is your hex code right here in the middle. Yeah. Playtester TV, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Also, hi Simon, how are you?
Defense and see how bad I
Okay,
do.
Derb. Yeah, we'll do.
They're so good. You guys are gonna have the time
But
of
I'm
your
gonna
life.
try because I'm not very convincing. I haven't technically won at all, right? I'm gonna see how bad I do with Vush's hilarious stack of cards. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be
Okay. Derb has to step away for like 10 minutes. He's actually having like work drama he has to deal with, so.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay.
No.
Do you want to be judge or prosecution?
I'll be judge. Thank you for supporting indies. I always support indie games. Absolutely. Playtester.io to support and showcase indie games, alphas, betas, demos. Nice. I'll have to check that out if I'm ever looking for more. Oh, you could have choose a different map. Here you go, chat. Vote. I need to move chat. Sharon Barba. Sharon Barba is accused of second-degree sockicide. Sharon Barba. So far, the general consensus, Voosh, is that you smell like butt.
Objection. My chat left when we started playing this game, so I have no defense.
You have a lot of defense. Look in the chat.
It's all you in my chat. I only see your chat.
I see yours. You don't see mine?
No, I see like only JoJo's in my chat. Am I not seeing mine?
You're not seeing yours. For some reason, it broke.
What the fuck's wrong?
Hold on. Let me turn it off and back on.
Yours? What the fuck?
Let me turn it off and back on. Can we get some chat spam from all accounts?
What? JoJo's hot? Pass it on. Hello.
Yeah.
Sharp
Oh,
Barber.
maybe my thing fucked up because like I literally saw like one message from my chat.
Oh, I saw like 4 or 5.
I guess my shit's busted. Hi.
Hi. Okay,
Oh,
prosecution. What's going on?
today in the year of our Lord, whatever day it is. I haven't seen a clock today. Haven't seen where the calendar go. Where's the
Thank
calendar
you,
in
Sunny.
here? We are here to discuss the downfall of Sharon Barber, who is not only a horrible, horrible human being in his personal life, but is a very damnable good sock-a-cider. This man has killed on the night of the year of our Lord, whatever today is. Earlier today, a body was found outside of Attorney Sailor Sugarplum's office, and Sharon Barber stood there and stared her straight in the eyes and said, I did it. It's me, I did it. There will be lots of evidence, but holy shit, this is a really bad criminal.
Objection. I call bullshit.
I also call
Overruled.
bullshit. On what grounds?
His mom's smell.
Sustain.
Wow.
I don't know
Crazy that you mentioned his mother.
I don't know the mother,
in this.
so.
We'll talk about that later. Not only do I think your
Thank you,
claim is
Sonia.
bullshit, but I also think it's outrageous for you to believe that in America, a court of law would be able to commit someone of murder this fast if it had happened yesterday. You would not see a court of law for like 10 years minimum.
Actually, we're in the 51st state courtroom. They do stuff
Well, if you
here
use your
very
fucking
quickly.
eyes, I think you would see that we're not. Actually.
Actually, wow.
Actually, get
Smells
fucked.
like maple syrup to me.
Do you have any evidence you would like to add? Oh wait, should we start with the prosecution? We probably should start with prosecution.
Well, I
Prosecution.
still have evidence, but yes, I'll wait.
Yes.
Oh shit, what's happening?
What is your evidence that this person did this crime other than they said they did it, which could mean anything?
Thank you. So, on the morning of the murder, which was literally today, we did see some, yeah. We were contacted, we weren't, I know I'm speaking for the state, but the police were contacted from the first ever Wendy's this morning as the night shift heard lots of screaming from down the street. They were on the phone at the time. The video, the sound clip is there on your desk if you want to listen to it, where the Wendy's employees were like, oh my God, I think someone got murdered. Yes, they got murdered. Running down the street right now. What is that? That man says his name is Sharon Barber. He's running down the street with a body, and he says he's going to an attorney right now. The police say, what the fuck? And the Wendy's employees were like, I know. What the fuck's going on, bro? And the police went to the first ever Wendy's. They took a right and a left from a very famous streamer's house who lives right down the street. And they followed the trail of blood all the way to Miss Sailor Sugarplum's office.
Order. I'm not famous.
May I ask the employee that may I ask the employee that supposedly saw the murder in question at Wendy's?
What do you want from them?
Who are they?
The entire night shift. They were all on the phone together, and they're like, whoa, what the fuck, bro? I hear screaming down the street. And the sound clip is on Miss JoJo's desk right now.
1 moment, let me listen.
Okay, well, I would like to see a report of who was working, because when it's my turn, I have evidence to prove that the people working that night in question, no one submitted a police report or talked to authorities.
Oh, actually, I have the affidavit right here. Actually, this is signed by the entire staff of the morning crew Wendy's. As they were
I thought you said
ready
I thought you said evening shift, not morning.
Well,
and
we live in the 51st
their...
state, and they would do 12-hour shifts.
But do you have a name or names?
McDaniel's and Burger Quink.
Okay. Okay. Judge, if I may, when it's my turn, I have evidence to prove that which is bullshit.
Okay. Affidavit. Okay. Yes. I'm just looking over this.
That's okay.
So you said McDaniel's and Burger Queen?
McDaniel's and Burger Quink. That's
Okay.
correct.
McDaniel's and Burger Queen. Okay, cool. Let me just write that
That was the
down.
night morning crew. They do 12-hour shifts.
So they just got off of work a few hours ago then? Since,
Yes,
you know, it
they are
happened last
currently
night.
sleeping because they work 12 hours, and if they don't go to sleep right away, they will never wake up for their next shift.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I spelled that wrong. That's fine. Defense? What evidence may you have?
So he had his list of names, but if you look at this timesheet from behind the Wendy's,
Interesting.
you can see that those names he listed were not working and not on the timesheet.
Very interesting.
So that's why I was questioning what names he had, because those people were not signed in, and no one would go to a Wendy's and say they're working and not actually be working and clocked in, because then that's free labor, and that's dumb.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I could have the floor, please.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they were unable to clock in because they are under a lot of stress. And literally, I would like to put into evidence their fucking fingertips, because their fingers fucking fell off and they could not sign in into the worksheets.
They don't have fingertips at all.
They do not have fingertips.
Then how can they
They are
work?
stressed as fuck.
Then how can they work?
Well, have you seen? They were sock puppets. They put the spatula in their mouth, and they deep dog it. They deep dog it. They flip the burgers with their mouth.
That seems unethical, but that is, I'm not the Wendy's franchise owner, so I will leave that to the defense to take up after this trial is over. Defense, do you have anything else you would like to add? Any proof or?
Let me see. So he's saying that the people at the Wendy's that supposedly saw this murder happen this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever he said that they were working, but they couldn't officially clock in because they don't have fingertips.
Correct.
Then I would like to know how this tomato and potatoes were perfectly sliced. How can they do that without fingertips? Are you saying they can do that with their mouths?
That is actually processed by a third-party vendor who then delivers it to the first ever Wendy down the streets from Cameron.
Oh, so Cameron's the famous one that lives down the street. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I'd also like to call a witness if I can.
Yes. Who's your witness?
So you were talking about my client's mother, Sean Barber's mother, Mary Barber. You were talking some, as the kids say, talking some smack about their mother. But their poor mother actually has, I have evidence, and then they have a testimony.
Okay.
If I may.
Oh, a personal diary. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and if you see, personal diary obtained from the client's mother, who is right here.
Yeah, we all know mothers are incredibly credible. It's been a thing in this courtroom. Yes, very credible. We always listen to the mothers.
In the past that he could be very credible, but we'll not get into detail. But I brought in the diary because I believe that my child, Sean Barber, has been accused of murder, because in their diary, I try not to look and see, but I was really worried about my kid, because poor Sean Barber was terrified that someone was out to get them and that they were gonna end up arrested, and they told me that if anything happened to them, to make sure I look at the diary, and I looked anyways before they said that, because I was worried about my poor child. But in their diary, actually it wasn't yesterday, it was a couple days ago, but they said in their diary they were worried that they felt like they were being followed and watched, and they were afraid that their I think it was their, I don't know what their pronouns are, but their partner they broke up with their partner and they were afraid that they were gonna be trying to get some revenge on them, and they thought they were gonna get murdered or maybe arrested, and I just now seeing my poor baby in jail, I just don't want to see. I don't want to see, I want to see justice. I don't want to see them in jail for the rest of their life. I wanted some grandbabies.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you see, you can look at the date on the diary. It was 2 days ago on the 20th, and they said that it happened last night? Has it even been 24 hours?
What was your name, ma'am?
My name is I believe I said Mary Barber.
Oh, you believe you said. Okay, interesting.
Well, I am getting older.
Interesting, yes. And I would like to cross-reference you in a second.
1 second.
It's okay. You can say whatever the hell you want, sweetheart. I know you're against the elderly. I saw what you did to that poor lady. That poor Gertrude. I saw that on the television.
Yes. Prosecution, would you like to cross-examine? Oh, fuck. Cross-examine.
Yes, I would like to bring to the court's attention. Interesting.
Wait, hold on. Do you need to give him the thing? Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to do that.
It's okay.
Miss Barber, it's interesting that you say that you're reading your child's diary, because I have it on great authority that you actually are one of the top brothel runners in this entire city, and that you do not have time or give it one flying fuck about Mr. Sharn Barber.
Order in my court.
This yummy bussy.
What even?
This is one of the yummy bussies available.
Excuse me.
Miss Mary Barber's.
What even is yummy bussy? What is that?
What is it? Well, what even is a yummy bussy without?
Yes, that was my question.
I would also like to bring into evidence the used underwear
that
came off of this yummy bussy.
Okay.
It has the brothel's branded coat of arms on it, which is kind of disgusting. I'm not.
Do you happen to have any proof that Mary Barber is the brothel owner?
Judge, may I speak?
Yes, one moment.
Okay.
Am I out of evidence?
You are.
I do.
Okay.
But I can't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you allow me to speak, Mr. Vush is correct that we do have a brothel with the yummy bussy, and I don't want to know how you retrieved that used underwear, because unless you're a paid client, that's you're gonna fucking have to pay for that. But that has nothing to do with my defense of my son, because just because we run a brothel, I mean, it has nothing to do with him being accused. Like
I would like to call my witness now, because he actually
go
works
ahead, because that's
at
the only
that
fucking thing you have left.
Does the defense rest
Sure
for this client, for this witness? Okay.
I'll go sit down now.
And who is your witness?
This is Bussy Yummington. He works at the brothel in question, run by Mary Barber. And he would like.
I didn't realize the doctor worked at the brothel. I'm just saying.
Well, it's a cosplay. They like some customers like it rough, and they want to make sure that there's a sexy hot doctor there to patch them back up. Mr. Bussington, I believe moments ago while we were talking before this case, you painted me a picture of Mary Barber and how she does not give two shits about Mr. Sharn Barber. In fact, you're around her about all day since you live in this brothel, and she barely steps foot outside. Why don't you paint a picture for this court about Mary Barber and her character for us, please? You see, Miss Mary Barber hired me about 7 years ago. I've been there day in and day out, and I have never seen that woman leave the confines of that brothel. She's addicted to yummy pussy. She wants yummy pussy 24/7, and she loves to see other clients enjoy yummy pussy. Not once in 7 years have I ever come across her talking in goodwill about Sharn Barber. In fact, the last thing I heard her say before today was, God, I fucking hate that kid. I know for a fact after we were on that episode of Evil Lives Here, where I had to tell them about how he killed animals as a child, that he would be in a courtroom one day defending himself after he murdered someone near the first ever Wendy's. In fact, I believe I have that episode.
Hello, Queen
still
Jess.
on
Thank you so much for the
VHS,
35
and I
months.
would love
Court
to
is
give it to
great.
the court, but I'm out of fucking
Objection?
evidence.
Yes. Objection on what grounds?
Why did you say that the doctor was talking to Sharon Barber about that when the murder literally happened last night? So are you saying that this
Oh, I was talking to
happened-
Mary Barber. This was actually months ago. I'm just building a
I know, so
character
months-
reference.
But
Mm.
you said that they talked about me committing murder, or I'm sorry, not me, my client committing murder months ago when it happened last night?
Oh, because she was on an episode of Evil Lives Here where she had to discuss growing up with such a monster named Sharon Barber and the horrible things he used to do to animals. He is
But
a
is there
horrible
proof?
person.
Do you have police
it proves
reports
that
or
Mary
a record?
Barber does not have a good relationship with her child. In fact, she hates that man. And the reason she's here is for that fat paycheck that the defense was paying her so that she could buy some more yummy, yummy bussies.
Okay, okay, order.
For her brothel.
I think we've gotten a little off course here. The character witness.
If you
Oh.
see Sugma, I barely even know Ma. We don't know her. We don't know this person.
Okay.
We don't know this person.
Interesting, because he's been working there for 7 years.
Okay, hold on. Your witness is brought in only to discredit Mary Barber, who is none other than the defendant's mother, who was also just used as a character witness instead of bringing actual substantial evidence. So your character witness discredited another character witness, and we still have the entire trial and evidence to go forward with. So you don't have anything else you can submit, unfortunately. The defense does have one slot if they would like to throw a kink into anything.
Yes. So you were saying that the entire night morning shift that don't have fingertips
Correct.
witnessed
This person
they
is
witnessed
not
the murder
guilty.
and them running away with the blood trail.
With the body, sorry. No, they said
the
it's in
body?
the affidavit. He was carrying, running
yes.
with the body to your
Did
office.
Did they see the murder happen? Did they see the stabbing?
They heard the screaming, and then they heard
they
him
didn't
going
see
down the
it?
street going, oh my god, I did it. Holy shit, holy fuck, I need an attorney.
Well, can they prove that they heard him saying that? Because
It's in the affidavit.
They are eyewitness reports, so we take those into consideration as long as their credibility is fine. However, they are a little discredited as they don't have fingertips and were proven to have not been working. So we'll go over all that.
They
You know
were
who does
working, they
have
just couldn't
fingertips
clock in.
Well, no, you
But
know
they
who
didn't have
does have fingertips that was at the Wendy's? Voosh has fingertips.
I was never at the Wendy's.
Oh,
Hmm.
you say that, but why do I have this
Oh boy.
questionable spending of you buying breakfast at the Wendy's?
Order.
Well,
Order.
You bought 5 Baconators.
Prosecutor, do you have an explanation?
Morning Baconators, they have eggs on them instead of beef.
They do, actually. Those are really good.
Yeah, and they're actually quite yummy.
They are yummy bussy.
If you look closer at the receipt, this is actually from the second ever Wendy's, not anywhere near Cameron's house.
No, actually, if you look at the receipt, it has the location on there, and it is the same location. That's why it's questionable spending, because you were there at the time of the murder.
I think the only thing that's questionable about this is why it looks like someone white erased the location and wrote it in with pencil.
No.
Okay, okay. Order. Hold on.
I think I'm done here.
We will see. We will see what the jury thinks.
I think my evidence is clear, considering the timesheet that shows the people that my prosecutor said were working at the time were not even clocked in with the perfectly sliced tomatoes and potatoes. And the questionable
Can I just say, completely out of character, when you pulled the fucking tomato and potato card, I fucking shit. I almost spit my fucking drink out. I was like, what are the fucking odds that this troll card Voosh put in here actually lined up against exactly what he just fucking said?
Literally the fact that I I had the first ever Wendy card and you had
The
other
potato
card?
and tomato.
When you said Wendy's, I shit because I was trying to
The
think.
timesheet and the potatoes and tomatoes. Oh,
Well, when you said Wendy's, I shit because I was trying to think of where I was gonna go, and when you said Wendy's, I said, "Wait, I have the timesheet." And then when you said no fingertips, I was like, "Wait, I have potatoes and tomatoes." And I was like,
What's even crazier is the timesheet says work log from behind the Wendy's. Like, you fucking dug your own grave here, Voosh.
I've never won one before, so this is pretty convincing, even if I don't win.
Okay, order. We have analyzed the questionable spending sheet, and it does appear that prosecution was lying and that Wendy's was the first ever Wendy's. Our jury has found that factual. So I have to just say, I don't know what you were doing at that Wendy's in the morning, but I do know the Baconators in the morning are delicious. However, that doesn't excuse what the workers of the Wendy's were doing. Since they do not have fingertips, I don't know why they have a job at Wendy's, but also, regardless of if you have fingertips or not, you still have to clock in to your job or you don't get paid. That is how everything is done, is that you clock in. Yes?
Their mouth?
Yes. Oh, one sec. Nope, that's the wrong one. Nope, still the wrong one. Still the wrong one. Yes.
Wait, what?
What?
I'm confused.
Voosh?
I don't know what we're doing.
Hello?
There.
She's trying.
What were you trying to say?
I don't know.
All I know is that your average food service worker would not work at an establishment if they were not getting paid. That's a waste of time. And I have not seen a fast food establishment that lets you clock in with your mouths. Everything is by fingerprint.
Easy.
And if they do not have fingertips,
They're
I
actually
can
equal
see their
opportunity
employee
employers.
just
Okay, order.
I can see their employee just hoping that they can get away with it without paying them because this economy.
Okay. Defense, you may give your closing statement. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Like I said, between the timesheets, the perfectly sliced potatoes and tomatoes, the questionable spending, and even though you totally disregarded my witness, the personal diary, and not even knowing who the fuck your witness was, like I said, it's barely even Noma. It's very obvious
7
that
years
my
to work
client
at the
was
brothel,
framed.
Your Honor.
We already talked about this.
We already talked about this. But
7 years
obviously my client was framed. They were framed. They just want to go back and work at that brothel and just live their life. And Voosh, obviously, it has now been exposed that Voosh is the partner of Sean Barber, or the ex-partner, I should say. And they're the ones that are trying to get revenge.
If you are done, you may hit your bell.
Okay, as if you acted like you didn't know who Sean Barber was. You've been staring at them across this courtroom the entire time, hoping that they get sent to prison as your revenge for them breaking up with you.
Final statement for me, please.
Yes.
I heard
Closing
some interesting things in these. Yes, this is great. Thank you. I heard some interesting things in these closing arguments from the defense. One of them being how Miss Mary Barber doesn't know my witness when moments prior she literally didn't know her McFucking name. She herself said she's McFucking old and
You're so mean
doesn't
to the
know
elderly,
anything.
always.
I'm not mean to the elderly. I'm factual to the facts. The facts being the first
Can't
ever
believe
Wendy
the
crew
prosecutors
saw
hate us.
Sean
You believe
Barber
that?
with a body. He took it right to McFucking Sailor's office. There is evidence. Where's the evidence? Evidence!
The
There it
evidence is
is.
up your
There's an affidavit from the first ever Wendy's. We heard from the Yummy Yummy Bussy and their used underwear proving that they do work there, even though Mary Barber doesn't know him.
It has nothing to do with my client.
She needs to go get a fucking cranium check-yum because she
Has
knows that
nothing
man.
to do with my
She
client.
is incredible, and that man.
Mary
incredible.
Barber has nothing to do.
Then why was
with
she
that
here? Why
Because
was
she
she
brought
here?
the personal diary. She
The
brought the personal
diary
diary.
that could have been handed to her 5 minutes ago, and she wouldn't even know where it came from. In fact, if you go out of this courtroom right now, she's trying to buy Wendy's from the vending machine because she doesn't even know where the fuck she is. I rest my case.
Well, even
mistrial.
if that evidence, okay, even if that evidence was not, if you don't think that evidence was valid, it still doesn't explain your questionable spending at the Wendy's and the timesheets where the people that say that works there were not even clocked in.
Okay, order. Closing arguments shouldn't actually be arguments. There's a one-sided. Okay, I pretty much knew what I thought before closing arguments, and this pretty much just put the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake that the small stripper is in. The defendant, I find, Sharon Barber, not guilty.
Disgusting, man. You just let a monster out.
Voosh has the body in his trunk in the parking lot, by the way. If you open his trunk right now, there'll be a body, and he'll say that we threw it in there. Also, the brothel that's coming to fucking get you, motherfucker. You're dead meat. You stole that underwear without paying for it.
Hold on, can we read what it says? Sharon Barber was found innocent, declared innocent. They left the courthouse in the rain, slipped on a manhole cover, took a spectacular fall. A tourist filmed it, and the footage ended up in a commercial for non-slip shoes.
That's incredible.
Did Taylor just admit to planting evidence? I don't think so. I just said that the body is in his trunk.
It's questionable.
Oh wait.
Yes. Derb, are you coming back?
Go?
You should be able to come back.
I hope Derb's okay.
Let's see if I can invite him. He said he had to fire somebody.
That's why I said I hope he's okay, because work stuff is stressful.
I sent you an invite, Derb. Oh wait, do we want to use?
Body was taken to you.
Do we want to keep
no,
using
he actually
Vush's
led
cards?
the body towards Sharon Barber, and then
Up to you guys.
threw
We
it
have
in his trunk.
70 cards.
But that's
we
why the
didn't
blood
see.
trail ended at
It's true.
Sharon Barber's house.
Okay. Yeah, we can use Vush's cards again since you have so many. You have literally double the amount. Yeah, you literally have double the amount that we had.
There is so many.
So like
cards
of my cards, like 20 of them are like super serious, like defense and in like alibi cards, and then like 20 of them are like random shit.
Yeah. Oh, what's the other? Oh.
I'm doing random because I was defense last time.
I
don't
want to
know
be the
what I wanna
bailiff.
do. Okay.
Okay.
I feel like a bailiff would be good to have instead of a journalist. Derb, you want to try being a prosecutor?
Hell yeah.
You get to make up the name of the person that you're prosecuting, and you get to make up their crime. So be prepared for
Where
that.
do I do that?
It'll ask you when we load in. It'll be like, what's their name and what crime are you accusing them of? Yeah.
Oh,
And then the cards we're using are Vush's cards, so I apologize in advance. I have no fucking idea what's in them.
I'm so excited to see them from the judge standpoint because there's some bangers in there. There's some good ones like video evidence and stuff. but
Yeah,
also
I had some really good ones in mine too, but then I threw random shit in there, like the wallet being in the cookery shop. I was like, I have to put that in there. First ever Wendy's had me gagged though. I was gagged.
That was like I said, I wanted to shit when he said Wendy's. I was like,
I can't believe we both got Wendy's cards. There's only like 2 Wendy's cards in the entire deck.
That worked
and we
out
got
in my
both of them.
favor. It was my first
That's
win
so
of the
funny.
day.
All right, Durba, ready up at the bottom when you're ready.
I'm always ready.
I'm starving.
All right, so as soon as I hit start game, you'll get a pop-up.
Okay.
Oh my god, Derb, your little sock puppet's so cute.
Oh, I'm a bailiff.
So you choose the name and
shit.
what they're guilty of.
What do I do?
The fuck? You got a wiener dog. What the fuck?
Wait, oh my! Wait, I want to pet the dog.
Wait, what? Do you have a pickle?
Can I?
A pickle on him? What the fuck? What
I
is
was gonna say,
that?
there's like paper. Oh, it's like your desk. I see.
Oh.
Oops.
No, that's actually really cool. Okay.
Sorry, you're just closer, so I'm trying all these. Wait, what's
you
this
didn't
one
get to
do?
hear me. I said, Jojo, can I
Oh,
pet
sorry,
your
you guys
wiener?
can't see. Shit ass. Transform someone. Oh, I can stop you from speaking with this. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Listen, I know you're upset that you lost your case, but you don't need to abuse me.
I'm trying to unbird you because I'm supposed to be able to undo the bailiff stuff if I don't agree with it.
Oh.
Yeah, I birded you.
I think the only way I can do it is stunning you, though.
Yeah, thanks, Mama. I was like, no one's gonna say anything. I was literally on my intermission screen. I gotta open my door. I'm fucking sweating my ass off. You're back. 1 sec.
When you put your head straight up, it looked like you were just choking on that lollipop. Jake Paul!
No.
Your Honor, I give up. I don't want to represent Jake Paul.
Overruled.
I forfeit.
I
Overruled.
feel like mine's bad. I'm so sorry.
No, it's perfect. It was really funny.
Order in the court.
Judges AFK, just so you know.
Okay. No order in the court yet.
Yeah, I could hear you guys. I just couldn't talk. They silenced
It's
me.
okay.
I got
It's okay. It's
censored.
okay. So if you open up your folder, Derb, you can see all the different cards that you're able to use. And when it's your
Jake Paul.
turn, basically, you can try to just create your story and choose cards you think would work and just make shit up because technically I could be guilty, I could not be guilty. We just
Sorry.
have to make it convincing.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to the case of Jake Paul driving into a Beast Burger while under the influence. I would like to remind the defense that driving under the influence is a most heinous crime, as well as being Jake Paul is the most heinous crime of all. So you have
Amen.
quite a wall to climb here.
Do I win?
We are going to start off with the prosecutor, though. Prosecutor, if
You're
you have
lucky
any
I'm not the
wonderful
judge. I would have
questions, you
literally
don't have to
seen
put-
that and been like, nah, guilty
You don't
immediately.
have to submit any evidence, yeah, but we would love your opening statement about what happened here today.
Okay. So, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Pretty cut and dry, I'm not gonna lie. Jake Paul, all right, was accused, or not accused. He was observed
Mm.
driving his big ass Cybertruck right into a Beast Burger.
Mm.
Now, this is a Tosla garbage truck you just talked about that he's driving?
Yes.
For the
Yeah,
record? Okay, perfect.
Tesla garbage truck. You're right.
Perfect.
A cyber garbage truck. And upon the police arriving on scene, it was found that he was intoxicated.
Disgusting behavior. Okay. Interesting.
Disgusting.
Thank you so much, Prosecutor Jarb. Attorney Sailor Sugar Plum, the floor is now yours if you would like to state your case for Mr. Jake Paul.
My client Jake Paul is being accused of driving into a Beast Burger while under the influence. While they may have been confirmed to be under the influence by the police report and the test, which is true. However, they did not drive into a Beast Burger and crash into it while under the influence. They were on foot, just in the Beast Burger, trying to order a double Beast Burger because while under the influence, that is what they were craving.
So the defense is not, he was under the influence. That
He
is
was
not
under
up for
the
debate.
influence.
Okay.
That is not up for debate because we have proof of that. But he was not controlling a motorized vehicle and definitely was not crashing into that Beast Burger.
Interesting. Thank you so much, defense. Mr. Prosecutor, the floor is going to go back to you as it is your onus to show us some evidence that proves that Mr. Paul was driving under the influence into that Beast Burger this wild evening.
Okay.
Evening
Okay.
morning.
So my first evidence, really, you can't really say anything about it. Bad little kid.
I see. So, am I to believe at this point in time you're saying that Jake Paul is a bad little kitten and he deserves no milk? So he was not drinking a milk-based alcoholic beverage.
No, not this little kitten.
Not this little kid. Okay, understandable. Thank you so much, prosecutor. Defense, what do you have to say about these heinous accusations?
You say that bad little kittens don't get their milk, and that he was not drinking a milk beverage. Is that what was just said?
That is what the judge is of mind of currently.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I
okay.
said.
Well, then, how would we have our delicious apple flavored milkshake from the local Beast Burger that Jake Paul was sipping on?
Interesting. So are you saying this was part of his order when he went?
Yeah.
Interesting. Prosecutor Derb. Thoughts?
I find that hard to believe because this receipt right here shows that he ordered a tomato and a potato, not a milkshake.
That's not a receipt. That's just a potato.
That's just a
And a
potato. You
tomato.
are showing us just a potato right now.
Oh, my bad.
I'm going to have to strike this from the record because that is not a receipt. That is a tomato and a potato.
Could you imagine in a courtroom, someone's like, I have proof, here's a receipt, and they just whip out a fucking tomato?
That's a potato.
Jojo, it
Sir,
reminds
that's
me of the
potato.
fucking the grocery store game. I'm gonna pay with a credit card. Pulls out cash wad.
Oh
I
my
think I'll pay
God.
with my credit card. Pulls out fucking a wad of cash.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so you said that's struck from the
potato
record?
and the tomato are stricken from the record unless they can be proven to be relevant to this case.
What if I told you I got them out of this Beast Burger bag that was in the vehicle?
Interesting. This is damning evidence. Interesting. I'm going to allow the tomato and the potato to come back into the record under the assumption that they came from the Mr. Beast Burger bag. Now, Prosecutor Derb, I'm not doubting your standards of living or your standards of judgment at all, but are you having the court believe at this moment that after Mr. Jake Paul crashed into the Beast Burger, they still served him?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That was after he went through the drive-through. Then he just drove straight into the building after when he was trying to leave.
So he was served and then he crashed into the building.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I have brought the tomato and the potato back onto record. Please have that known, Miss Attorney Sailor Sugar Plum. Your
Yes.
response.
My response is if he crashed through the Beast Burger, crashed in a vehicle, not on foot, then why would he have walked through the salt instead of driven through it?
Oh my God.
It says walk, clearly.
Objection. How do we
Cars
know
don't
this is
walk.
his footprint?
Sustained. How do we know that this is Jake Paul's footprint?
I mean, the report said it was his footprint. It matched.
I don't have a report in my evidence.
Objection. Hearsay.
Here.
Holy shit. Okay, so I see a report here. I see a report here. Okay, let me go ahead and read this really quick. The report states that Mr. Jake Paul was seen leaving his vehicle. It does not mention a pile of salt. It does not say there's a pile of salt there. I do not know where this pile of salt came from. If prosecutor, if you have a way to say that this is like a fake PI report, this is pretty damning that Mr. Jake Paul was indeed in a McFucking Tosla garbage truck on the night of the crime inside the Beast Burger.
Yes. Where did that pie report come from?
The pie report, it came from interesting. It actually is from a private investigator. It is not from the police.
Because
Interesting.
there was a
Okay.
private investigator tailing Jake Paul because
He's Jake fucking Paul,
supposedly a bad
if I
little
may
kid.
interject.
Yeah, he's Jake fucking Paul.
You know what? Sustained. This is clearly evidence. Yes. The PI report stands.
Hey.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Okay,
There's no more hiding that your client was not in the
Inspirata,
vehicle.
thank
He
you
was
for
in
the
vehicle.
31
So
months.
let's drop
Thank
the shtick.
you.
Wait. Thank you. He was in a vehicle.
Miss Defendant.
Yes. What are we
I may
arguing here?
have
That
fucked your entire case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, we never argued that he was
Order.
in a vehicle. We were arguing
Order.
whether he was in control of said vehicle. It's Jake fucking
Okay.
Paul. You think he doesn't
Okay.
get driven around?
You're right. You're right. What I'm going
Your
to
Honor,
be doing is crossing walked through salt off the evidence. There was no salt in that report.
Thank you.
I don't know where we were. Who just did the last evidence? We're gonna send yes. Prosecutor,
It was
I believe, is
me,
next.
technically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I submit evidence to the
Yes, you may.
courtroom?
Yes, you
Okay.
may.
So, defense, please explain why the only person on the scene that had a Tesla cyber garbage
truck.
key card was Jake Paul.
Interesting. This being a key fob for a Tesla garbage truck
In his wallet.
In his wallet. Interesting. Miss Sugar Plum, what the McFuck's going on here?
Well, last time I checked, I don't drive a Tesla garbage truck, but they don't use key cards to
It's a key
drive said
fob.
vehicle.
It's a fob.
It says
I'll
key
have
card,
I'll have the court
and it
know
says
that.
that this shows access, but I think what you're confusing it for is that's actually the key card for the hotel that he was staying at, which shows on this receipt.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Prosecutor, it does appear that he did have a key card to a hotel. And upon further inspection of this Tesla garbage truck key card, it does appear that it has been written on there in crown. This was the hotel's property. In fact, underneath the crown, it says quality sock hotels.
Your Honor, this
yes.
was a Tesla that was gifted from the hotel. This is a celebrity we're talking about here.
I mean,
Sure, but Teslas
that's
still
up for
are
debate.
driven by a key card.
They are. Thank you.
Wait, Fush, can you say crayon?
Crown.
Okay. Well, I
You
was
might not-
confused what Mama said.
You might not know Tesla lore, but they come with key cards that look like credit cards that fit in your wallet, and they act as a key.
Interesting.
Didn't realize you drove a Tesla garbage truck.
Interesting. Do you?
I watch a lot of YouTube defense.
Interesting. Okay. Well, unless we can disprove that the hotel gifted this Tesla garbage truck, we are going to stay in the mind frame that he was driving or being driven in a Tesla garbage truck gifted by the hotel, opened with key cards because it's Tesla. Why
I
would they
understand your
not?
point. That makes
Yes.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
But my point still stands that Tesla garbage trucks are not driven by key cards. That was a key card for the hotel. And although Jake Paul was staying there, he did pay for it himself. They didn't offer him, even though it is Jake fucking Paul, they didn't offer him a bunch of free shit because as you can see here, they have a lot of salary cuts at the hotel. So they are honestly just surprised that Jake Paul was willing to stay there because he's an influencer, right? He expects free shit, but he still was willing to stay there just because he really likes the beds there. They're very comfortable.
Order. This salary cut is inherently proof that that hotel is becoming a bankruptcy risk. They could not afford a Tesla garbage truck, although literally they have more than 800,000 vehicles sitting in lots that they cannot sell. They could still not afford one.
Your Honor, I have evidence to bring to the
yes.
court.
Yes, Mr. Derb.
So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Jake Paul, his financial accounts are all offshore, right?
Okay, that's a different case.
Okay?
That's actually Canada is now the 51st state, so it is not offshore anymore.
That's true. Okay, so you will see on this tax return that he in fact did pay for that hotel room.
Not the Quebec tax return.
Well, he never argued that he paid for it, right? He did
What?
pay for it. That's
What
we're
did
saying
he
that
say?
the hotel. We're saying the hotel didn't pay for things. He paid for it, and that was what the salary cuts were for. Was that they couldn't afford to give him free shit, but he still decided to stay there because he really likes the beds there. So it wasn't a hotel purchased Tesla garbage truck run by a key card.
Well, you'll also see on there that there is no purchase of a Tesla on those tax returns.
Well, it would not have been a business expense, as he's literally a garbage human being, and that does not require him to drive anywhere.
Technically, he never
so-
said he purchased the Tesla. He just said he wasn't gifted the Tesla by the hotel.
Does anyone have a character witness or a witness to what happened? Would anyone like the obligations of a witness right now at this given time? This is an offer to both parties. Does anyone have a witness?
Do you need a witness, or do you need help on how to get a witness, or
Hold on.
because Voosh can just summon them, but also if let's say I was talking and you were like, oh, no, I want to use this witness because I have an idea, you can request your witness to be brought up if it's your turn, but also Voosh can just spawn them and then so it's up to you.
I'm thinking. You got one?
I have one, but I wasn't going to use it unless I felt like I needed to.
You would be the coworker. I believe the red one is yours.
Yeah, the doctor's mine. But you don't technically have to use your witness, I don't think, right? Like, we're not forced
No, you don't have to use
You
them.
can if
It's
you
just-
want to.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a good witness.
Okay, thank you so much. You cede your time. Defense, witness, no witness. Defense, witness or no witness?
Oh, I wasn't hitting the right push to talk. I'm sorry. I said, and I was like, well, yeah, fuck it. Let's bring up my witness.
Okay, perfect. Let's bring out your witness then.
Yeah, sorry. I actually was going, but I realized I wasn't hitting the right button.
Please,
Yes, hello.
name the witness.
This is Dr. William Hamburg. Ham as in a piece of ham, not hand as in your hand.
Okay, and how many Z's and Q's are in that name?
22.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. I got him in the record. Mr. Hamburg.
Yes.
We're very clear on what your profession is. What the McFuck are you doing
I
here
am a
today,
doctor.
and what the fuck do you know about this case?
I'm just here to testify that
Pizza sounds
Mr.
good,
Jake
Nick.
Paul, if he drove into the Beach Burger while under the influence, he probably would have been injured, correct? Because those Tesla garbage trucks, they're not very
Indestructible,
Not very-
bulletproof.
you're saying that, but there's a video proof otherwise. But they're not very.
That was
they're not very
pre-release. That was
safe.
beta.
I'm sorry. Do you have stock in
Your Honor,
Tesla? Why
objection.
do you
Order in
give a
the
shit?
court. Order in
Objection.
the court. We are not here to discuss how much of a beta Jake Paul is. Thank you so
No, but-
much. Continue.
But after the day of the incident,
I actually
Jake
got to use
Paul
my ability.
Jake Paul never, when he came in for his appointment, he never came in and talked about being in a car accident or being injured. He just came in for, a standard checkup. And he had no scratches or bruising or any kind of issues on his skin. I'm changing this voice, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
And he was absolutely healthy, minus the skin. He has hemorrhoids, but that has nothing to do with with this case.
No,
So
we all have
if
hemorrhoids.
if he crashed into the Beast Burger in the Toshla garbage truck, he would have had injuries that would have been noticed and taken care of in his doctor appointment.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Your
so
Honor.
yes,
I would like
Does he get to
on record
cross-examine that witness?
just
if he so
because
chooses.
you run into a building doesn't mean you did it at 90 miles per hour.
Well,
You can still
unfortunately
damage property
for
at
the
10 miles per
defense, yes,
You
but
true, but you tap a Toshla garbage truck and it's life-threatening. I'm just saying.
yes,
Your
I
Honor,
would like it on the
these are-
record.
These are
Please,
indestructible vehicles.
I would like it on the record. I just damaged a Tosla garbage truck in a different
The
time
only
zone.
thing that might
I
happen,
just
Your
damaged
Honor, is
another one.
that the
I
battery
just broke
explodes.
it. I just broke it. It crumpled. It's dead.
I just broke
It
it.
broke.
I'm
Water
damaging
damage.
the Toshla garbage
Rusted.
truck.
Can't float anymore. Electrocuted me. It broke. So, the problem
Your
we
Honor.
have here today is
Don't fart on the dog.
the Otis now becomes yours, Mr. Prosecution.
What?
Let me give that back to you. We are going to need to see some evidence that somehow he has this magic Tosla garbage truck that does not crumple under the weight of a fart.
Your Honor, it was in my first piece of evidence. He's not a bad little kitten.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was a bad little kitten.
I was gonna say it said "bad little kitten, no milk smile," but then we showed the apple flavored milkshake. That's literally the best part.
That's the best part.
You're
That's the
right.
best part.
You know what? Send him to jail. I hate this guy. I don't want to represent him.
Wait, it's not... No, honey, you're the one trying to get him in jail, but unfortunately, we have come to the conclusion of this trial. I will not be accepting ending arguments. I think this
Which
is
is
pretty
crazy
cut and
because
dry.
the jury says Jake Paul's guilty, but also it's just Jake Paul.
Unfortunately,
Your Honor,
based
this
on
is
the
my
evidence,
first time.
it's
as a-
okay. You did great.
And I might have McDonald's at my house back in Arkansas. Once we get back.
That's
Quebec.
totally fine. You go eat your McDurbles. We are going to have to call this trial. Unfortunately, due to extenuous circumstances such as Tosla garbage trucks literally crumpling if you look at them improperly, him not sustaining any injuries, instead crash in a Tosla garbage truck, which would be literally impossible. The fact that this man would be walking around right now would be ridiculous. Mr. Jake Paul,
Exactly.
you're not guilty, but you're still under arrest.
I'm gonna stab this judge.
I can't believe I just won a case defending Jake Paul. What the fuck? I never thought that'd be a sentence
I
out of
need
my
to
mouth.
screenshot this.
Declared innocent. They left the courthouse in the rain, slipped on a manhunter. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
they need
hoping
more
it'd
of
be
those.
something else. And the whole court was like, "Nah, he's guilty." That's so funny.
There was just too many circumstances that would just it led to his
I had
freedom.
to take a fucking picture of Jake Paul being innocent. That's a first.
Here's a report.
I hate this job.
You can be a journalist this round.
You. Can I be a witness?
I was gonna see what it was like to be a juror. Cause do you actually get to decide anything if you're a juror?
I think you just get to write on a tablet.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so silly.
Wait, what does it say?
What
Watch,
if we all
comment, and
just-
influence the judge.
How do you influence the judge?
I think with the tablet. I think you draw things on the tablet and show me it. So no one wants to. The 3 rules we need. No one.
I mean, I can be the judge, I just wanted to see what bailiff was like.
No, you can be the bailiff this time.
Bailiff's not bad.
No.
Yeah, it's just like the little star
I have
wand
to-
just silences people if they're talking over each other. So that's why I turned Durb into a chicken.
I just want to pet the dog.
No.
I
Okay.
can't believe you silenced me.
Well, you were arguing
Abuse
with the
of power.
witness, and it was the witness's turn to talk.
I said objection and
You-
never heard anything after that. That's on the judge.
It was just funny because they were like, "Yeah, Teslas are super weak," and you were like, "Impenetrable, bulletproof." Like Bush never said
I was like, this
anything.
guy must have a stock.
But I was on Durb's side because as much as I hate Teslas and Jake Paul, he's right. They are fucking bulletproof. So like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
They literally are.
Those things are not. They fucking
No, they fall apart.
fall apart.
They fall apart easily, but they are bulletproof. Like their armor is bulletproof. So it's just like, good luck driving them, but you know, they're still bulletproof. Haha, gotcha.
Howie, how do I pet dog?
You just look at its face.
Oh my god.
How do you feel that you made Jake Paul a free man?
I would feel so bad.
And how do you sleep at night?
How do you sleep at night letting Jake Paul free? Oh yeah, didn't Voosh say, Jake Paul, you're not guilty, but you're still under arrest or something when he banged the gavel?
I don't know.
Oh.
This would be good with more people.
Yeah, this would be so fun with like 5
Yeah,
or
you
6
can have
people.
up to 9.
It's like
you
a
can have
9
up to
players, yeah.
I think.
We could have had 5, but Cameron's in fucking the mountains sniffing butts or something.
The guy hates us.
But also, like, it literally is not even out yet. It doesn't come out for a couple of days or something. So once it actually comes out, we'll get more people. It just says coming
Like,
soon. It doesn't even
only
have a
for the
date.
beta or
It says
whatever?
May 22nd. Wait, what? That's today.
That's today.
Yeah, it just says coming soon.
Moves Mackenzie.
That's weird they don't have a date because the embargo was for
Emails
today.
on the 29th.
Oh, well, the Steam doesn't say that. Might want to put it on Steam, devs, if you're listening. The 29th, then. I look out for the 29th. When I get back from Europe, we'll make everyone play it. Moobs Mackenzie? Okay, what happened here? Weaponized farts against elderly prostitutes. Okay. Order. Opening arguments, go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, judge, bailiff, that dog that started suddenly is here now. We're here today because Moobs Mackenzie is found accused of going down
Yeah,
to
Nick.
the local red light district
Mm.
and weaponizing farts, blowing hot fat gas at the elderly prostitutes working the streets with their brittle bones and their walkers. It leaves another level of what the fuck to literally walking ladies of the night. They were all hospitalized because of his horrible gas, and he is a monster, and we will prove that here tonight, that he was the one that farted his way through the red light district of Socktopia. Thank you so much.
All right. Defense, opening arguments.
Your Honor, there's no way Moobs McKenzie was at the scene of this crime. And I have the evidence that will prove this. I'm ready to go.
Okay. Prosecution, you may go forth with your first round of evidence.
Thank you so much. So, starting off today, we will show that Mr. Moobs Mackenzie had a personal diary. He kept this diary quite often, talking about his flatulence, his ability to produce flatulence, the way that he did not need to really eat much beans that of that sense to cause flatulence. Later in the book, over the years, this is quite a large journal.
Hmm.
It starts to get a little darker. It appears that Moose Mackenzie's mindset started to fluctuate. He started to have difficulties at work. He started having even worse danker gas from the stresses of working for Elon Muskie Pitts at Socks with an X, of course. And eventually, at the end of the book, his journal, he says, "Oh goddamn, oh fuck, I can't take it anymore. If I'm going to be stuck under this horrible, horrible monster, I'm not going to be the only one that suffers. ... And then if you smell the page that he wrote that on, smells like one of the worst farts I've ever smelt. This man's a monster. This man wanted other people to suffer through his gasual ways, and he weaponized his disgusting flatulence against those poor elderly prostitutes who are just trying to survive in current year. Thank you so much."
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, just know I had to step away because there was a car alarm going off, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't my car, so I didn't hear anything you said. But go team!
That's okay. Pretty much all the prosecution just did was submit a personal diary and then said that it smelled like farts. So, defense, you are next.
All right. If you will turn to page 69 in that diary, okay? You will see on there where he is clearly talking about the first ever Wendy's and not actual and elderly prostitutes. Wendy's might be old, but that doesn't make them an elderly prostitute. It's just their favorite place to get gas, if you know what I mean.
He didn't actually, this is interesting. He didn't talk about the elderly prostitutes in his book. He just said at the end, this is page 69. I will say he's been keeping this diary for quite a few years. It's quite disgusting. Each page smells even worse of farts as time goes on. This is about around page 370, where he starts to have his mental breakdown, in which he states that working for Elon Muskie Pitts at Socks with an X is the worst thing he's ever done, and that if he's going to be stuck there, he is going to take other people down with him, ... And then, caught at the scene of the crime, pants down, ass out, huge gaping pussy, blasting ass at these elderly prostitutes. Not written in the book. First ever Wendy's has nothing to do with this. I want that stricken from the record. Thank you so much.
It is in the book if you read it.
I am looking and let's see here. I'm going over my notes.
Sounds like prosecution didn't actually investigate their evidence.
I will note into the account that the mention of first ever Wendy's is on page 69. However, the diary itself does smell so horribly of farts that I can't even hold it or read it anymore. So I will give 1 point to each side.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is this Quidditch?
Yes, this is Quidditch. You are tied.
You should Quidditch your job because
okay.
you're really bad at it.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
Defense, do you have anything to put forth?
Yes, this is my most damning piece of evidence. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to pull it out yet. But my client is a Stitch TV streamer, and they stream 7 days a week. All right.
Okay.
They don't have a break. This is their life, and we have the entire VOD of the past 15 years right here, and there's no evidence of them ever partying on elderly prostitutes or near them.
Stitch
I'm
TV
sorry,
stream
did
VOD.
defense just say that the VOD was set 15 years long?
No, he just said that he streams every day, 7 days a week with no break.
Okay, I heard him say that the VOD was 15 years. I was just
Wait, did you say that?
There's
thought-
actually multiple clips in there.
Mm,
Multiple
I thought he
VODs.
said there was VODs from the last 15 years.
Oh, okay. I
Okay,
misheard. I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting the court.
Okay. Prosecution?
I would like to bring into the ow, the fuck? I would like to bring into the mix that we actually have testimony from one of his most loyal viewers, the Swansons. They watch every day for the last 10 years. They did not see him when he was a small indie streamer. But after he took off playing such games as Sockmophobia and Dead by Socklight, they've been religiously watching him. They did note in their testimony that over the last year, Mr. McKenzie has seemed to be a little bit off. His hours have started to really fluctuate. They've been unable to catch all of his streams because some days he'll be live at 4 a.m. Some days he goes live at noon. Some days he doesn't go live because he has to go to the doctors, possibly about the weaponized fart situation. And they've noted that over the last few weeks it has been getting pretty bad. You'll notice that Mr. Defense Attorney Derb said that there are many clips in that VOD that he sent you. You will notice that the whole VODs are not actually there. There are moments of lapsed time in where it appears that it has been either doctored or removed to show Mr. McKenzie in a better light. I would like to know where the missing footage is.
Before I ask the prosecution or the defense to obtain that for me, do you have any proof that when the elderly prostitutes were farted on that the defendant was in fact not live?
I do. I
Okay.
really
I would love to
do.
see that.
As this was a Monday, it does appear that he went to a very underground, unsanctioned event called Monday Come Day. He was not at stream that day. The ticket is stamped. It was used. It is valid between the hours of noon and 5 p.m.
Okay.
It was stamped between that time frame. The elderly prostitutes were hospitalized around 6 p.m. that day. Shortly after which, the cops noted that he was still on the scene with his pants down. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Thank you so much.
Were his pants down or on fire?
Both. The gas was so horrendous. You know how sometimes when it's too hot, gas can explode? That's what happened.
Okay, I have noted that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge.
Defense, what have you say? Anything about that? Do you have any conflicting evidence or anything to bring to light?
I'm gonna be honest, Judge. That was a lot to remember.
I have written it down for you.
You have a notebook.
I forgot about that.
I will reread to you. So he brought forward the Swansons that watch the daily play of Sockmophobia and Dead by Socklight on the Stitch TV stream. They noted that Mobs' hours have been fluctuating, and then there was a stamped ticket to Monday Come Day. So Mobs was absent from streaming that day from noon to 5 p.m. And later that night was when the prostitutes were farted on, and he was found with his pants down, both and on fire, while farting.
Spontaneous combustion.
Yes.
Your Honor, this is completely inaccurate. So
I would
false.
like to see a report that states otherwise. Excuse
I
me?
would like the court to not accept that. Oh. What happened to the bail?
I got hit with some paper.
Oh, understandable. I would like to bring to the court's
You
attention
can't-
that the
you
juror
can't
is
turn me
called
into a
the
chicken.
judge, stupid dum dum.
Your Honor, you didn't hear that.
It would appear
Okay.
that the defense would like to believe that you don't have ears.
Okay, I would like to bring some evidence forward.
Okay.
What were those times you said between 12 and
12 p.m.
What?
and 5 p.m. on the day of the farting.
Okay. So if you look at these bank statements right here,
Okay.
these are our PayPal account. Right
Okay.
here.
Yes.
You will see what was their name?
Mobs McKinsey.
No, the elderly folk.
Oh,
They don't have names.
they don't have names.
Oh,
They're just
they
elderly
are
prostitutes. We don't talk about prostitutes.
They are currently under duress. Please don't
Okay.
talk.
Yes.
So, these elderly prostitutes were actually fans of the show, obviously, right?
No, they were not.
Of the stream?
Yes.
Okay. What does this bank statement show exactly?
Oh wait, I'm sorry, not the Swansons.
Oh,
Yes, thank you,
the
yeah, the
Swansons were
Swansons
fans of
Yeah, and this
Monday
they said
Come Day?
I was not or my what the hell's moobs? What are they called?
Moobs McKinsey. That's your client.
Right. There's a word I'm thinking of. Forgive me. Okay,
Mm.
Moobs McKinsey is shown on these bank statements under their name Moobler69, right?
Okay. Is that their
Donating.
Stitch TV name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It'll show a detailed, time-stamped bank statement of them constantly between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. donating directly to my PayPal.
This
While
is
I was
a
live.
conflict of interest. Hello?
Wait, not while I was live. While Moves was live.
Okay, so you are saying that you saying that the people that watched the stream, so the Swansons, were donating to you during the hours that the Monday Come Day ticket says that you were not live?
I wasn't live.
Your
my,
defendant,
client
you're
was.
right. But is that what you're saying, that the Swansons were shown donating to Moobler69 at the time?
At the time, they were apparently not live streaming.
Okay. Receiving donations at mentioned time. Okay.
Judge, I have evidence contradictory to this.
Okay.
I wouldn't say contradictory per se, but I would say that in the Sockbook DMs, you will see that Mr. McKenzie.
Oh, these are very gruesome.
Yes, it is fucking disgusting.
This is very
In fact,
vulgar.
I would also like to submit the picture of him showing his big old pussy that could fit a hot dog down a hallway.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of there's a lot of room in there. It's
Can't
very
believe his
spacious.
hot dog was just out in the hallway like
all,
that.
all out in the all
Okay.
out there. In these DMs, you will see that the Swansons are in contact with him saying, "Bro, I know you're going through a hard time right now. Please accept these donations while you're offline to go get yourself something delicious to eat in these trying times." They also
Okay.
said nice hole where the soda can go. That thing's huge.
Okay. And these were on Sockbook.
These were on Sockbook because they could not reach him on Stitch as he was not there. So they left him a DM on Sockbook.
I can't type anymore. Okay. Well, devs, I want more pages.
We need pages, yes.
I have filled my journal. Okay. Okay. So the Sockbook DMs. I'm sorry. Can you repeat one more time what exactly they showed? Was it the timestamp, the date? That
This
they
was
were
during
offline?
the stream of Monday Come Day where
Okay.
Mr. Moobs was not live, stating, bro, we know you're going through a hard time right now. Please accept these offline donations. Go get yourself something delicious to eat.
Okay.
You're the best.
So your claim is that these DMs prove that the donations were in fact offline donations and state so.
They were an offline, what I believe Stitch calls a hype train, yes.
Okay, offline hype train. Okay. Defense?
I gotta start writing.
The prosecution just told us that they had Sockbook DMs that showed very vulgar images, as I guess the Swansons, the viewers of your client, like to send or receive PP pictures of very, very small PPs, but very large holes. But they also showed proof that those donations that Mubler 69 received at the time between 12 and 5 were indeed offline donations, as they stated in these Sockbook DMs. I don't know how you want to contest that.
I do have a question
Okay.
to the prosecution.
Yeah, you may have a sidebar.
Yes.
What time did the alleged crime occur?
It happened between 5 and 6 p.m. The cops were notified at 6 p.m.
Between 5
Unfortunately,
and 6 p.m.
the elderly prostitutes were on the ground writhing in pain. They are not they are not the most popular prostitutes.
Mhm.
It did take people a little bit to find them. They were
Okay.
on the ground in pain for a while.
Okay.
What do you mean by a while? That could be a lot of different time frames.
Based on the burns caused by the heinous weaponized farts, forensics states it was within 20 minutes to 40 minutes of when they were
Sorry,
found.
I'm so hungry.
Okay, so could it not be that this pile of cigarette butts right next to the elderly prostitutes is what burned them?
They're actually not allowed to smoke anymore because their stomas no longer allow them to inhale properly. What was noted by forensics was that the burns noted on these prostitutes were nothing they've ever seen before. They smelled horrendously, not of burnt skin, but of dank,
elderly
rotting
people.
pork. I mean, if you think that elderly people smell of dank, rotting pork, that's your pierogies.
They do where I come from, sir.
Well, you're clearly not from the great 51st state.
Anyways, I will also introduce into evidence this hardware store receipt showing my client purchasing a massive, thick 2x4 at 5:30.
I see.
And
Chat, I
please
need you to
note
vote.
that the store listed on this receipt
Okay.
is
Yes or
45
no, chat?
miles away from the alleged crime scene.
How many miles?
45.
45 miles. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. You're gonna get out of this, buddy.
Okay. It appears. I don't know how. I'm not a medical expert, but it does appear that the cigarette butts that were found next to the bodies of the farted upon were indeed smoked by them. The evidence, the DNA has come back. It is true. So I'm not entirely sure what that leaves the prosecution with, but you may go forward with any explanation you would like to prove. But as of right now, it looks like the cigarette butts could have been theirs and they could have burned them. So I know you don't have any more evidence to put forth, but you may re-explain if you would like.
Well, the only thing I could really think is that a different hole was used to ingest the cigarettes.
Ooh.
They were
my.
not found without clothes. We assumed that they were burned off in the horrible chemical warfare attack.
Wait, they
by
were
Mr.
found without
Mackenzie's
clothes?
farts.
They were found
They were found
naked.
without clothes,
Okay.
burnt very, very severely, smelly burns, very smelly burns.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Again, this is conjecture. I don't want this brought into evidence, but I would assume that Mr. Mackenzie, after farting on the elderly prostitutes, put the cigarettes up their butts.
Okay, off the record. Order.
Off the record.
Right. Defense, would you like to begin closing arguments? I honestly don't know where I stand here. So these closing arguments could make or break what happens here.
You're the defense, by the way.
Yeah, that's you, Derb.
Come on, Derb.
Yeah, my voice was turned off.
Oh,
My bad, guys.
okay.
I mean, it's pretty simple here. Prosecution doesn't have any evidence that puts them at the scene. It's all just hearsay at this point. They do have one testimony, but that's from mega fans that we don't even know. They could be just trying to meet their fan for all we know, right? Or meet their idol. My apologies.
Yeah.
But if you look at my
Oh
evidence,
my god! Oh my god! Your mouth is stuck.
Yeah, I don't know
open
why
for
that
me.
happens.
What the fuck?
Am I okay?
Your mouth was literally on the floor, just your jaw. I don't know. That happened when I did it to Durb last round too. His jaw was stuck on the floor.
Hilarious.
So funny.
That was fucking terrifying. What I expected. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyway,
Defense, or was that your closing arguments?
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry. I thought he was done.
Defense, was that all of your closing arguments?
I just want to reiterate that with the bank statements, the cigarette burns, and the receipt showing my client not at the scene and not even close enough to get there in time in the alleged time frame, that it's kind of impossible to charge them as guilty at this point.
Okay. Prosecution, closing arguments.
Not only did prosecution point him to the scene of the crime, no one else was capable. And the judge knows. They smelt the McFucking journal. No one is capable of making smelly burns like that. This man chemicalized his farts, brought them out into the wild, and those poor prostitutes who were just trying to make a buck tried their best to escape this man's horrific, stanky farts. He was not streaming, as the defense said, that he streams 24/7. He has been going through a mental breakdown, has been proven to be going through a mental breakdown through several evidences, as well as, you know what? Maybe he was at a heartburst or 45 miles away. Because you know what happens when you have chemical farts that explode? You can travel really far, really fast. The defense, the prosecution rests.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, well. I would like to... Let me just look over the evidence again really quickly here.
Your Honor, I would call my witness, but it's a fucking dog.
It's okay. I got shit on for calling my dog as a witness, even though there's literally art that exists of dogs sitting and smoking cigarettes at a poker table. So, whatever.
That's true, Your Honor.
I deem... Where's Moobs Mackenzie? Please stand or rise.
Get up, buddy.
You have been found not guilty in this courtroom.
Wow. Oh.
The evidence was very stacked.
And he'll kill again. He'll kill again.
Kill or fart?
He'll kill again.
I like how it says Durb, stoic incarnate. Emotes.
No emotes.
Wow, no emotes.
My bad, guys.
Upsetting.
You did
Upset
great,
my
Durb.
spaghetti.
Yeah, it was great. Do you
This
want to
seems
be?
silly.
Do you want to be a judge again, Derp?
Yeah.
I want to try to be a juror.
Yeah, go
Alright,
ahead.
it's me
You
again
can
too.
be a
You
juror. I'll
haven't
be-
prosecuted in a while.
It's true.
Yeah, I've only done it once.
Yeah. Or should I be a witness? Actually, what happens if you're a witness?
Well, when the
I don't know.
witnesses get called to the stand, you become the witness.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll do that.
Oh no.
I can play both sides. I'll be good.
Are you a
We'll
switch?
go both ways.
Oh, I'm a switch for sure. Tattoo it on my forehead.
Boosh, I don't like when you talk to me like that. You stress me out.
What? When I talk to you like what?
When you're prosecuting.
I have to prosecute. It's my job. It's my job to cast doubt on the defense.
I just can't. My thoughts. When you talk, I just can't think straight.
Like, what a shit.
It'd also probably help if I wrote stuff down.
Yes, please write stuff down. I'm gonna go get a hoodie real quick.
Why is the witness a doggy again?
Goddamn dog.
What's the doggy gonna do?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
All right, court will.
Oh look, there's JoJo. Look, she's got her own little. Is she my witness or whose witness is she?
I think
That's
she
what
I
I
think
want to know.
everyone's. All right, court will resume once our witness is back.
I'm here.
All right, today we have Patricia Gray charged and accused of shoplifting at Walmart.
Mm. Who doesn't? Am I right?
Prosecution, are you ready or do you need time?
I'm ready.
Go ahead. You have an opening
Okay.
statement or what do you want to do?
I'll do a little opening statement. We're here today because of the obvious, because Patricia Gray is being accused of shoplifting at Walmart. She was arrested yesterday morning, caught red-handed with a bunch of toothbrushes in her pockets. Why does she need so many toothbrushes? What was she using them for? We're about to find out.
Thank you, prosecution. Defense?
I'm here today with poor Patricia Gray. This woman is an icon in this community. This woman spends more per capita at these McFucking Walmarts than anyone else in this great 51st state of Canada. This woman is the economy. And if she was ever even considering shoplifting, not even a single bone in her beautiful, sweet body could even consider picking up that item. I'm here to prove her innocence and her character as a loving mother of a dog. And just such a great capitalist. She would never. Okay, sorry. I pressed my keys.
No crying in my courtroom. Okay. So, prosecution, you say the defendant was caught with a bunch of toothbrushes in their pockets, right?
Yes, sir. That's right. It was yesterday
And then-
morning.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're the judge. What were you saying? I just said it was yesterday morning. Yeah.
I was just going to recap, and then defense says that Patricia spends a bunch of money on Canadian Walmart and is a dog mom and couldn't do it with their big, beautiful body. Right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have evidence they wish to bring to the court?
I will start.
All right. 1 second.
I would like to begin by producing the evidence from about 7 months back. This poor woman. This poor woman accidentally fell on her face while tripping down 500 flights of stairs at the CN Tower.
How many flights?
At that point, 500 flights of stairs at the CN Tower.
500 or 100? I thought you said 100.
I said 500. 500. I said 500. Afterwards, she is seen talking to her other capitalist friends on Stitch TV, where she tells her harrowing story of how her fall down the CN Tower knocked out all of her teeth. She has no teeth. This poor woman has no teeth. She hasn't brushed her teeth in 7 months. She has no reason to own a toothbrush. She actually has trauma looking at toothbrushes. She can't even look at them. they caused her to break down. Look at her face. I'm talking about toothbrushes right now, and she's bawling her eyes out.
No
She's
problem,
simply
my
ignoring
lord.
me.
Bits! Hi, Vivi! Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the 49 months, too. Thank you.
Just doesn't have the mouth.
Thank
for
you!
a
I love
toothbrush,
you, Bits.
and it shows.
What were you doing? Where is my bot? Hello? Captain of Industry. What's that? What's that game?
Wait, is Derp muted?
How did
If
you
you're
mute?
talking, you're. I don't know. He has a mute sign above his head, though.
I know, what the
so...
fuck?
Oh,
Oh, you can talk while you're.
yeah, it mutes while you're doing a poll. That's what happens.
My bad.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't talking to me. 'Cause I'm
Welcome
like, I
in,
can't hear
though.
you if
Welcome in,
you're asking me
Raiders.
something.
How was your stream, Bits? Hope you did a good. I hope you had a good stream.
You know what? Prosecution, do you have a rebuttal?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so our defendant over here said that they fell 7 months ago. 7 months ago, they fell.
7 months ago, 500 flights down the CN Tower, yes.
Yeah, and they lost all their teeth, and now
Lost
they're
all their teeth.
traumatized.
They have no teeth.
And they're traumatized now of toothbrushes.
You're right.
Very interesting, because if they fell 7 months ago,
A stressful automation game? That's an
and
oxymoron.
as of
All
yesterday
automation games
morning,
are stressful
they
for me.
were arrested,
thanks.
with a pocket full of toothbrushes. I understand that
Allegedly.
they didn't allegedly didn't purchase
Allegedly.
said toothbrushes yesterday because you say fear.
I'm sure you're
But
crushing
why
it
do
per
I have a
usual.
receipt from 3 months ago? Oh, I didn't click on it. Oh wait, I can't. I need Derb to give me the thing. I can't choose
Give
a
her
card.
the power, yeah.
Thank you. I was like, why can't I click on this?
We're playing a game
But 3 months
called
ago,
Guilty as Sock,
we have these
and it's
suspicious
a
receipts
role-play.
that
It's a role-playing
show that they
courtroom
actually
game
purchased
where you're sock puppets.
2 toothbrushes.
You actually have people that are the attorneys. One is
some
the judge. There's room for a bailiff. I'm
Were
currently
they
a witness.
purchasing it for someone else? And if so,
All these roles
I
can
thought
be
they
filled.
were afraid of
It's up to
toothbrushes.
9 players, and it comes out in
So
a
why
week.
would they even go down that aisle?
Your
That's what
Honor,
I
if
wanna
I could
know.
have the floor.
Prosecution, are you finished with that statement?
Yeah, I just want to know. I just want to know.
All right, defense.
As I have painted earlier in this trial, Miss Patricia is a cornerstone of this community. This community would crumble without her generosity.
That's okay, let's go
3
run.
months ago,
I love you so much. Go get
she
some.
had
Go get some snack. You
willingly,
take care of yourself. I love you.
because no one else would, give
Thank
her
you for the
credit
raid.
card to the local farmers
You the
because
best.
they were fearing the worst. I need the bell. I can't paint a picture without the bell. I need the bell. I can't paint
Oh
a
yeah, Derb, you gotta give Vushi.
What?
You gotta give Vush the bell so he can pull out his evidence.
3 months ago, she gave a local farmer her credit card because they were about to dissolve their fucking farm. They were about to have cloaca rot running through their chickens.
Right in
The
front of their
only
salad.
way, right in front of their McFucking salad, girl. The only way to cure cloaca rot is to rub it away with the fine-toothed comb that is the tip of a toothbrush. My Patricia Gray could not buy those herself, and she gave the credit card to the local farmer so he could buy as many toothbrushes as he needed to clean those poor chickens' cloacas. Unfortunately, a lot of them already succumbed to illness, and he only had a few left, so he bought 2 toothbrushes. Then he mailed her the receipt for her records. She never came in contact with those toothbrushes.
Prosecution, do you have a...
May I have? Yes, thank you. You say that they have not come across any toothbrushes, that they didn't even see them. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. She only got the receipts from the farmer.
Then why, when her apartment was searched, we found a paper bag full of toothbrushes, all of the same brand, the same ones that she had stolen yesterday morning? I would like to know why we found
Interesting.
a full paper bag.
Well, I didn't think that we'd have to do this because this was supposed to be put before a martial tribunal. But we do believe that those were planted by the government in Miss Patricia's house. You will see in these Socknell pics from now open source because they got hacked platform Socknell. Miss Patricia was added to a group chat where several men were discussing war plans and the exact moments when they were going to drop the bombs. They then started blackmailing Miss Patricia because she knew too much. She saw too much. And they said that they would have to bring her down because there was no way that they believed that she would stay quiet. Those toothbrushes, this is the first time we're seeing them, Your Honor. They didn't exist. This is blackmail. This is the United States government cracking down on Patricia Gay. Thank you so much.
Objection!
What is the objection?
May I have the bell?
That's not how the objection works, but sure.
It's fine. It's the 51st state. You say that she was involved in a group chat on her.
She was added to the group chat unintentionally. She did not want to be a part of it. She was just invited by a random
She was just
user
invited,
of Socknell.
just by accident.
Mm.
And when was this?
This would have been about 4 months ago.
About 4 months ago? Well, when we searched their apartment and found the paper bag full of toothbrushes, we also recovered a laptop and checked the hard drive, and there is no mention of said group chat. No proof that they were added into a group chat or had any
Your Honor,
conversations.
Socknell is a mobile app. You cannot get it on PC.
But still,
Is that true?
I mean, how am I supposed to know?
We do know. You can go on your phone right now and find it. If you try to look for it on your PC, it'll redirect you to a mobile device.
I'm pretty sure you can still log in on
No, you
computer.
cannot. It is a
Can you
security risk,
prove-
but
can you-
also
can-
the security risk was Socknell.
Sounds like there was a
Wha-
security risk no matter what if they
what is-
accidentally added into a group chat. I'm just saying.
That is correct.
What is the name of this platform?
Socknell.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I am showing Socknell is a mobile
Thank
only
you,
app,
Cece.
but you can get it through an emulator called Bluesky on the computer.
Well, it was on her phone. She had no reason to have an emulator on her PC.
Very valid. Disregard that piece of evidence.
Well, even if they apparently, allegedly, could not get it on their laptop, that still doesn't explain why they would frame them for a simple crime of shoplifting for toothbrushes.
Because it is the United States government. They have the internal SOC agency that, you know, you'd love to think they're serving protecting the people. They're not. They're serving protecting the government.
But don't you think they would have chose something more severe? Especially when it is known that your client has a fear of toothbrushes?
Miss Sugarplum, what is more severe than tarnishing the name of Patricia Gray? She is the 51st state. All she has is her reputation. They would not do anything but destroy her reputation. That is
For
all she
toothbrushes?
cares about. They know that she fell down the CN Tower's 500 flights of stairs. They know exactly that she now cannot look at toothbrushes the same. And they knew that if she was caught shoplifting from Scockmart, that this would ruin her entire reputation that she has used to build up over the last 30 years to be one of the most respected people in the 51st state of America.
Yeah, I call bullshit. I don't believe it, because they're gonna look at poor Patricia, as you say, and they're gonna go, really? Toothbrushes? The poor thing. And they're gonna just say she's not guilty.
The ISA, the internal SOC agency, is known in leaked documents from WikiSocs to do mental torture on their constituents. It has been released. It is widely available on the internet. You would know that if you looked at her laptop a bit more, I guess, because you could have just went there and looked at WikiSocs. But apparently the prosecutor had other things to do other than build a case today.
I still call bullshit. I think you have a
to-
toothbrush stuck up your ass, and she had so many that she stole in her
Whoa,
paper bag.
whoa. Don't make me.
Do you also work for the government? Because it seems like you're slandering my client.
If I worked for the government, I would have done something far harsher than accuse them of stealing toothbrushes.
Judge!
Whoa, where's the bailiff?
We don't have a bailiff. We just have a witness, and I still don't understand her role. Can she just be a witness for whoever?
I think I'm both witnesses, yeah. Really, this role's the hardest because I have to be a witness for both sides.
Oh, so you'd have to defend both?
I think
That's
so.
weird.
No.
That's weird.
I think I could do it.
Would anyone like to call a witness?
I've been
I would like to
taking
call the
extensive
witness.
notes.
I would like to call Dr. Willy Wally Shilly Shally.
Oh, yeah,
to the
okay.
stand.
So they just hold the... Okay, I see.
Dr. Willy Willy Shilly Shally. I would just like you to paint the picture for the court about how poor Patricia Gray, sorry. I have stuff on my mind. Patricia Gray fell down that flight of stairs that one fateful day at the CN Tower in the 51st state of America. And permanently got PTSD from the experience and can no longer look at toothbrushes. Thank you so much.
Yes, hello. My name is Patricia Willy Wally Shilly Shally.
Willy Wally Shilly Shally, yes.
Yes, and I graduated top of my class at Harvard in Willy Wally Shilly Shalliness. So I am a doctor, and I personally took care of the aftercare for Miss Patricia. She fell down the equivalent of 5,000 stairs. So she literally broke every bone in her body. She lost all of the teeth in her mouth, and in fact, she almost lost her entire jaw. We had to wire it shut for 6 weeks, and she was fed through an NG tube. Then when she was, unhinged and given back her free will to go live her life, she had extreme post-traumatic stress disorder and also saw war flashbacks of every single punch that each individual 5,000 steps hit her. So she's been in extensive counseling and therapy, and in fact, we had her put under medication and an induced coma for a while right after her jaw was unwired because she was, for lack of a better word, she was manic. So.
For how long?
For how long what?
Was she in a coma?
She was in a coma for 3 days, yes. A medically induced coma. But as you can see, all of these situations would lead someone to very traumatic experiences and have many problems.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to examine with your witness?
I do know that the one thing she has told my other client, the therapist, she has told her that if she is even in the same building as a toothbrush, she can sense it and she runs away in extreme fear, and she hides in a sewer grate outside and calls herself Pennywise.
I have a question. I have a question for the witness.
Yes.
So, I understand that it is alleged that she can sense the toothbrushes. How does she feel about toothpaste? Is she afraid of toothpaste too? Is it just the brush?
Toothpaste is a little bit different. Sometimes it's a little wishy-washy, willy sally, shilly shally.
She
cut out. I
does.
couldn't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me? Yes. Hello. Is my mouth on?
Yeah, I heard
Okay,
it was
cool.
a little, and then I heard
It's
nothing.
a little wishy-washy with the toothpaste. She does like to use toothpaste to scrub her bumper of her car, which she does not do with a toothbrush. She does it with a manual, like, actual scrub brush. But toothpaste is really good for cleaning metal, so she does like to get toothbrush or toothpaste from the store, but she obviously doesn't go get that herself. She has it delivered. Because the store is terrifying for her, yes.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any follow-up
further
questions for the
questions.
witness?
No further questions.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr.
Willy Wally Shilly Shally.
Yeah, Willy Willy
Yeah.
Shilly. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other witnesses that would like to be called?
Considering my witness is a dog, no, I think I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Are
but
they
I
a-
do have
are they a
questions
beagle?
for the defendants and their attorney.
Oh, do you?
Alright, go ahead.
Yeah,
Maybe you
floor
could
is
do it without
yours.
badgering the witness this time.
Mm-hmm.
maybe you can try shutting the fuck up because it's not your turn.
Whoa.
But
Didn't mean to do that.
no, it's okay.
Whoa.
Also, I'm gonna hold
Judge
you in
threatened.
contempt
I've been threatened.
if you keep this up.
Anyway, as I was attempting to say, so you're saying that she cannot be near toothbrushes, even though clearly we found a paper bag full of them, but she can use toothpaste. And we did find a bunch of substance on her bed, so that's why I questioned the toothpaste. And your witness explained that they could, in fact, use. What did they say? They wipe their bum with it?
A bumper.
Something?
Their car
She
bumper.
cleans the
Bumper,
bumper of
car
her
bumper.
cars. Yeah, she scrubs them with the scrub brush and toothpaste. Yes.
She uses a cloth and soap to clean her bum because she is a real human being with feelings and should be
Yeah.
treated as such. Thank you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because why, when we searched the apartment and we found the toothbrushes in a paper bag in the bathroom, we also found a very crunchy towel. And of course, you can say, oh, that could be anything. But using a black light, we were able to see that it was in fact toothpaste.
It's interesting that you would bring that up.
For
Judge. Can I
sure,
have the
thank you for
bu-
the
can I have the bu-
150.
Can I have the? Can I have the?
Thank you.
Can I have the? Can I have
The
it, please?
floor is yours.
The floor. The
Ah.
floor. Thank you so much. In
Wait.
fact.
Wait, hold on. Oh,
Yeah,
The floor is
okay.
not
Oops.
yours.
Oops.
Now it's yours.
Thank you so much, Judge. Actually, as an influencer for the 51st state of America, she does have sponsorships with various brands. What substance was found on her bed would have been from a video recording she was
it was on a
making
towel, not a bed.
for their new toothpaste flavor Advanced GG, available next month. And as you can see, it accidentally spilled on the bed through her drool because as she was drinking this tub of toothpaste Advanced GG, she had a bit of a breakdown as it reminded her of toothbrushes, and she drooled over the bed, causing what would seem to be a toothpaste-like substance all over the mattress.
Excuse me, I did not say it was on the bed. I said it was on a towel in the bathroom, so all of this is invalid.
Well,
Sorry,
you don't know
please
where she
strike that from
sleeps.
your
She
records.
sleeps in the bathroom to make sure that
It was
no
a crunchy
toothbrush
towel
is
hanging
in
on
there.
a towel rack in the bathroom.
Yes, but that is her bedroom, Judge, because she needs to be in a bathroom at all times to make sure a toothbrush is not in there. She does not trust it if she's not in there 24/7.
But she can sense it, right? So she wouldn't need to be in there.
She senses it by being in the room to make sure no one plants it.
It's not what the witness said.
I do have a question for prosecution.
Yeah.
Where was that bag of toothbrushes found? Did you say?
I
You
don't
said you
believe
guys-
I did say. I just said that we had found a bag of toothbrushes in the apartment.
Okay, you don't know where.
Oh, I wrote it down word for word.
I
It did
didn't
not say a
clarify where
room.
they
It just
were
says the
because
apartment.
I
Yeah.
was not the one that searched the apartment. I just know that they had found a bag, and there's a photograph of the bag itself with the toothbrushes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can't confirm that the crunchy towel was in the bathroom though, on the towel rack. That's
Which is where her bed is because she needs to sleep in the bathroom to make sure that no one puts toothbrushes in there.
Do you have evidence of
oh
this?
my.
It would be
Evidence of
in
her bed.
the VOD, the Stitch TV VOD. You will see she's on her bed, and the surrounding walls are tiled, which that's a bathroom.
Okay, so does she sleep on the wall next to the rack?
No, honey, she has a bed over her shower that she places over the shower part of the bathroom, and that is where she records her videos.
Okay, all right. Carry on. Does anyone have anything else to say?
I'm ready for
do you
closing
wanna say
argument. Well,
something?
JoJo says, yeah, JoJo looks like shizzle.
Hold on, we got a fucking dog that keeps barking.
Yeah. Yes, I just wanted to touch on what I mentioned before, since it has been brought to light that Patricia Gray sleeps in a bathroom, in a bed. Yes, I did mention that she had severe PTSD and mental health disorders. Excuse me?
You were the wrong witness.
You were the
wrong
dog.
witness. You were the dog.
So sorry. Bark, bark, bark. Anyways,
now you're the
she
dog.
sleeps in a bathroom because of her manic episodes that she has experienced since being traumatized by falling down the stairs, losing all of her teeth and every bone in her body, and then being afraid of toothbrushes. Yes. So that is par for the course. She will just have to struggle with this for the rest of her life.
Post-traumatic shock disorder is not to be taken lightly.
Yeah.
All right. Prosecution, do you have questioning for this witness, or?
I mean, I just said that the black light found evidence of toothpaste on the crunchy towel, but the witness's attorney was trying to say that it was on the mattress. So
She uses towels as sheets, and then when they're dirty, they go on the floor.
Okay, so you said it was toothpaste Advanced GG.
Toothpaste brand Advanced GG available next month! Exclamation mark Advanced GG.
I don't know
And
if
you
that can be
drink
picked
it?
up by it. I don't know if
You
that can be
drink
picked
it,
up by a
and then
black
she
light.
had a allergic-ish reaction caused by her PTSD. It's not quite an allergy, but more so trauma, because it reminded her of toothbrushes. She drooled all over that towel that was on the bed as a sheet, and she had to take it off because she couldn't sleep with it on.
But you said earlier that she was drinking it.
Yes, Advanced GG is a drink.
I
So
also
it's not-
have information about the bag
It is
of toothbrushes.
Toothpaste flavored Advanced GG. It is enhanced.
Okay,
But it is
so
not
it's not-
toothpaste.
Okay.
It is enhanced with
Gotcha.
toothpaste.
And
yes, it is.
toothpaste was found on the crunchy towel
Toothpaste is
that was hanging on the towel
Toothpaste is
rack.
a third ingredient in
that was
Advanced
discovered
GG
with the
on
black
toothpaste
light.
brand.
Okay. Are you sure you don't want to call your witness, prosecution?
No, I'm good. The dog's sleeping. It's okay. He's a good boy.
All right.
Okay.
Any other arguments?
I'm ready for closing statements.
Yeah, I'm
honestly.
ready for closing.
All right, we'll have prosecution go first.
Okay. I guess I don't need the bell, so I'll just talk. I think it's funny how their evidence for Patricia not being guilty of shoplifting at Walmart is that I understand that they have, a disability and trauma and a lot of problems, I should say. But it doesn't that aside, this is not a setup. This is not I can't think of the words. Brain. We have the receipts. We have the suspicious receipts of them buying only toothpaste, even though they said that
It was toothbrushes.
it wasn't toothpaste. No, there's no toothbrushes on the receipt because
The receipt was for
sold
2
them.
toothbrushes.
No, that
And we
wasn't the
just
receipt.
proved it with the farmers.
No, that wasn't the receipt. And you said that it wasn't toothpaste, but it was toothpaste Advanced GG when there was toothpaste clearly on the towel.
This was 2 different times of the anyways, go ahead.
No. Either way, I'm refraining from saying anything that will be used against me, but
Please don't
really,
cuss in my
you're just
court.
full of. Don't worry, I didn't. I'll let him finish writing.
Okay.
But yeah,
Is there
I
anything else?
think the evidence is clear. And also,
your-
by the way, yeah, I can't show any more evidence, but since we were talking about the Stitch TV stream VODs, I don't know if they noticed, but you know, there was a paper bag in the VOD. So
In the
Well,
bathroom.
these are closing arguments, not more arguments.
Well, then close your argument.
I'm just waiting for my turn.
Go ahead.
Is that the end of your closing argument?
Yeah.
All right. Defense.
Members of the court, I would like to just reiterate again that if we go back 30 minutes into this recording, that the receipt was for 2 toothbrushes. It was not for toothpaste. This is clearly a setup by the government to try to bring down influential 51st stater Patricia Gray and her philanthropy and her beauty through process of PTS sock disorder. And it's not okay. Patricia did nothing wrong. She is the victim. She has been so brave being here today. And I think it's just sickening that the government is allowed to do such a thing to such a wonderful, loving, caring woman. Thank you so much. No further statement.
All right. First of all, you guys are kind of psychotic.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Wait till you see after this, because you want to see psychotic. I'll show you psychotic.
Oh God. Bailiff. We don't have one.
We don't have a bailiff.
Okay, so prosecution. What I have written down basically is they were caught with a bunch of toothbrushes in their pockets. Was this outside of Walmart? I can't remember.
It was
Or is this
just
just in
reported
general?
yesterday morning. They were just caught. I'm assuming it was when they were trying to leave the premises, but I don't know if it was directly outside or still inside the building.
Okay, all right. And then I have roughly 3 months ago, we show them purchasing toothbrushes.
Yeah, 2 toothbrushes. That is correct.
And then we found you found a bag of toothbrushes in their apartment in a paper
In the paper bag. Yeah, in the bathroom.
And they're the same brand as the ones that were stolen.
Yes.
All right.
Just reading my notes. I wrote down toothbrushes were for local chicken pussies.
Oh my God. I guess when you're just looking at the notebook, it looks like you're writing. Because I'm like, how are you still writing? How are you not out of the room? But I guess it just shows you writing when you're looking
All I
at
wrote
it.
was toothbrushes.
I wrote 7 months ago, she fell question marks 100/500 flights.
Yeah, so defense, their general argument is Patricia spends a bunch of money on Canadian Walmart, is a dog mom, and they fell on their face when they fell down 500 flights of stairs 7 months ago.
Yes. As well as the evidence that disproved all the other evidence. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and then they were seen talking to their friends on Stitch TV, and they were telling us, or Patricia was telling the story about the incident of falling 500 flights
and losing all
and
of
how
her
she has
teeth,
no
correct.
teeth. Yeah,
Correct.
and doesn't brush
We also
them.
had a doctor come in and give you their medical assessment of Patricia's well-being and being.
Yeah. And then, so the argument against the toothbrushes being found on Patricia was because they were for cloaca rot on their chickens.
The receipt that was found on Patricia
Receipt.
was sent to her by her former friends who bought the toothbrushes to fix their chicken's cloaca rot because Patricia could not be seen around toothbrushes. She would have had a absolutely colossal meltdown.
Okay.
Don't forget the important part, Judge, that she was threatened by DJ Prance on Socknell to stay quiet about the government activity.
Yeah, and they stated it was
on
planted
Socknell.
toothbrushes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Patricia has PTSD with war plans and bombs.
And
Well,
stairs. And stairs,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And stairs.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
stairs. Yes.
All right. And then 4 months ago, they were blackmailed with
Correct.
the
Because they
toothbrush.
were added to a Socknell group where they
Mhm.
saw
Oh, yeah,
all the war
okay,
plans
yeah.
of the government. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the witness says that basically Patricia's whole body is broken and was in a
Destroyed
coma for 3
several,
days.
yes, 7 months ago, yes.
Okay, I am kind of finding it hard to believe that the toothbrushes were planted. I don't see much evidence of that. But
You literally
also,
saw evidence of the United States government, but okay.
also, why would she be caught with toothbrushes and she wouldn't be freaking out and panicking if she's got this much
what I'm
PTSD
saying.
from a toothbrush?
What you're failing to understand is where was this planted? Where was this planted? Was it on
I
her?
don't know, you
Was
tell
it in the
me.
apartment? I don't know. You tell me. You're the prosecutor.
Well,
I've
she-
heard,
You-
but I've heard
you
that
tell
it was
me,
in
we said that
Wonderland. I
we
heard it
found
was
a
in
paper
Disney
bag.
World.
You're saying that
Quiet
they were
in my court.
planted.
Toothbrushes went to
and if
Disney
they-
World. Where did they go?
Quiet.
Where did they come from?
Well, so Patricia was caught with toothbrushes in her pocket originally. That's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be honest. I think I would notice if there was a bunch of toothbrushes in my pocket.
What I'm failing to see is the part where she was arrested wrongfully and then they were planted on her, which was proven through the Socknell messages and the blackmail.
Well, the reason why Patricia Gray is in court today is because they were accused of shoplifting at Walmart. They were arrested with toothbrushes in their pocket. And when their apartment was searched, there was another bag of toothbrushes. So even if it allegedly was planted in their apartment, if they have a fear and trauma from toothbrushes and had said toothbrushes in their pockets, they would be able to sense the fact that there were toothbrushes in their pockets and therefore would have an episode.
Which would
If
lead
they
me to
just
believe
arrived
that
home
they
and
were
found
planted after
toothbrushes-
she was arrested. I don't see how anything has proven that she actually. Well, where was the video evidence? Where was the video? When did we see her grab them off the shelf? When did we see her walk out with them? Where was the evidence? Where's the blurry Vaseline photos? Where's
Blurry
where's the video camera footage? There is nothing. She was arrested wrongfully and then told she had toothbrushes in her pocket. That's even more evidence towards Patricia, because if she actually had toothbrushes in her pocket when she was apprehended, she would have already been freaking out. She would have been at the doctor's office before she ever went to a police station. Clearly, these were planted after she was arrested, and she must have blacked out, and they put her in her pocket, and then they took a picture of her while sleeping, not allowed, against the rules, throw out this case, mistrial.
So are you
Thank you so
saying they
much.
also planted the receipts showing that she purchased them in the
The
past?
receipt was not in her pocket at the time. The receipt is from her former friends. It was delivered to her when she gave them, if anyone was listening to this entire trial, she gave them her credit card because she is such a philanthropist in the community. She loves this community. She wants the 51st state to thrive. They went with their credit card to buy as many toothbrushes as they needed to clean up the cloaca rot, which happened to just be 2 because they lost all their chickens to the cloaca rot already, and they were all dead, and they only had a few left. They only needed 2 toothbrushes, and then they sent her the receipt so that she put it on her taxes.
So that's a lot with little evidence to support that claim.
The evidence was in the cloaca pics. It was the second thing submitted.
All I see is a big chicken pussy.
Where's the cloaca rot? Do you also see the toothbrush that cleaned off the cloaca rot on the bottom right? You need to look at the whole picture.
I'm
not
looking
just
at
the
the
hole in the picture.
I'm gonna be honest, I just don't. Attorney
Judge,
wants-
listen, I'm not going to influence this trial, but if you want Patricia to be on the next flight to El Salvador, then you do whatever the fuck you need to do, okay? I've shown enough evidence that this woman has been a cornerstone. Oh my God! You just killed her. You just killed her. Bye, Patricia. Bye. You're dead.
Oh my God. I did not think I was going to win that one. That's so fucking funny.
Patricia is the most innocent person I've
But
ever
hold
met
on.
in my life.
It says Patricia is guilty, left the courthouse, arms raised, shouting, "Justice will be served." Instantly struck by a pigeon dropping a massive load. In the chaos, they knocked over a cop and were promptly arrested again for premeditated assault.
Girl, she went to El Salvador.
Well,
No justice.
She went to El Salvador after harassing that cop by accident.
This is
Hey,
disgusting.
Bush, can you meet me in the
Premeditated.
parking lot of the courthouse? I just want to show you something.
Just for a second. Just for a second. Sure. We can go just for a
She
second.
wants to show you that cloaca rat.
Yeah, I'm just going to need you to bend over really quick.
Do you have a jar of
I want to
pickles?
show him a toothbrush that I found that's going to be lodged up his rectum. That was so funny.
Okay, I've been in the main roles too much. I'm being a journalist.
Wow, 14 months
Okay.
already. Damn, as guilty AF.
What does Durb want to do?
I'll prosecute JoJo.
Okay.
JoJo's
Okay, I'll be a
client.
judge.
All right. Dude, being
I'll
a
try my
witness was
best.
super fun. Vush, you should try that. It was pretty fire.
I just want to draw.
Okay. That
Being
makes
a
sense.
witness seems funny because you have to pay attention to both in case you get called.
Yeah,
for
I wish
both
I had
parties.
more
Yeah,
space for
true.
notes because I was writing down like extensively like what both sides said, and I ran out as soon as
I'm
we
gonna-
got to the Socknell, and I was like,
Real piece
"Damn."
of paper.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought about it way later, but I was like, wait. I was like, Patricia was like a dog mom. I should have had the dog come up and testify against Patricia for being a bad dog mom, but I thought about it too late.
I need to download Notepad++. I don't like
evil.
regular Notepad.
It would have been funny.
What's this face doing?
If you are sending money to a woman that does not know you for her attention, then you are definitely a simp.
Oh look, this just popped up.
Awkward Ninja, thank you for the 2 years for tier 3 as well. Thank you so much. Oh, shared hype trade incoming. I interrupt the court to mention that we have a shared hype train on the way. Chats, please ignite the boosters.
Spending money in my channel?
My
Hell
green?
yeah,
You like
chat.
green? It's like the second person
Give
with someone
JoJo
green
your
on.
money. Give Vushi your money.
Fund my
Voosh,
channel.
Voosh needs 79 more sub points for his plus PP.
79. Come on, you guys can do that. 79. Help Vush get 70-30.
79 is so doable.
There's
Remember
just
that
not
one day we were all having a bad day and Sailor got like 80 in 5 minutes? You guys got this.
Yeah.
Objection.
Flap, thank you for the 59 months. Hogax, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
All right,
Tinker, thank
chat,
you for the
whip out
1,000
those
bits.
wallets,
Thank
whip
you
out
so
those
much.
credit cards. Subscribe to Vush. No gifties,
Get
but
socked.
subscribe. Get that 70-30 up.
Flap, you need to play this with
You
us when
do
it
for me,
comes
you do
out.
for Vushi.
Man, with Cameron and Flap in here, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I want to play this with like 9 people.
Yeah, literally. Sir Crank-A-Lot? Attempting to bribe wildlife officials with bush light and gator jerky? Damn, Derp. You really went personal on that one.
No, I didn't. I don't live in Florida.
Hey, welcome in.
All right, let's see here. So, Sir Crank-A-Lot is accused of attempting to bribe wildlife officials with bush light and gator jerky. But I'm curious what the bribery was for.
Your Honor, the bribery against or the bribery charge, attempted bribery charge against Sir Crankalot is due to the Sir Crankalot getting caught by the wildlife officials with too many fish in their cooler over the legal limit of 25. They had 40 fish in this cooler,
Mm.
and that's illegal.
So, so
they
what was
tried
the
to-
limit?
35.
So the limit of fish to be in a cooler is 40 or 35?
Yep. So attempted to get out of the
Force them with
simple
friends. Yeah.
ticket. Sir
Okay,
Crankalot
so
decided
you're
to try and
saying
bribe
that
them out of it.
you're saying that there was a limit of fish per fish in cooler is 35, but they had 40, so they bribed the wildlife officials with bushlight and gator jerky to pass with 40 instead of 35.
Yeah, which would have been a simple $500 ticket, and now they're looking at jail time.
And here, before we do actual evidence, do you have an opening statement?
Yes. I would just like to say that I have so much evidence, staggering actually, against this, and will prove that my client is actually a good civil worker who does their part in the community, and everyone looks up to them.
All right, all right. Sir Durbington, do you have your first piece of evidence you would like to show that proves that Sir Crankalot was attempting to bribe wildlife officials?
1 second, Your Honor.
Take your time. While we wait, please remember to give Voosh your money. We are on a level 5 shared hype train, but please subscribe to twitch.tv/Voosh. No gift subs, no prime subs. Tier 1, preferably tier 2 or tier 3.
Yeah, Hype Train has 2 minutes left.
But also, if you give any money to any part of the shared hype train, you will get shared hype train only emotes.
That's true.
True. How many? 73? Is that how far Voosh is? 73? Or it might be more or less
Yeah,
now, I mean?
roughly, yes. 70.
Your Honor, it
yeah.
seems like I grabbed the wrong evidence file. Hold on. I'm trying to...
Okay.
Okay, the first piece of evidence I will put forth are these bloody clothes full of fish blood.
Mm.
Showing that they, in fact, were fishing or near fish. And that's all I got right now.
Aha.
Sorry, I definitely wasn't distracted 2 or 3 subscribing or anything.
Oh. Wow. Look at those tier thrussies.
Yo! Anyway, okay, so you said the fish blood on the clothes. Can you elaborate why there would be fish blood on these clothes?
Oh, let me see. Yes, I can actually. I would like to put forth this paper bag as evidence. This paper bag is from the local grocery store. At said grocery store, they have a large container where you can buy fish directly out of a live bin, right? A live tank, if you will. The game comes out in a week, Flap, yes. But anyways, that is where the fish blood came from because my client went to the store to get a couple of fish to grill up for dinner a week ago. And just so happened that when they were walking out of the store, they tripped and fell on the paper bag of fish. And the fish guts spilled out everywhere, all over the bag, all over their clothes, all over the outside of the store. And so instead of going back in and buying more fish, they went home and they were like, I'll just go fishing tomorrow and catch my own fish instead of wasting more money. So that is what happened there, and that's how we got here.
Okay, 59 by the way, 59 away for Vushi.
Mm.
Okay, so far
A buckling, thank you for
our
the 100 biddies.
evidence
Yeah, it comes out in a
is
week flap. We're gonna play it again when I get back from Europe.
apparently there was fish blood on the clothes. What I would like to know is, how is the fish blood on the clothes relevant to them bribing officials? Is it just because they had so many fish and just
It's
there's just
just
a lot of
it's just meant to correlate that they were in fact near a cooler full of fish with the fish blood getting all over them.
Yes, Your Honor, my client does not deny being near a cooler full of fish, but they had exactly 30 fish in their cooler, not 40. So,
okay, understandable. All right. So this just proves that
Ooh.
they were near fish, but oh my god, we didn't love that! Breaking news. Sir Crankalot in nature, what's in the bag?
indeed, what is in the bag?
But so just because that there was blood, fish blood on the clothes, is that enough evidence to say that there was a bribe? Do you
No,
do
Your
you have any
Honor.
more evidence
No,
to
it's not.
bring? Do you have any more
Yes,
evidence
I
to bring
do.
to the court?
Yeah. So while the wildlife officials were on scene, there was multiple of them, right? One was talking to Mr. Sir Crankalot. The other was chasing a chicken that just ran past him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They got the chicken and they noticed that it had a big ass cloaca. All right. So they took a picture of it, and in this picture, if you look in the background, you can see Mr. Sir Crankalot
Ass butt.
Apollo, thank you
with
for the
a
100 biddies. Thank
bushlight
you.
and gator jerky in their
Hype
hand.
train has a minute, 20
offering it
seconds left.
to
Don't let it die.
The wildlife
Give things to
official.
Voosh. I see.
Right in front of my salad.
Yeah, it's so fun.
So in that picture, they're holding a bushlight in jerky. How
Two
many?
packs.
How many? 2 packs. Okay. Because how many wildlife officials were there allegedly
There were
being
3.
bribed? There were 3.
Well, only one got bribed. It was the one talking to Sir Crankalot. The others started chasing the big cloaca chicken.
Okay. Okay. All right.
For scientific reasons. They had to document it.
Okay. And what do you have to say for that, Attorney JoJo?
Your Honor, I don't think I'm even going to bother with that, as I don't feel that it is relevant to my story.
Sorry, excuse me.
I don't feel like that it is relevant to my defense at all. The chicken cloaca has nothing to do with the bribery of the police. The pictures do prove that the officials were there, but not anything that happened foregoing that. So, I would like to put into evidence this set of keys. My client happens to have a cooler that they keep their fish in that locks with a set of keys. So this proves that the cooler that the fish were found in was indeed not my client's, as it was a cooler with a push lock instead of a key lock. Furthermore, I would like to prove that, one moment. The fish in the cooler that was found were purchased at this store with these suspicious receipts in an attempt to frame my client, because the cooler was then placed near where my client was fishing.
Oh. Do you have a potential motive for why they would be framed?
They caught too many fish and they just needed to pawn some off because they forgot that they brought more. So they framed my client and pawned all their extra fish off on him. They had another cooler, so they indeed had 2 coolers full of fish.
Also, I don't know if you saw that breaking news that just came in. Sir Cranks a lot finds chicken with smallest cloaca alone.
Ooh. Ooh, poor chicken. But no, my client also has a 6-fingered handprint, so you'll see that if you dust the handprint of the cooler that was found in question, my client's 6-fingered handprint will not be on it.
All right. So it sounds like, if true, they were hoping to just get maybe a measly $500, because I think it was, yeah, it's a $500 ticket if found with more than 35 fish in the cooler. But that doesn't explain, if they framed them, why they would get arrested. What do you have to say about that?
Your Honor, I think this piece of evidence should show all we need to see here today. If you take a look at this, you'll see the wildlife officials in Florida have started streaming like a body cam footage, almost like Cops, but wildlife edition. But it's just their body cam, right? And you'll see on this, there's multiple clips that show, and these are featured clips, mind you, that show the officials arriving on the scene. And then the defendant opens the cooler, shows them, they count the fish. And then when they start questioning the amount of fish, the defendant offered them a beer and 2 packs of gator jerky for them to forget about the whole thing.
And what does Omega Lol mean? Because in this clip you were showing of them handing, which that is very interesting evidence, giving the wildlife official a handshake and handing him a bag of jerky and a beer. And then you see in the chat a lot of Omega Lols and Keck W's. I don't know what that means. Can you elaborate?
Yes, that's what the degens use when they think something's funny. And when they see someone getting
Does it
bribed.
stand for
Hannah, thank you for being here.
It's just kind of like the laughing emoji, but Stitch TV's version.
Okay. But so our defendant here is saying that they were being framed, which, if true, it would seem that the wildlife officials are maybe just trying to get people to pay $500 and just go on their way. But instead, our defendant apparently ran and was tackled by the wildlife officials and then arrested. But on the VOD, you clearly see them handing them the beef jerky and the Busch Light. Is that not for a bribe? Was that for something else?
May I add this extra clip that shows
Wildlife officials found dead with several fish.
Your Honor?
Oh.
Yes.
May I also include this clip that shows 2 wildlife officials on a different stream chasing a chicken, looking at its cloaca?
If you have the proof of it. Is there anything that you would like to add to that?
Yes, Your Honor. If you look here at the affidavit, you'll see the names of the people who were supposed quote-unquote eyewitnesses to my client having more than 30 fish in his cooler. But if you also go back, we can't ask them now because they're dead, but if you look through their history, you'll see that the people that were the eyewitnesses were the direct relatives of the officials that were found. And I think this is a conflict of interest.
So wait, did you say that they are dead?
That's what the breaking news said.
Breaking news!
Wildlife officials were found dead with several fish.
But you said this was the relatives? The relatives are also dead?
I'm saying in the affidavit, the eyewitness reports that led to my client being arrested were the relatives of the officials. So it seems to me that it was fully just like, oh, hey, brother, I caught too many fish. Come on down here and I'll give you some beer. And if you arrest this guy, we'll pawn this fish off on him. Can you do that? And the wildlife officials clearly did it. Because my client's sitting here today, innocent, having caught only 30 fish, and those officials are dead now, and my client's been in jail this whole time.
So you're saying they only caught 30?
My client only caught 30 fish. In his personal cooler that you can unlock with the key that his 6 fingerprints are on, there's only 30 fish in that cooler. They took the other cooler that was full of the 40 fish and they put it next to his to frame him. After they, with the fish that they brought at the store through the receipts that I showed, the paper bag, no, not the paper bag. Sorry, yeah, the suspicious receipts. They brought fish because they weren't convinced they were going to catch any, and then they caught fish. So they ended up having 40 in their cooler. And to avoid the fine, they pawned the cooler off on my client and called their cousin, who is a cop, and to come down and clean it all up. That is what I think happened.
So was your client was not afraid of being over the limit?
My client was not over the limit. He had caught his 30 fish for the day, and he was going to go home, and then he was suddenly arrested. When he should have just been fined and given a ticket instead, which is wild.
Your Honor, please note that, as I stated in the beginning, that would have been the outcome, but then they tried to bribe the wildlife officials, and that's why we're here.
There is literally no proof of that. The body cam footage on the Stitch stream VOD literally cuts out at that moment, as cop body cams usually do.
Well, you can see it on the other stream as well.
I mean, we can see something occurring from far away, but it's too far away. We can't hear the conversations that are taking place. You can see an exchange happening, or an attempt at an exchange, or some kind of conversation, but there is no actual exchange that is made, and you can't hear the conversation.
So are you saying in the Stitch.tv VOD, was your client stopped at all by the wildlife officials for being over the limit? Is that what you're saying in the VOD?
Wildlife officials approached him and told him that he was over the limit. He turned around to look at his cooler, but as he went to reach for his cooler key, he was then tackled.
Okay.
And what is the evidence that he was tackled?
He's arrested. So he was at bare minimum handcuffed, and to do that, they usually put you on the ground.
That doesn't mean he was tackled.
We did say on the Stitch.tv stream VOD that they were stopped and tackled.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard that. I haven't taken as many notes this time because there's only like fucking 8 lines and it's useless.
Is there anything you would like to add to this? Any witnesses, prosecutor?
No, I think I've given enough evidence. I'm pretty content.
You have 2 more spaces if you want to throw something out there. I also have a witness that I could call.
Okay, I do have one more piece of evidence.
Okay, you have the floor.
This was also included in the Stitch TV. It's one of the clips. I don't know if you saw this one, but it is when the defendant became irate once he found out that he had too many fish, so he pulled his balls out and the stream got censored.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Was this before or after he was tackled?
This was after.
Your Honor, my client would like to attest that he wasn't pulling his balls out. He was tackled and was wearing loose basketball shorts, and his balls slipped out as the officers were very rough.
But this is not on the VOD, right? Because you said the VOD was cut off.
Well, the main VOD was cut off. The second VOD did show that he was tackled, but we couldn't hear the conversation. That's what I said.
Okay. And what were you saying, prosecutor?
Well, you'll also see in that video, yes, he's wearing basketball shorts, but he's also wearing like almost spandex material boxer briefs.
Your Honor, my client cannot help it that he has gargantuan watermelon balls. I don't think body shaming is something that should happen in a court of law.
Did you say that you had a witness you wanted to testify?
I do. I have my client's spouse. They could attest to some of the events. Let me. Oh, I can't call my. I can't call my witness until I have the beep boop. Is that it? Is that it?
I just put him
Okay,
there
cool.
for you.
Okay,
I just
cool.
want to make sure I don't accidentally click on the wrong thing and mark someone as guilty.
Okay.
And what is your name, sir?
Oh, yes, thank you. My name is Brian O'Connor. And, I am the loving husband of Sir Crank-A-Lot.
He's so dreamy.
I was accompanying my husband at the store the other day when he went to buy some fish for dinner, and he slipped and fell, and the bag of the fish and the blood all over him. I was there for all of that, so I can attest to that. It's also on footage, but the Meyer wouldn't give us the footage, so we don't have that. However, he was very distraught. He went home, and he was like, I feel so bad because I was going to get all this fish for you. We were going to have a hot romantic dinner, but I dropped the fish, and I was like, baby, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And then he was like, no, I know what I'll do. I still have my fishing license and all my gear. I'll just go down to the lake tomorrow, and I'll catch some fish, and I'll come back tomorrow night. I'll make a big-ass dinner, and we'll have a great time. And my husband called me and put the phone in his pocket, and he was like, just listen to this in case something happens. I'm being framed. And he put the phone in his pocket, and I heard the police saying that he had too many fish in his cooler, and he was like, can I reach into my pocket and get my key because my cooler's locked? And they were like, yeah, go ahead. And as soon as he put his hand in his pocket, they were like, whoa, sir, stop! And they threw him on the ground, and his balls came out because he has really big, he has elephant syndrome with his balls. He can't help it, but that's why we're together. But it was a whole ordeal, and he was arrested, and I tried to bail him out, but the bail was set at like $9 million, and I couldn't get him out. So this is my best chance at getting my husband home.
Was this phone conversation presented to police as evidence?
It wasn't, but that's only because we have a very intimate relationship, and there's very scandalous photos on there that I didn't really want. It's a very small town, you know. I didn't really want, like I said, my husband has really big balls, and so I have lots of photos of them.
His balls are bigger than the town they live in.
They really are. I just didn't want scandals, you know, going around town, so I didn't submit my phone as evidence because there's just a lot of sensitive material in there, and I don't trust the law enforcement in this town, case in point. I think you could understand that. So it wasn't submitted as evidence, but I'm hoping you can take my testimony, as I have nothing really to gain from any of this. I just wanted a fish dinner, you know.
Can I get that recording real quick so I can listen to it if we're gonna use that as evidence?
Apparently it wasn't submitted as evidence.
It wasn't submitted, but we can pretend it was.
Enough. But so your husband dropped the fish? Is that what you said what happened, and that's why they had to go out and fish some more?
Yes,
or, like,
that's
fish themselves
that. If you look at the evidence that was submitted earlier, the prosecution said that he was found with bloody fish clothes. They were found in his possessions, and that's why he had bloody fish clothes. Because we do our laundry on Saturdays, so the bloody fish clothes were still in front of the washer.
Okay. And they just came home bloody and upset and decided to go out and fish?
Yeah, well, he went to sleep early because he was upset, and he woke up at 5 a.m. and got his fishing gear and went out to catch fish. And then I got a phone call at 2 p.m. that he put the phone in his pocket. I didn't even get to talk to him, and I heard all of this ruckus, and so here we are. And I really think he's being framed.
Did you hear when your husband was concerned that he was being framed and he put his phone in his pocket? Did you hear them mention the limit on fish at all?
Well, I didn't hear the mention of fish because I knew that it was 35. But I did hear rustling in the back, like behind the officers, of other people that I don't know what they look like or who they were, but I heard laughing in the background behind the officers. So I just felt like something was awry and it needs to be investigated further before my husband can be found at fault.
Did you say they were laughing?
Laughing, yes, they were laughing.
As you can see in that video, they were clearly laughing at the size of that chicken's cloaca. They weren't laughing at the client or the defendant.
It wasn't the police officers or the law enforcement that were laughing. It was people that were like clearly farther away, like in the background. I couldn't really hear what they were laughing about or talking about, but I just heard like background laughter, you know what I mean?
Do you have a witness that you would like to bring up, Prosecutor Derb?
I do not. I do not have any witnesses that were at the scene.
Okay. Do you have any more evidence that you would like to bring to the front?
The only other evidence I have is actually the and I'm sorry, but these are skin tight underwear. Clearly, they did not just fall out. He intentionally pulled those balls out. And
Your Honor,
honestly, that
my
might
client's
also
balls are
be-
the size of watermelons. They literally hang down to the edge of those shorts. Any rustling or tugging in any variety is going to have them come out.
Now, can we prove this used underwear was in fact Sir Crankalot's?
Like I said, it's
Prosecutor?
all on recording.
Those
there
are his
any
underwear.
markings?
He will attest to that. Those are his underwear, but the sheer size and structure of his scrotum what would lead you to believe that it's definitely possible that they could come barreling out of those short pockets.
Okay, so you are confirming that the used underwear is in fact Sir Crankalot's,
Yes.
your client.
Yes. We're not here to lie.
Understandable. So, if you look at the used underwear, I'm sorry that you have to look at it, but if you look at the used underwear, what size is your client? Not their balls, but just like their size for like their underwear.
I think he's a large, I believe. Right? Are you large? Yeah, he's a large. He's a size large.
Okay, because what size does that say on the underwear, prosecutor?
It looks like the tag is rubbed a little raw. I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't read
He
it.
does have a pair of those exact underwear, so if those aren't his, it's just a crazy random happenstance.
Okay, it's just they don't seem like they have much wiggle room, so we
yeah.
have one side saying that the balls can pop out and one side saying that they're too tight and that they would not. So just curious about the size. Okay, there's no more
Your
evidence
Honor,
to
I would like
Yes?
to note that if the balls were indeed this massive, I feel like there would be statements from the wildlife officials or someone else at the sheer size of these balls.
He doesn't go in public very often. He just wanted to go to the store to get some fish, to do something nice for his husband.
They were
Yeah.
out in front of everyone. I would think someone would have said, like, damn, those are some balls on that guy or something.
You mean
Was there
during the
anybody-
altercation?
You hear that on the video.
was there anyone in the Stitch TV stream VOD? Is there proof of the chat reacting to the size of the balls?
No, because that, like I said, that part was blurred once they saw the underwear coming off.
Ah, okay. Didn't realize they had live censoring on Stitch.tv.
Yeah, it's a full production.
I see you, Boosh. Okay.
They're
Well, no.
not despawning. I'm just curious if like we can fill the room.
No, you can throw
I wanted to do
infinites
that
of
earlier,
them.
but I was afraid to start lagging or something. Okay, but we do not have any more evidence brought forward. Would you like to say your closing statements? Wait, did I give it? There we go. Would you like to say your closing statements?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I believe my evidence I brought forth shows. You can see in the background of the thick ass cloaca pic. Sir Crankalot clearly gesturing a bush light and 2 packs of gator jerky towards the wildlife official.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on the Dish TV clips, you can clearly see that defendants started getting nervous once they started counting the fish in the cooler. And I would have figured if if he was set up like they claim, he would have said something in the clip.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add, prosecutor? You have 30 seconds.
I believe that's really it.
Okay. Defense Attorney Jojo?
Yes.
Your closing statements?
My closing statements are that I think I have thoroughly proven that my client did not do this, and that he was, at bare minimum, potentially framed. If not, it could have been a misplacing of a cooler or what forth, but those fish in the unlocked cooler were not his. I proved with the key that he has a key for his own personal cooler that has his name on it, and he has a very strange, he has 6 fingers, as well as having gargantuan basketball balls. So that cooler was not his. The fingerprints prove it. The affidavit, the witnesses are related to the officials that arrested my client and potentially sexually harassed him by making his balls come out, by tackling him with no purpose whatsoever. And then the bloody fish clothes were obviously because of the bag spill the day prior. I think that my client is a very innocent, not guilty person who was just trying to make a fish dinner for his husband and was caught up in a scandal where some drunk idiots fished up too much fish and had to call their cop friend or cop relative to come save them. And then, that's just how it goes. It's how it goes when you're green-faced, people just mistreat you.
Okay. Well, looking at the evidence that was presented to me in this courtroom today, we have bloody clothes that is confirmed to be fish blood, but we cannot prove that that was at the wildlife preserve or at the grocery store, but it has indeed been confirmed to be fish blood. There was cloaca pics, and there was laughing on the VOD for said cloaca, and we do have the VOD proof of the defendant being tackled, and we do hear laughing and see, in fact, the Busch Light and Gator Jerky. However, your client, Miss JoJo, apparently only had 30 fish, but the limit is 35.
Yes.
So if your client only had 30 and not the limit of 35, but the prosecutor claims that there was 40, it would have only been a $500 ticket. But it seems that they were still, regardless, trying to, maybe out of nervousness, just try to get away, and then was tackled, and somehow their balls had flown out of their underwear. But we do have the key for the specific lockbox for, oops, I didn't mean to click on that. We do have,
Your Honor?
what is it?
I just want to point out that this isn't about the amount of fish. This is about the attempt to bribe wildlife officials.
Yeah, I couldn't find any proof of that. The one video shows a conversation taking place, but again, like I said, it's from the other set of cameras, so there is no clear audio as it's farther away. And my client's husband did not testify that they heard any of that, as well as the phone was in my client's pocket and he was on the phone for his own safety.
Well, the charges are for attempt to bribe wildlife officials, and the only way that they would be attempting to bribe is if they were past the fish limit, correct? So there's no other point that it would be considered a bribe. It would just be considered jerky and Busch Light with, the homies, I guess, if there was no bribery, if there was no laws being broken.
So why would they get tackled if there was not over that amount of fish then?
I think I proved that in my statements about someone was attempting to set him up because they had too many fish, so they just pushed their cooler into his area, called their cop relative, and were like, hey buddy, come save me. Cops had to do something to make that seem relevant.
Yet there's no record of this defendant saying this to the officer.
Saying what to the officers?
That it wasn't their cooler.
Well, of course the officers wouldn't mark that down
In
because
the
they had a
VOD,
job and it
do
was to
we-
protect their relative.
In the VOD, do we hear the defendant basically defending themselves or asking why they're being arrested, or were they just giggling and then handing them said beef jerky and Bush Light? Because if they're being accused of bribery, but they were also being framed, wouldn't they would be freaking out, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be very calm about it. And
Yes, my
clearly
client
they
is
were
very nervous. My client is very nervous. So
And there's
They
no
look very
record
nervous
on
right now.
the footage either showing that they denied the cooler was theirs, which arguably would be the first thing I would do.
I mean, to
I
be
got
fair, if he thought that he was under the limit, but 35 or 30, 40, however many fish is a lot to count, right? So if he was being accused of that, he would have probably panicked and been like, oh, maybe I miscounted, and like maybe asked for a moment to count, but he needed to reach for his key again, and that's when he was tackled.
the evidence of the Stitch TV stream VOD unfortunately does not start until you see the defendant, Sir Crankalot, handing the Bush Light and Gator Jerky over to wildlife official C with a nice handshake and many Omega lols in the chat. And then you clearly see some type of confrontation with wildlife officials A and B as he is forced to the ground.
Your Honor, I will state that I have it written down, the video does start with the officials arriving on scene.
But the clip presented, I thought, was just the handshake. But maybe the entire VOD does show the whole thing. Was there, because there was multiple clips or multiple VODs, right? Because of the censorship of the balls.
Yes, there was two different streams, one for the cloaca chicken and one for the body cam footage of the one talking to Sir
And the-
Crank a lot.
And the second VOD starts already with the defendant on the floor with their balls exposed.
Correct.
And the first one starts with them already on the scene, you said?
It starts with them arriving on the scene.
Arriving on the scene. Does it show wildlife officials C shaking hands with Sir Crankalot?
I do not recall. I would have to take another look.
Okay. Because the phone conversation and on the Stitch TV VOD, I don't think there was confirmation that the client was... They weren't questioning that they were being framed, other than the witness testimony said that their husband put their phone in their pocket in case something happens.
Yes, my client is very nervous around police in general.
Okay. Because it's confusing to me how the defendant apparently only had 30 fish, but then was framed to have 40, but you see in the VOD of them arriving at the scene and then being distracted by the cloaca and having wildlife officials C shaking hands and accepting a Gator Jerky and Bush Light when there was only 2 packs, and then wildlife officials A and B tackling defendant to the ground without the defendant full panicking that they were being framed.
Yes, at that moment when the police arrived, he was not aware of how many fish were in his cooler. That's why he got nervous, and he couldn't check his cooler to count because the key was in his pocket. But it also goes to show, how would the police have known that he had more than 30 or 40 fish in his cooler if it was locked, Your Honor?
Right. It does look like popcorn all over the floor. does. It looks like and let me see. I'm just looking at the evidence. And the suspicious receipts were submitted as evidence.
What the fuck? Voosh? Voosh?
Oh no!
Everyone just fucking disappeared.
No. Where half the people go?
Where'd Judge go?
Where Judge Judy and Executioner go? Oh no!
Sailor was mid-sentence and she just disappeared. So did Derb. They disappeared at the same time. Does that mean I'm innocent?
Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that?
What the fuck? Who's the fuck is that? Derb? Derb, is that you? Ah! What the fuck?
What? It says he's in the game again.
What the fuck?
Hello, Derb. Can you hear us?
Derb, are you here with us in spirit?
Hello?
I hear you.
Hello? Where are you?
You're invisible for me.
Menu.
What? We're still in the.
You're in the main menu?
Yeah. You got kicked.
Wait, Sailor, is that you? Can you hear us?
Taylor, who won? I guess we have to call this adjourned.
I think we just have to make a new lobby.
hello? Can
Yeah,
you
I
hear me?
hear you. It still says you're in here.
The courtroom, but
I
Derb
tried to rejoin. I tried to rejoin and I'm just stuck on the screen now.
Oh my
Do you
god. Okay,
see-
well,
do you
who won? Who was
At
guilty?
bare minimum, this is a mistrial, okay?
Wait, can someone else like vote?
No, we can't. Voosh just wants the answer.
No, we just want the answer. We just want to know who did it.
I'm gonna say they're not guilty.
Okay.
Not guilty. Ba ba ba.
Ba ba ba. What the fuck? And then it kicked me all the way. Okay, what the fuck? It broke the whole lobby. How have I not gotten this yet? Throw 250 paper balls. How have I not gotten that yet? Can I not get achievements because the game's not out?
Worked.
Hello?
Hello.
The code worked. Nice.
It actually worked. Yeah.
Actually worked.
All right, I'm getting you back in the Judge Judy position.
Okay. Derb wants to be a bailiff. We can do that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
I kind of want to see what Jared does.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
Did we try
whatever
that
you
yet?
want.
No, we
No.
didn't.
No, we have not had a juror yet.
Yeah.
Juror.
Wait, my role is watch, comment, and influence the judge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you get like a whiteboard or something and you hold up a sign and I get to see what you're saying.
Yeah. This is just a
All right,
demo.
you guys
No,
ready?
this is the full game, but it doesn't come out until next week. We have early copies.
All right, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh my.
On this.
You like this one? Yeah, I chose this one. It looks cool.
I tried to take us here, but then it never brought us.
Juror number 1.
I love how Derb got absorbed by the paper balls. That was so funny.
In the middle of the room.
I was like, why is he in the middle of the room? Here, ye peasants, y'all better not get into it. What's that?
Oh, so it's showing who you're in favor of. I thought you could show. I thought, can't you write or no?
Accused of.
McFucking president is in the witness stands. One of the witnesses is the president.
What is
who
it?
has a piece of toast.
Aggravated
Can you see that, Voosh?
Oh my god, you're right, president and male woman.
armed burglary.
No, hold shift, I think. I saw there was a button to pick up something.
Assault and crossing the road
Something that says
without
shift
looking.
to show.
Oh,
Yeah, you said
Jaywalking.
clock. Yeah, so you could write to me.
Wait, oh
during
my
the
god,
trial.
next time I wouldn't be a juror. That looks fun.
I know.
What's
That's why we
happening?
need 9 people.
Fugma.
Oh, Fugma.
Oh, Fugma. Armed
It looks like
burglary,
the male
assault, and
woman ate the
jaywalking.
president. Do you see this shit? The president looks
Yeah.
like he's like garlic bread and looks like she's eaten. She's shorked him off.
I am.
Sorked
We were-
him.
We were look at Derb. Derb is able to write stuff and like show it on a board, and I said that looks so cool. I want to do that.
Nice.
Aura in the car.
I like the scenery change. No,
Oh
I
my
know how
God.
to spell aggravated. I
lagging
wasn't
out.
thinking of the right word. I didn't want aggravated burglary. I wanted armed burglary.
Wait, you didn't want what?
I was asking chat what the other word was, and I typed out aggravated, but I backspaced it because I was looking for armed burglary. I just wanted armed, yeah.
Oh, you wanted armed. Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
All right, court is now in session. Cease the tomfoolery.
Reckless Captain, thank you for the 27 months, by the way.
Welcome in,
Thank you.
Mr.
And also
Fugma.
General
We're gonna
Disaster,
give
thank you
you
for
a
the
nice
4
fair
months.
trial here. Attorney Sailor, Sugar Plum, Prosecutor Jojo. It's good to see you again. Let's have a
Howdy ho.
nice
Howdy ho.
formal trial. I'm going to open the floor to Miss Jojo to pronounce to us the prime crimes that Fugma Softly has fucked around and found out about. Go on.
Yes, as opening statements, I would like to start with the client over there, Fugma Softly, has committed armed burglary and also assault of my clients who cannot be here in court today as they are in the hospital, and also jaywalking as caught on their Ring camera on their front door. And we have substantial evidence to prove that, and I hope the jury finds them in what do you call it? Finds them guilty today.
Jaywalking is not taken lightly in this courtroom, Mr. Fugma. You best hope the crime of jaywalking is misproven today. Attorney Sailor Sugar Plum, your rebuttal.
Yes, I am here today to defend my client, Mr. Fugma, for the absolute lies and
I literally
slander
can't
that
lose
have
this.
been brought to this courtroom today. Poor Fugma has never jaywalked in their life, and I know that is a very serious offense in this courtroom. They have never ever jaywalked. And as for the armed burglary and assault, we will have our evidence shown to prove otherwise today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opening statements. We are going to
Thank
pivot
you.
back to the prosecutor. These are some very heinous crimes. Some of
Yes.
which can carry the death penalty in the 51st state. We would like to see your opening evidence, please, against Mr. Fugma Softly.
Yes. Well, the client over there, Fugma Softly, was accused of, or is going to be found guilty of armed burglary and assault. Armed burglary is huge, and this is because the client has a gambling problem, as seen on this receipt without a description.
Interesting. That's weird.
Yes, the client was found with this gambling receipt in their presence, in their residence of choice, and they also, on the scene of their residence, we found a gun, and it's literally full of bullets. So
it is literally full of. Noted, jurors. I've taken notes. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, going back just a second, the gambling receipt was found in a search, a sanctioned search of the residence after these crimes were committed, you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. We did get a search warrant before making the arrest on Sir Softly. Okay. And the search warrant at their residence concluded with the gun and the gambling receipt, as well as some other things, which I'll get to later.
Now, who did Mr. Fugma, who did he assault? Who? I understand they are literally dying right now.
They are at the hospital. They had a laceration on their arm. They had to have sewn up from a confrontation where Mr. Fugma allegedly pushed them down onto a glass coffee table and their arm was sliced open. So they are at the hospital. Their name is Patricia Fugless.
Fugless. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Now, what I'm hearing right now, though, is your clients were not shot.
They were not shot, but it is still armed burglary because there was a loaded weapon present. Yes.
It was present.
In fact, my clients were trying to wrestle the gun away from the defendant over there. However, the gun was still, the safety was still on, so they could not use it while they were wrestling for it, and that's why my clients ended up falling through a glass table. In which case, Mr. Softly grabbed everything that he could, ran across the street, jaywalking, and fled the scene. But they had a ring camera, so we found them later and then got the search warrant.
Better have gone to a fucking crosswalk. I fucking swear to God. Miss Sailor Sugar Plum, let's hear your rebuttal to what was just brought forward towards Fugma Softly.
Yes. So where are we saying that the crime was committed? Because there is ring camera evidence, correct? Was this at your client's residence?
It was at their residence. They live on the corner of a very busy intersection, and across the street from them is multiple businesses. So there are crosswalks nearby. The defendant allegedly did not use one when he fled the scene. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Okay. Okay. So my client is being accused of going into said property with a loaded weapon that was not used, but there was a loaded weapon. And we can confirm that my client does in fact own a gun. They do. It is registered. It's not stolen. It's a registered gun. However, is there proof that it was my client on the footage for this incident? Because
they were running away, but it is eyewitness testimony from the Patricia Fugless and her daughter, who is very young but is able to speak in court later if we would have her.
Okay. So where was my client on these records? What my client, it shows they were arrested about 600 feet away from your client's residence. Where do you have proof otherwise that they were arrested within 600 feet?
They were arrested at their home of residence when we achieved the search warrant.
My client's residence?
Yes, which is about 3 blocks away.
It can't be only 3 blocks away because we still have this restraining order that is valid against your client. They have to be at least 500 feet away.
Well, I think 3 blocks is more than 500 feet. Depends on the block, but in this particular city, they're large blocks.
True, but I don't think if you look at
Interesting.
the map of the city, I don't believe that they're only 3 blocks away from each other. But that's why I wanted to check, because according to the restraining order, your client has to stay away from my client. And if you
Well,
try
that's
to
kind of
say
hard to
that
do
my
when your client comes
was-
running into my client's house. It's kind of hard to do that.
Yeah, but there's only eyewitness testimony to that. There isn't proof of
Do
my
you
client
think that
running
my
out.
client sliced her own arm open?
Well, I'm not questioning that. I'm just
These are
questioning if it
questions
was
for
my client or
doctors.
not.
This is questions for doctors. These are not theoreticals, hypotheticals.
All I have presented to the court is that there is a confirmed restraining order that is still valid, and I have confirmed that the gun is, in fact, my client's, but it is registered and not
It is,
stolen.
yes. I do see on this restraining order that it was filed against Miss Patricia Fuglas.
Yes.
It is still valid.
Yes. So I will
it
let
is
the
accepted into the
prosecutor
court.
continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, I would like to just
yes.
pause for a moment and apologize to the court, as I've just received word that my client's daughter will not be able to be here today, and instead the president will be stepping in her place. He unfortunately is not an eyewitness, but he is the McFucking president, so he will speak on her behalf.
Interesting.
She's in
Interesting.
counseling.
Well,
She has a lot of traumatic experiences based on what happened. She witnessed her mother being attacked, so.
that's fair. You know what? That's fair. You know, this won't be the first time the McFucking president will be here, and it won't be the last.
Mm.
It won't be the last. So, moving forward, we have come to the conclusion that there was an assault.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like anyone is saying there's not been an assault.
No, it sounds
But
unfortunate.
there was also a restraining order, and now we must decide, was Mr. Fugma the instigator, or is Patricia trying to get a fat paycheck on the low key?
I would like
I need more
to
evidence.
further put into evidence, if I may. My client, Patricia, is she makes scented soaps and candles that she sells on Poopsie, which is a website. You can Yes, you can sell handmade things on Poopsie. She likes to take whole vegetables and fruits and grind them up and mix them with sugars and soaps to have scented candles and such things. So on this particular day, when her home was breached allegedly by the defendant, she actually had blended up eggplants on her kitchen counter. And through the tussle of the defendant allegedly attacking her, she dropped the container of blended eggplant on the floor, and the defendant stepped in it, allegedly, and you can see the purple footprints all the way across the road that lead, not in the crosswalk, to across the road and partially back towards the distance of their own residence.
Jaywalking. Oh, just.
But can we prove that's my client's footprints?
I
in
mean,
the
hand the foot
alleged
over.
purple stuff?
We'll see what the president has to say.
Interesting. Okay, so purple stuff has been accepted into evidence. There was purple stuff at the scene of the crime.
I also would like to point out that when my client came to after her heinous assault, she found that her wallet was empty and she had been robbed. So.
Oh my.
Order. Now, we have to assume here that these poopsie whoopsie candles have brought in at least $1. So where money go? Thank you so much, prosecutor.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna fling this over to Attorney Sailor Sugarplum. Where money go?
Well, I'm not in charge of their client's finances, so I don't know where money go. And when my client was arrested at their residence, they checked their wallet and they also had no money in their wallet. So I truly don't know where money go.
Oh, convenient. Just plenty of time to stash it somewhere.
Well, don't you think the officers would have found
Where
that?
money go? Exactly. If
Where
money not
money
go,
go?
we don't know that hoe. She's not here.
The money could be at in a
Say this
shoebox
with the utmost
attached to
confidence.
rocks on the bottom of the river.
Excuse me, prosecutor, it is my turn. I say this with the utmost confidence that my client is going to pay me for this if we win, but I will bring to the jury that they don't even have a working cell phone at the moment. Their cell phone is broken. They also have a broken coffee maker that they are struggling right now to replace. So don't you think that if my client stole their money and was doing armed burglary, that they would have went and bought a new coffee maker? They wouldn't have been sitting at home to get arrested. They would be at the Walmart spending that cash before it could be found to buy a new coffee maker. I don't think they just sit on it.
In favor of the defense, criminals are McFuckings. Where the money? We're trying to find out, juror Derb. In favor of the defense, criminals are McFucking stupid. That money would have been spent. Where was the money spent? Miss Jojo, if you can prove to me that the money was spent that he clearly does not have, I would love to hear it.
Yes, I can prove it. When we were searching his residence, he does have a broken coffee maker, but we learned that he recently switched from coffee to energy drinks, which is what he's been spending all of his money on. He does not need his caffeine from cocoa beans, he gets them from Red Bull, and there was a lot of them found in his residence.
Order! Whoa, this is a bomb.com, which is what I assume the SOG people still use as their URL preference. Wow. Energy drinks, Miss Sugar Plum, are very more expensive than a coffee. How do you explain that there was energy drinks in his home if he could not afford anything?
Well, I don't know if there's any receipts or proof that this money, so-called money, was spent on energy drinks. We know that my client has financial problems. We've clearly seen that based off of the gambling receipts from the prosecutor, as well as my client's broken cell phone and coffee maker. However, hold on, I'm looking. Do you mind if I have my witness come out, or would you like me to wait on that?
You may have your witness.
Okay. We have the male woman from JoJo's client's neighborhood who was promptly at the scene when there was a suspicious person running out of their client's home, which we're not denying that. We're just denying that it was, in fact, my client. Go ahead, you can talk. Yes, I was delivering the mail at approximately 2:33 p.m. when I saw somebody running out of the client's house, and I did see the purple stuff. I saw a trail of it running across the street, so whoever it was did indeed jaywalk. But I don't think it was that client over there, because that client does not have a big nose.
Interesting. And the bigness of the nose, mandatory for this case to proceed?
Well, I mean, I was approached by officers because I was there at the scene of the crime, and they asked for a description of the perpetrator that was running, and I described their nose as very tiny. It was a small nose, green eyes.
Your Honor,
and
objective.
Approximately 5'4".
People are arrested all the time that don't match the description of the witness affidavits. Case in point, Luigi. Luigi did not do that. He did not shoot that CEO.
Look at Mr.
His eyebrows are far too bushy, never tamed. He does not match that video. Yeah, he's in jail.
Order for the sexy armed burglar man. I would say that this man's nose is
you prove a point,
moderate.
Prosecutor Jojo, But that just proves my point that they're not guilty because just like Luigi, they're being framed.
I would love if there was a
Interesting.
universe in where your client was framed, but unfortunately there is substantial evidence, and that is my job to uphold the law.
Now, as far as I can go off of, which is what's in my evidence roster, yes, he has broken McShit in his apartment. But also, yes, he has energy drinks. If he's pivoted to energy drinks, but he was having financial issues, there would be no energy drinks within that apartment.
Your Honor, he also has a gun and a license for said gun, which is also expensive.
Yeah, but when
He
do
also
people
has
with
gambling
gambling
receipts.
problems-
You can't gamble without money.
I was just gonna say, well, the receipts, they're past, they're not present.
No.
It's not like they used them. They didn't use. Don't you think if they had a gambling addiction, if they got said money, they would have spent it on something, right? They didn't spend it on.
They spend
There's
it on
no
guns and
receipt that
energy drinks.
shows. There was no receipt that shows they purchased energy drinks after the
My
crimes.
my client's wallet was emptied of cash, so it's cash that was missing specifically.
The wallet has also just been stricken from the record because although, yes, energy drink suspicious, we don't know if there was money in that wallet.
My client's
Yeah,
wallet?
right.
Of course there
Money in
was.
that wallet.
She
I
has a
did not see
daughter
money
and a
in that
mouth to
wallet.
feed.
A lot of things are done on Sockle wallet on your phones these days.
I do understand that. My client is a little bit older.
I am saying though, do not worry. In your defense, the energy drinks I cannot get over. Your client is delinquently not wealthy and of no work. He has nothing. His cell phone's broken. His coffee. He doesn't have anything.
I know, and you're trying to take the last of his dignity and throw him in jail instead of letting him recover from his gambling problems.
I would just like to say though, if I had no working cell phone, no coffee machine, tons of gambling debt, I would also go rob houses if I was a delinquent, you know?
But who's to say that he did? You're claiming assault, but where's the proof of the assault?
In the hospital.
They didn't use the gun. But they didn't use you brought a gun to evidence and a gun was not used.
The gun was only used to point out that it was armed burglary. It was present during the burglar.
But then what was the assault? Were they smacked? Were they
The assault was that they were wrestled and thrown into a glass table. They have a cut on their arm and are in the hospital.
I just don't see evidence of that. I just see evidence of knocked over purple stuff.
Well, that's fine. We can throw out the assault since there's no evidence of that. But the jaywalking, the purple footsteps, it's damning. And the armed burglary, we're getting there.
Yes.
We're cooking.
Yes. I'm not doing okay with the jaywalking still. Thank you, Miss Mail Guard. We are going to bring in the McFucking president. Mr. President.
President
What the fuck?
Toast.
Make it make sense, Mr. President.
Yes. My name is President Toasty. I am the president of these 51 United States of Fantasticness. I happen to be currently caring for the daughter of the plaintiff who, while she is in the hospital, because we are not family or friends, but we are like friends of friends, and I had the means to take care of this young girl, so we are going to be taking care of her while her mother recovers, and their house is a crime scene, so they can't go home, right? But the daughter has told me that she witnessed a man come in wearing a ski mask, but it was one of those ski masks that have the nose cut out. And she did say that the person had a normal sized nose and very luscious lips and had a look of fear on their face, almost as if they had loan sharks looking for them, kind of. And she said that her mother was in the bedroom, was getting ready for bed. I had just gotten, the daughter said she had just gotten out of the shower, came out into the general living area and saw the man in the mask. ran into the mother's room and was like, Mom, there is a man in the living room. So the mother ran out there, Patricia, God rest her soul, in the hospital. Mother ran out there. The mother ran out there and tried to fight off this assailant because she was not aware that he had a gun at that moment. She grabbed him from the back and tried to throw him away from her belongings and get him out of the house. He then pulled the gun, but as we learned, the safety was on, so he did not shoot it. She then was like, oh, now's my time. So she tussled with him and he threw her into a glass table where she was literally cut from wrist to elbow. So she had to undergo massive surgery. She almost died. She had a lot of blood loss. Her daughter was able to run in, call 911, get the ambulance on the way, and saw the assailant running away with leaving the purple footprints, and has been traumatized and unable to come speak today. So I am speaking on her behalf.
Mr. President, why are you like?
Why am I toast?
No, not the toast. Why aren't you doing your job? Why are you?
Listen, I was handed this piece of shit. I'm doing my best. Okay, we'll work on it.
1 mega crime per hour happens within this country, and you are here taking care of some woman you don't know. Instead,
well, that should tell you how guilty I think the defendant is.
Jobs for gambling addicts. I kind of want to throw you in jail, Mr.
I'm
President.
doing my part to try and get criminals off the street, and this is a criminal that definitely needs to be off the street.
Miss Sailor Sugar Plum.
Yes, Judge.
What was the purpose? What was the reason behind that restraining order that your client got against
By the way, restraining orders cost money too.
We know. We already discussed this, Mr. President. We know that restraining orders cost money as well as guns. The restraining order actually was for stalking. My client was being stalked. There was no assaults.
Is
but
there
they
any
were
proof of this? Do we have any evidence towards stalking?
The restraining order.
The restraining order
it's considered both types of evidence. Oh.
Well, I mean, it just says restraining order. It's still valid. I never specified what the restraining order was for. I only brought it to this court to prove that my client was not supposed to be within 500 feet.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I was going to say that the defendant is just a tad bit delusional, and the reason that they got that restraining order is because my client, Patricia, has a dog, and the defendant rather, happens to live across the street from a dog park. So my client is there all the time at the dog park. And the defendant is kind of, because of the loan sharks probably after them, they are very nervous Nelly, if you will.
They call me delusional?
Mm.
Are you saying that your client lives across from the dog park?
No, your client.
My client. And you're saying that my client's afraid of dogs?
No, your client is afraid of people being, just noticed patterns, right? That my client was going to the dog park every day. Your client took it as my client was stalking them because they live across the street from the dog park that my client happened to be going to.
I mean,
Order. Okay. Miss Sugarplum, is there any more evidence you would like to submit?
Well, I still don't understand what the point of the dog park was for, because we know the restraining order is for stalking. If my client was
that's why I explained that your client lives near the dog park, was because your client thought that my client was stalking when in fact my client was just going to the dog park every day to walk their dog.
Yeah, but your client could possibly not walk near the dog park when my client is there.
Well, they stopped doing that once the restraining order took effect.
Yeah, but if it's my client's restraining order, don't you think that your client would be the one that has to stay away? And if my client lives across the street from the dog park, they would just go to a different dog park.
Restraining orders go both ways. They do go both ways. Each party stays
I
away.
did not get a reciprocal restraining order, though.
No.
Like,
It just
does not
means the
sound
same
like-
thing. Like, I can't be held. My client can't be held faulty of breaking a restraining order if it's your client that walks closer to me, and vice versa. So when it's like a 500 feet barrier between clients, they both need to do that.
Mr. Kaplum, is there any more evidence?
Oh wait. Oh, never mind. You got rid of the bell.
Oh.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Well, evidence to prove that I believe my client was not in their residence at the time.
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest, I got a really shit deck of cards, so I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm sorry. That's why I'm just like, oh.
If you are unable to prove they were there, we can move on to the final phase of this judgment.
I would just like to say, your mom.
Noted. Closing statements from the prosecutor.
Oh, me? Yes. I think that I have, through the gambling receipts, the gun, the footprints in the purple stuff, and the proof of energy drinks in the defendant's apartment, I think I have greatly proved that not only were they at the scene of the crime, they assaulted my client, left their footprints, they're also seen on video running away. We don't have that ring footage right now as we are trying to obtain it, but we heard from Mr. President the secondhand witness testimony from the daughter who cannot be here, and the gun was there. The armed robbery and the jaywalking are at least guilty for sure on all counts.
Okay, thank you so much. Defense. Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are that there was not enough evidence to fully prosecute my client into saying that they were in fact the ones at the residence when there was an armed burglary. We know that my client owns a gun, but it is registered and paid for and it was not used at the scene of the crime. We know that we know that evidence for the wallet was removed because money gone, no money, we know where money go. And we know that my client has, in fact, a gambling issue. But I think the more serious matter is that there is somebody out there who did jaywalk, walking out with that purple stuff on their shoes. But we cannot prove that it was my client. And I believe that when the prosecutor has more clear evidence that my client
Vanira, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Thank
that
you.
my client is
How was
being
your
convicted
stream?
of armed burglary.
How was control?
Then they can bring it back to court with proper evidence, but they do not even have the ring footage to prove that it was my client that was going out the door. Or proof that my client is the one that left them with scratches and bruises and blood off of their glass table.
Okay,
So I
thank you
believe
so
that
much.
I was just going to say, I believe that the real criminal is still at large, and I feel like the prosecutor has more work to do to make sure the right person gets thrown in jail and that the poor daughter gets justice.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, in my closing remarks, I have conferred with the jury. They have given me their thoughts throughout this entire trial. They have also shown me a scrotum at one point.
I saw that.
There was a scrotum. It is on the behalf of the jury that they do believe that there is some guilt to be had for Fugma Softly. Now, here's where I stand. Yes, he had a gun, but he's allowed to have a gun. It was never discharged. I am not following through with the assault charges as they have been laid out. What I do believe in is setting a precedent for future jaywalkers. In this economy, it will not stand that a jaywalker will roam free from this court.
But they are
And in
roaming free
order
because
to
you're
make
going
sure-
to prosecute the wrong person.
It is by jury of their peers and my expert opinion that Mr. Fugma Softly is not guilty of armed burglary or assault. but he is guilty of jaywalking and will receive the lightest penalty I can afford for such a crime, which is the death sentence to be pulled out of my asshole immediately following this trial. Case closed. Go hug your loved ones. Do not jaywalk in my court. Thank you so much.
Wow, that took a
He was
turn.
framed. He was framed. He wasn't the one jaywalking. See, look, it says that he was guilty, and then it says he ran out of the courthouse, forgot their belt was loose, pants fell, they tripped, knocked themselves out in a parking lot, right in front of the judge and cops who struggled to breathe between fits of laughter. My poor client.
See?
He's being
He was having
framed.
fits of laughter because he got away with the assault.
But if he
then
was
remembered
found
what
guilty
they
and
say
sentenced
now.
to death, why is he running out of the courthouse?
The cops, because he's terrified because he's about to have the death penalty. So he ran and forgot his belt was loose and fell and tripped and knocked themselves out on a parking post right in front of the judge and cops who were laughing. So it sounds like
I
you
bet
run a
that
corrupt
as he was running out of the courtroom, he jaywalked again. I bet he did. I bet as he ran out there, he probably ran right across that street, and that's why he hit that parking pole.
I say this courtroom is corrupt, and you will all burn in hell.
Lock him in.
Defund
Not before Fugma softly.
Did you say defund the judge?
Defund the judge. There will be riots outside of the courtroom after the death penalty is.
I mean, as long as they get there without jaywalking, they won't join them. That's all.
Oh
I
no,
gotta
there's
say.
going to be riots, and they will be jaywalking and throwing bottles.
Well, here's the thing. Unlike this court trial, I do have ring cameras all over our courthouse. If I see people jaywalking, death penalty, death penalty, death
I
penalty,
smashed
death
them
penalty.
all actually.
Oh, okay, great.
Who's the tyrant? Either way, I'm saying corrupt courtroom, and there will be riots out in the street in protest tonight.
All right, as long as they don't jaywalk. Just saying.
No, they will be jaywalking. They
At
don't
their
care
own peril.
anymore.
At their
They
own
don't
peril.
care when an innocent man has been.
I just want to
Was
point out.
innocent and
I just want to
killed.
point out also that you can't see the cards that you're given before you have to make up the crime. And I put armed burglary, and then my cards had a fucking loaded gun, and I'm like, oh, win. Had no idea.
The assault. Why did you include the assault?
I don't know. I just was like, let's throw two super serious things in there and then one not so serious thing, and then I had purple stuff, and I was like, well, I can say you stepped in it and left footprints, and that's really all I got for that. But as far as the assault, like, I didn't have anything. I couldn't even use the eyewitness of the daughter because I had fucking president as my fucking witness.
Yeah, I was not expecting fucking President Toast.
President Toast.
I was like, okay, why
President
are you here?
Well.
I'm still surprised that you didn't try to say that, like, your client got pistol whipped or something with the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I had to discharge the assault, because like, why have gun if you're not gonna you don't go into an armed robbery with it on
Hey,
safety.
you know, my client was doing a good job of keeping him away.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I'm the host. Did we want someone else to be host with their cards, or what do we want to do?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever you guys want.
Do we want to do another one?
I can do like one more.
Yeah.
I'm getting very mega sore.
And we can do one more. I kind of want to be a witness.
That witness is fun.
Do I be the witness?
I gotta go against Voosh.
Yes.
Alright, I lose a lot because no one wants me to be
Has
successful,
JoJo and Derp
even though
gone
I have
against
the
each other?
I haven't heard it, but she chose.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, when the fishing and the balls. That was me against her.
Oh yeah, the fishing. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fishing balls.
Fishing balls.
Balls. Do you know how many times I've gone crusty towels and I never say those words in public again?
I got the same cards like every time.
Well, these are sailors cards. You've never seen these ones.
These should be different.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, stinky. I want them to add more defendants other than just the same guy.
Yeah,
like to see
definitely
different
more defendants, definitely more probably more witnesses. I noticed the witnesses, there's only like I don't know if it's determined by map or if it's just random.
Ooh, there's a truck driver witness this time. That's
Ooh,
different.
that is different.
But yeah, I would like the defendant there to be different defendants other than just the same guy every time.
Yeah. And I forgot I gotta get up early tomorrow. And I had to get up early
Sorry, no, my
today
cards
too.
aren't very good.
Well, Voosh is making the crime.
Yeah, I was just telling Derb, I'm sorry, I know my cards aren't very good.
I'm just glad they're different.
Peter File is charged with possession of 10,000 pounds of weed. Order in the court.
Oh my.
Prosecution, you may lead. What is your opening statement?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is one of the worst cases I've ever had. Mr. Peter File, caught with his pants down, and what came tumbling out of that loose anus? 10,000 pounds of weed, all over the clean floor. It was a horrible sight. It was a horrible night. The entire police department is currently in therapy. They cannot be here tonight. They are currently crying. And I don't know what he plans to do with this 10,000 pounds of butt weed. But I hope that we never have to find out and this man goes to jail. Thank you so much.
Defense, opening statements.
Yeah, my client was set up. None of this is true. He did have like 3 ounces on him, which is not illegal in the 51st state.
It's not?
Can I just make a conjecture here? He had 3 ounces on him. That's true. If you listen to my opening statement, he had 10,000 pounds inside him. Thank you so much.
Okay. Defense. Oops.
I need some evidence of this.
Well, you're just making your opening statements, so.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
Okay.
He had a minimal amount on him.
Okay.
The rest is just made up.
Okay. We will go back to prosecution. You may submit evidence, call witnesses, whatever you need.
Thank you so much. Just need a moment to sort through my shit.
Sorry if they're bad cards, I'm sorry.
On the night of question, when the truck driver that he was driving with, he was actually in the back of the truck. He wasn't in the cabin. He was in the back of the truck.
Okay.
Commercial truck, by the way. You know, Walmart size, bring in Fruit Loops to a store kind of truck. The truck was pulled over for a inspection, weight inspection, I will say. It did not pass. They opened the cabin, obviously, to find Mr. Peter File in the back. Very confused. The cops asked him to step off. And when they did, the truck suddenly passed inspection. Police were like, what the McFuck? And they had him strip, When they saw nothing was wrong, they were about to let him go and guess that the weight scale was broken. But Pedophile accidentally bent over to pick back his pants off the floor. And unfortunately, his loose anus let go.
Oh no, not a prolapse.
10,000 pounds of weed came tumbling
Damn.
through his butthole. What I can submit as evidence right now, as the weed itself is currently still in holding. They're trying to find someone to process it at the police department. But again, they are all traumatized by what they saw. So it's going to be in holding for a while. We have this purple substance that was coming out of his behind his prison pocket. We'll have that on the record, please. It came out of his prison pocket. Thank you so much. After being analyzed, or should I say analyzed, it was apparent that it was a lubricant used to process the weed up his badonkadonk.
Okay. Defense, you may go, you may rebut or submit evidence or call witnesses.
1 second. Okay, so my client was 100% set up.
Okay.
Yes, he got stopped. But everything after that point, the plaintiff is clearly making up. For one, I have this evidence to show you. All right, a gun. All right.
Oh my god. When you show off the evidence, the fucking defendant was like, like they did like a gasp.
All right, now this gun right here was swabbed for fingerprints, and guess what the only fingerprints found on it was? From the police officer that pulled him over at the stop. Yet they say they found it in the defendant's glove compartment. All right.
Interesting. May I have the floor?
No, I'm not done.
Interesting.
You also say there's a bottle, or there was purple stuff that was used as lubricant.
Yes, it appears to have been grape flavored.
Okay, then why would they use that when they have this perfectly good bottle of white lotion? Unscented, mind you.
At a glossary reading of that bottle of lotion, it says external use only.
Okay, where did the purple stuff come from?
That's what I'd like Peter Files to tell us. But I can tell you where it leaked out of, and that was his prison pocket.
You have no evidence of this?
100 cops saw it leaking from his prison pocket.
Do these cops?
If I may,
are
Judge,
these cops witnesses?
They are currently in therapy because your client is a horrible person.
Prosecution.
Judge?
Yes.
Are you gonna let him talk to me like this?
Yes.
For now, you're both kind of being unruly.
Yes. He says the only fingerprints on the gun belong to the police. Well, where evidence go? I see a gun, but I only see one lawyer with the fingerprints. If you look at this shit, not only is there no fingerprints from the police, because police are smart enough to use gloves to not have the evidence thrown out, the only fingerprints you will find.
So are you admitting that they could have planted it, but they used gloves?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because
interesting.
All over that shit, including on the inside of his rectal cavity, you will find Mr. Peter Files' fingerprints. And I guess for some reason there was also one fingerprint from the truck driver also circling the cavity. We don't have an explanation for that yet.
Circling the cavity? Can you be more
It was
Clear.
on his butthole.
Okay.
Objection. No evidence of this.
I literally just submitted the fingerprints.
There's no evidence of the truck driver being in my defendant's cavity.
That's hearsay anyway.
not
That's
yet.
neither here nor there. Defense, you may submit evidence, call
So
witnesses.
if you look closer at the fingerprint report, you will see that it actually comes back to a Cameron, which is neither my defendant nor the truck driver's name, but is the name of the officer that conducted the traffic stop.
I must consult. Please, one moment.
That officer couldn't have done the traffic stop because he's been in the Appalachian Mountains for 7 days without telling anyone.
This is actually true. He is actually still gone, but I'm consulting.
So are you saying the police reports are false?
Oh, I'm
I
saying
am still
that you don't know
consulting.
what you're talking about.
I am still consulting. We are having those fingerprints reanalyzed to see who they belong to. We are searching the APHIS program. While we are doing that, I would just like to put into evidence that truck driver may have touched the butthole. That's neither here nor there. It doesn't prove anything. However, it just was discovered that the fingerprints actually do not belong to the defendant, and they do belong to Sir, a police officer whose name I don't remember.
Cameron, Morgan.
Was it Cameron? Oh, okay, yes, Cameron, yes.
Okay.
They do belong to Cameron.
Well, although I would like to say that that was Mr. Cameron at the scene of the crime, new evidence has come in stating that actually Cameron's been in the Appalachian Mountains for the last 7 days. No one can get in contact with him, but it does appear that someone is going around with his ID card. I don't know who that man was that touched your client, but I promise you that is not one of the fine men currently crying in the back room talking to the therapist.
Did the person that stole his ID card also steal the tips of his fingers?
Yes.
Interesting.
Maybe.
If we're going to say that the officer is not real, then are we saying as well that any police reports from this incident are in fact
It does
fraud?
seem that there is a mockery happening, and I am upset about it.
It does appear that your client has the IQ of a potato and has allowed someone to finger
Your
him.
Honor.
That was not one of the many officers that were called
Badgering.
in to handle this.
Is it at all possible that this police officer, Cameron, is in fact not in the Appalachian Mountains and is guilty of this crime and in hiding? Prosecution has the floor.
I would have to bring my witness to the stand.
I could do that.
The truck driver, please. Miss Gibbly Bibbly.
Bibbly bibbly, whenever you would like to proceed.
Yeah, hello, my name's Gibbly Fiddly. I'm a truck driver for Socks & Co. Incorporated.
And
Would you like to question them or would you like me to question them?
would you give your witness statement as to what happened on the date in question from the beginning?
Yes. So I was scheduled to work my shift driving my truck, and I drove up to the checkpoint as I always do. But I did notice that morning when I got in my car, or my truck, I'm sorry. But when I got inside my truck, I did notice that things felt a little bit heavier than normal. You know, just it was I felt, like those moments where you feel like there's just something wrong, but you just can't figure out what it is. And so I just, I'm just went to my checkpoint and was like, okay, and just trying to get through my shift, because I want to get home to my kids. And they asked the client, or they asked the defendant, I'm sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. They asked the defendant, Mr. File, if he would step out of the truck, the vehicle in the back. And that is when it seems that there literally was a weight lifted off my shoulders, and I was very confused because I didn't even know that Mr. File was back there. And it just seems that somehow he must have snuck up in my vehicle when I was sleeping in the rest stop the night before. And that's when they, I guess, discovered that he had all the marijuana on him. And yeah, I was just kind of like shocked and confused. And I was just worried that they were going to take my truck because I just want to, pay my bills, go home to my kids.
Prosecution, would you like to question your witness?
Did you happen to see the moment Mr. Peter File bent over to pick up his pants after the incident started occurring?
Yes, I did see him pick up his pants because once I felt that there was a weight lifted, I hopped out of my vehicle and was like, what in darn tootin' is going on here? And that's when I saw, and that's when I saw the puddle of the supposed purple stuff. And I don't want to describe what I saw, but it wasn't pretty.
Now, unfortunately, you are in a court of law, and I will need you to confirm or deny that when Peter File bent over, you not only saw the purple substance, but did you also see upwards of 10,000 pounds of weed slide out of that slippery prison pocket onto the office floor of that cop pit stop?
It was the worst that I ever saw. Yes, I did see it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I never in my day have seen so much.
Prosecution, do you have any more questions for this witness?
I simply cannot put them through.
Defense, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, I would like to know where exactly Mr. Pedophile was in your truck.
He was in the very back of the truck, but I had no idea that he was back there. Like I said, I think he must have snuck in maybe when I was at my rest stop taking a breather before I went back on the road.
And we're talking about like an 18-wheeler here, not like a box truck, right?
No, not a box truck. No, I would have seen him in my truck if he was in a box truck.
Okay.
That's why I was questioning myself when it just seemed that, everything just seemed real heavy. It just seemed, like a bigger load, and I was just so tired. I just wanted to get the shift over with. I didn't think to check. I thought I was just,
If you would, for the record, just 1 second. If you would, for my personal records, it was brought to my attention that you may or may not have touched the butthole of Mr. File. Can you confirm or deny that allegation?
I don't tell my wife, please. I have a family.
Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. You may continue, defense.
Okay, and did you say you got pulled over in your truck, or were you at the truck stop already?
I was at the checkpoint. And we did not pass inspection. And that's when I gave them permission to open the back of the truck, and that's when I felt the weight lift, the shift of the weight, and I just hopped out of my vehicle because I was like, what in darn tune's going on here? They just said, can we
Thank you,
please
Flip,
check your
for the gift
vehicle
sub
or
to
check
order
the
in the
truck? I
cart.
said, yes.
Thank you.
I don't know why it's not passing inspection. And then when I felt the weight shift, I got out and was like, what's going on? And then I saw the purple stuff and I was just shocked. I was, that shit ain't pretty to look at.
Okay, and what would make you want to touch the enlarged cavity after 10,000 pounds of weed supposedly fell out of it?
I mean, I was just, I didn't know they can stretch that big, I'm a family man. I was just.
Do you normally touch people's buttholes?
No,
or is this
I
just
don't
a
know what.
one-time?
It, like I said, don't tell my wife. I've never done something like this before.
Have you touched your wife's butthole?
No.
Mm.
Okay. All right.
Don't separate my family, man. I don't want my wife to know.
All right. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you.
As soon as I figure out how to do that. Prosecution, do you have anything else to add?
I would like to add this restraining order from the entire police department towards Peter File after what happened to them during this fateful stop. He is not to be within 200 miles of this county's police department ever the McFuck again, because
Was that
they
just
will
filed like 5 seconds ago?
they will literally die if they ever see this man or smell that grape lube ever again.
Yes, it is grape. It was determined that it is grape. It was grape flavored lube. It also was determined that on a separate occasion, the defendant was found guilty of killing the UHC CEO, so that will have to be another trial.
Yeah, well, I'll be here.
Yeah.
Objection relevance?
No relevance, just character testimony.
I don't think the judge can do that.
Well, the jury came forward with that evidence themselves, so take it up with them.
Jury doesn't. Okay.
Defense, would you like to add?
So on this restraining order, I see down towards the bottom where it also includes Cameron's name, which you said is no longer, or is unreachable right now. You got to
Yes, they added his name post-mortem because he's a part of the police station and they did not want him to deal with it.
So that's starting to make me think that this is just the entire police department that is making a fraudulent case.
Oh,
no, that is incorrect.
Mishandled, possibly.
Not mishandled, no.
I would like to see some evidence of mishandling.
I also bring to evidence this broken cell phone.
Yes.
Which you will see also has Cameron's fingerprints on it.
Interesting. I'm gonna need that set for a second.
Yet it belongs to my client.
I'll give the prosecution a moment to look over that new evidence. Defense, do you have anything else you would like to add? Any witnesses you would like to call?
I just want to say, at this time, no witnesses, but with that cell phone, you will see that with this being a setup, and obviously the police department doesn't know what they're doing, putting someone's name on there that's not even near where we are. Would you say they're in the Appalachians?
Yeah, they're in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yet his fingerprints are all over this evidence. And you can see the broken
only
phone
one in
where
this...
my client tried
Piketon.
to call
Thank
for help
you. We're
because
good.
he was
We're good
being
here.
set up.
Just
And this officer
hearsay.
broke
We don't
the
know what
cell
he was
phone.
I've been playing this new game.
I rest.
All right. Prosecution, what have you say about any of that?
I would like to show this into evidence. It'll prove that Mr. Peterfile and Cameron have actually been in a very long-standing gay homosexual relationship with each other. This is Cameron's tier 3 subscription to Peterfile's butthole. You will see that it is dated back several years, and they have been living together for most of those years. Those fingerprints definitely were left there before he went to the Appalachian Mountains, probably after they had the gay sex.
So can you explain to me why Cameron having a subscription to Peterfile's butthole would set him up in such a way?
I don't follow anymore.
What is the relevance of Cameron and Peterfile having a close relationship if we're constituting that Cameron set up Peterfile?
So sorry, Judge. Yes.
Yeah.
It would be because the fingerprints you are finding and all the stuff, of course it's on all his stuff. They live together.
Okay.
They are the gay together. And when you're gay, I'm not saying this out of experience, but I have tickled a few pickles in my time. But when you're gay together, you touch each other's all your stuff. All your stuff you touch together.
I am aware of the gays and their touchiness. Okay. Defense. Any more evidence? What say you?
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, can you run me by real quick? Refresh my memory what he just said?
Yes, he just said that if you look into Article B, the Tier 3 subscription to Peterfile's butthole is one that Cameron is different live actually holds, confirming that they are indeed in a gay homosexual relationship together. So us finding Cameron's fingerprints on all of these things is not because he's setting up Peterfile, but because he lives with Peterfile. So these could potentially be excused in a court of law as, you know, just fingerprints from a roommate and not fingerprints of a criminal.
Okay, even if that accusation is true, that doesn't account for the fact that Cameron is the one that made the police report of the scene, yet somehow he's not even near the scene and hasn't been for some time.
A police report was not put into evidence.
It
What
is-
was put into evidence was the restraining order by the entire police department and postmortemly for Cameron, who will no longer be tier 3 subbed. I hear that it got canceled after he was airlifted news of what happened with the 10,000 pounds of weed in the grape loop.
Well, the police report had to have been supplied before the trial even started.
That is true. We don't have it here in evidence today, but we have to logically assume that at some point there was a police report filed. If it was by Cameron or not, we do not know. He also is not here. However, I haven't seen substantial evidence to prove that Peterfile himself did any of these things, as his fingerprints are not on them. So I would like to see anything else, or any link back to anything that could make sense of it a little.
So I do have one more piece of evidence.
Okay. Oops.
This was given to me after my client's cell phone was utterly destroyed and broke. And I still don't understand why it would be given to him, other than they were trying to set him up. But this was also found at the scene.
Oh. A get out of jail free card. That does leave me in quite the pickle here.
That is.
Oh wow. Who would make a card like that? Oh my god.
Okay, well, I would like to allow each side to do closing arguments.
The proof is in the pudding. The pudding being what Cameron and Peter File call his big voluptuous prison pocket.
Okay.
And the proof in that pudding was 10,000 pounds of weed dripping onto the fucking side of the 401 highway in the 51st state of Canada. Unfortunately for him, that get out of jail free card would insinuate that he has to go to jail first. So if he wants to, you know, I feel like if he wants to use that, he'll have to do a, what are they called, appeal? But
Yeah.
from what I know today is that the cops will be appealing the butthole of nightmares from their memory for years to come. And if he should go to jail for nothing else, it should be for that. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Defense, your closing statements.
Peter File is not guilty of these charges. Okay.
Okay.
As evidence is shown, this is a clear setup. Arguably officiated from Officer Cameron. Not only is he nowhere near the crime scene or the court, his fingerprints are the only fingerprints on, I believe, all of the evidence the plaintiff has provided. Also, with the tier 3 subscription, normally those are anonymous. They're online names. We don't necessarily know if that Cameron is the same Cameron.
Your Honor, I know these are final thoughts, but I do want to state that literally it is a description from a person named Cameron is different.
I'll note that into evidence. Thank you.
Where is it said that that is the same Cameron's username?
That is his last name. Yes, Cameron. Last name is different life. Yes.
Well, I would argue then it's impossible to subscribe to another person in real life. I also don't believe the fake ID card should be in evidence at all, seeing as an ID card was never used. It was all based upon fingerprints.
Okay. Are those your closing arguments?
Yes.
Oops. Okay. For my closing statements here, I feel as though the online jury is a little confused and conflicted, both with the amount of marijuana that was ascended upon us, if you will, and the sheer mention of large assholes and the gays. I feel like they have been swindled a little bit. My closing theories here, if you will, I do see that Peter File claims that he was set up. He did have 3 ounces, but that is under the limit. The truck driver did not know Peter was there, but also touched Peter's asshole, therefore partially contaminating said evidence. The police report does not state any names or locations, so we can't use that. The fingerprints on everything were found to belong to a Cameron is different live, which is a person who works for the police department but is completely missing and has not been able to be found in some time, which leads me to believe that they're probably the guilty party here. I am finding the defendant not guilty of all charges, and I would like Cameron is different live arrested immediately and tried for court.
And murder.
Honestly, fair. And murder. Yeah, definitely murder too.
Yes, Cameron
The
is
courthouse
different
screaming
live.
with joy
Definitely
so
murder.
loudly that a panicked passerby threw a croissant at their face, became the first person in history to be knocked out by a pastry.
Well, I'm so glad I sent him
Deserves.
home to get knocked out by a pastry. I like that
I like
one.
how
That
it
was
says
fun.
Derb, the novelist.
I like how we're putting Peter File on trial for shoving 10,000 pounds of drugs in his ass, and it ended up being Cameron that we were demanding to be arrested. It was a win-win situation, if you ask me.
Truly the best outcome was had here, yes.
Truly, not only is Cameron under arrest for many things, murder and marijuana, but being gay. He's being arrested for being gay. Like that's we don't allow that.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
That was not even brought into question.
Yeah.
We
Jaywalking
that.
and gays are of the highest crimes in this 51st state.
In this
So
land.
I didn't
yeah.
know how to defend against the butthole touching.
Yeah, I don't know either. But it also
Neither
wasn't
did Peter
relevant
File,
really
apparently.
if the truck driver touched his butthole, like that doesn't really do anything. I was just like, whatever. I'll just say it contaminated the weed. Whatever.
The 10,000 pounds of weed.
10,000 pounds of weeds. I poked the butthole because I've never seen a butthole before.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was great. I loved the I haven't ever touched my wife's butthole either. I wrote that down in my notebook. Look at my notes. I put them in our Discord. Hold on, let me send this to Derb too. I was just like trying so hard to make sense of any of it, and so I was just writing notes. Truck driver touched butthole confirmed. Truck driver witness said it was horrifying. Wife's butthole untouched. Like I just was writing everything. Cameron is different live subscribes to gay asshole. Tier 3 in fact. This does not prove crime, however, only gay.
That's so funny.
I hope he just reads that and is like, what in the fuck happened?
Is he in that group chat?
Yeah, he's in the group chat I put it in.
Okay. I was gonna send it to
I
him.
put it in there with no fucking caption at all. But also, like, the beginning of it is like Peter File was set up, question mark, 3 ounces on him. Like, he's gonna get that reference because he played Schedule 1. He's gonna be like, what the fuck is going on here? It's just so funny.
Oh, that's so good.
Purple lubricant was found. It's just so funny.
This game is so silly.
It is so silly. Like, I want to get, when it comes out, like, legit, I want to get, like, a full lobby of people and just have a fucking rowdy-ass courtroom. That'd be so fun.
Somehow have to get 9 people.
I'll pull all my other friends from different areas of gaming. We'll figure
Even
it
just
out.
a couple extra people would be cool because you can have someone as the bailiff and someone as the witness, you know?
Yeah. I think we could get Maddie on this. We could definitely get Flap and Cry on this. We'll get Cameron. We'll figure it out. We'll get some people. Be fun.
Yeah.
That's basically 9 right there.
I know.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, Nick said he wanted to play too because Nick used to have to do role playing as like a lawyer in high school, and he said it was really fun.
Oh my God, bless.
Yeah, he said he had to defend Anne Frank in a courtroom against a person that was defending Hitler.
Oh my God.
I guess you can say who won because it was not Hitler. So
I need to get like a actual piece
yeah,
of paper.
Nick did mock court. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just
what
pulled
a
this
trial to be a part of. Yeah.
I just can't focus on the listening and this little notebook.
Yeah, the little note. We need more notes. Like I need multiple pages. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is fun.
It's super fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still upset about the whole card thing. Like I kind of get why they did it that way, but at the same time, like I wish we knew. Because I feel like I have to have twice as many cards for it to like really work that way.
I was gonna say if they don't change it, we can always just like in the group chat write a bunch of things, and then whoever's gonna host can just make a huge deck and just put everything in there, which I know sucks because it's time consuming, but I mean, then we can have all our ideas in there at least.
Well, apparently
especially if
that
we get
doesn't
playing.
work because we got all the same on Vush's.
Well, yeah, because I had 80 cards and you guys got like, but of both the times that we played on Sailors, I got like 5 out of 8 of the same cards.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's like prioritizing.
Needs more
certain,
randomization. Yeah.
part of the deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if we make a new lobby, it'll like refresh them.
I don't know. We were rotating lobbies a little bit, but not a ton.
Okay, well, this was fun.
Yeah,
I'm glad
this
we
was
did
super
it.
fun.
That was
Yeah.
great. Perfect game.
Yes.
Perfect game.
Perfect game.
Oh, thank God, my
Yeah, no,
pimple
thank
patches
you
came.
for getting us the codes, Voosh. And
Yeah.
thanks for games.
Thanks for the
It's
code,
fun.
Jojo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and JoJo getting a code for Derb after
Yeah.
Cameron claimed his and then just disappeared.
Yeah, literally.
Well, we know why he disappeared. We found that out in this courtroom today.
Yes,
Oh my God,
he
I just
did. He
realized you
disappeared
were
because he is
referring to him
gay.
being gone.
He's potentially jaywalked,
I
and
was freaking cracking up.
Do gay crimes.
yeah.
I was not associating that with Cameron until
I knew that would be a good card, right? When I couldn't think of anything, I was like, I'm making a Cameron card. That would be used
Yeah.
well.
Because it also said under it, it was like, would he lie to you? And I was like, absolutely, he would fucking lie to me. Like, as soon as I saw it. So funny. Okay, Voosh, I will see if Nick is able to talk us through Zooter stuff, and I'll message you.
Yes. Yeah. Let me
Okay.
know.
Okay, I love you. I'll see you guys Sunday. Okay, love you. Bye. That game was super fun. Oh yeah, I had this fucking notepad open ready to use because the other one didn't. I got achievements. All the achievements don't pop up until you fucking close the game. Oh, I hate it when it happens like that. What achievements did I get? Throw 250 pieces of paper. Why are we even here? As a bailiff, silence the lawyers. A trial without lawyers. Dream for some and nightmare. A dream for some, a nightmare for others. Objection, TLDR. Write an overly long text in the notes when a simple note turns into a legal epic. It's literally an achievement for writing a lot of stuff in your notes. That's kind of funny. That was really fun. That was really fun. I enjoyed that. All right. Well, tomorrow, I don't know what I'm starting with tomorrow. I have a nail appointment tomorrow at noon. I can imagine it'll take a couple of hours, so I'll probably be late tomorrow as well. Is my code until it's released or the full game forever? I think it's the full game forever. Yeah, I think it's the full game forever because it doesn't say like alpha, beta, test, anything like that. I think it's the full game. Yeah. So when I get back from my nail appointment tomorrow, we'll probably play like Faz or something to warm up before Zooter, and then we'll get on Zooter. And hopefully have a good seed. Voosh and I are going to try to do something different tomorrow with Zooter. We're going to potentially set up Ship of Harkinian and see if we can get the multiplayer going on that. And if not, then we're going to do a different, we're going to do the beta branch of the normal whatever. So anyways, yes. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the raids, the subs, the love. I appreciate you all. Who the fuck am I going to raid? Let me see. Oh my God. I'm gassy. New album. Yeah, new album. Can't even believe that. Yeah, I was gone yesterday. But 21 Pilots announced a new fucking album yesterday. If you guys didn't see me screaming about it on Twitter or on Discord. New album in fucking September. New single on June 12th. Yo, we just got Clancy a year ago in 2 days. 2 days until Clancy is a year old and we get another new album. Something is afoot. So be prepared for that to happen. I know who I want to send you guys to. However, they're AFK at the moment. Let's just hope that they come back. We'll just go ahead and set the rate up. I have a feeling this one will be even more in-depth and intense. I hope that this is a heavy album. I want heavy pilots. That's what I want. I want heavy, heavy, heavy. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I know my sick ass is late, but I love you so much. It's okay, Lexi. Love you. I'm getting off a little earlier today because we did like exactly 8 hours. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. We'll do probably Faz and then Zooter. I love you guys. Please go raid H2O11. Thank you for everything. I promise I'm gonna try to bust my ass through those squats tomorrow. Please remind me. I know I only did 20 tonight. It's really fucking hot in here. And knowing that I have over 100 to do is just racking my brain. So yell at me more tomorrow. Make me do those squats. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll have fresh nails. I'm excited. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!